Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, today is going to be an interesting one. We are reacting to the Taiwan stuff with Nancy. We are not down too much, but there is definitely some sort of reaction. However, you get to look to around like 10:30 a.m. Eastern. That is when we should get an update or when she's expected to land. So, China, Taiwan, Nancy, that's going to be one part to be looking at. And then also at 10 a.m., you are going to be getting a JOLTS jobs report, which could give us some data. I'm not expecting we'll move too much. However, it should be important. But the thing is now, looking at the global tensions, we might get a different response out of the rally, and it has a lot of people talking about it already. So we got a lot to go over. We still got earnings. You got a bunch on the way and a bunch that have already reported. Uber ended up doing good. Caterpillar, not too hot. And there was a couple of others in between. But now, after hours, you get Airbnb and a couple of others. So I hope you're ready, Chad. It's going to be a wild one. And pretty much 10 a.m., we're going to see the drama unfold. But good morning. Yes, good morning. What's up, D.A. Saka? How you living, baby? What's going on, Charlie in the tree? Super Uber. Good morning, John Dog. K. Vandy. Hey, Sos. Oh, good morning, baby. Robin, J. Samuels, Carissa Hines, Cara Bull. Good morning, baby. What's up, Caballero? We got Juice Trays in the house, baby. Oh, Juice Trays. Good morning, baby. I hope you living good. Romeo, oh, man. It's good to see that name. What's up, Romeo? I hope you living good, baby. What's up, Bubba Main, Vach, Hambe, Levi, Tony, Pat, Joe, yes, Buck Nasty, Lorraine, Mickey, Elcom, Bakri. Good morning. What's up, Mr. Gordon? What's up, Deepak? Oh, what's up, New Cat? We got EV Climbs. You got Sinister. You got Buster in the house. Santi Bar. Let's go, baby. Oh, 619 in the house. What's up, Taylor? Tell them about this. They don't know about 619. Tell them, man. Put them on game. Oh, man. I love the co-leader. I love the you, baby. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Today's going to be a wild one. You got a bunch of black swans lurking. Who knows what's going to happen? We get a little bit of data, and you still got a bunch of earnings, Chad. So, happy Tuesday. I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're ready. I hope you're blessed. But let's get into the news now. Nancy Pelosi, her anticipated Taiwan trip roiled markets. She's expected to land in Taipei at 10:20 a.m. Eastern Time. The Liberty Times reported the highest-ranking American politician to visit the island in 25 years will visit Parliament and have lunch with President Tsai Ing-wen tomorrow. The Apple Daily said China vowed to respond with strong and resolute measures. The Taiwan president official website has been under DDoS attack, a spokesperson has said. Hot dog. The tension has markets on edge. The dollar and yen strengthened and treasuries gained, led by longer-dated securities. Futures were in the red as stocks in Europe and Asia tumbled. Oil was flat, fluctuating. Gold rose and Bitcoin slipped for a third day. Earnings, Uber jumped on a revenue beat and strong ridership overshadowed inflation. Did y'all see the Uber report? I feel they sandbagged, but Uber actually did very good. I think they did even $100 million above expected on EBITDA. I was like, damn, Uber. So they did good. Pinterest soared on resilient results and Elliott's confirmation of a major stake. Caterpillar sales beat. BP boosted its dividend and accelerated share buyback after profit rose to 14-year high. Mars raised profit guidance. Airbnb, PayPal, and Starbucks, they report after market. Twitter launched a probe into the involvement of Elon Musk's associates in the stalled buyout, the Washington Post reported. UBS hired external bankers Ian Power and Dirk Helm to head their London and EU execution hubs. Jefferies expects an $80 million penalty for resulting in staff texting on unauthorized apps. Steve Cohen exited his investment in crypto startup Radical. Two Goldman traders have opened up about their dismissal from the firm and allegations the bank made about their conduct. L-shaped recession, not a V, may be needed to curb U.S. inflation, said Zoltan Pazar of Credit Suisse. There's a risk the Fed raises rates to 5 or 6% and keeps them there to create a substantial and sustained reduction of aggregate demand to match the tighter supply profile. Any rate cuts may cause an economic rebound and triggered renew inflation, he said. Goldman agrees investors might be overconfident, betting the Fed will cut rates sooner to bolster the economy. JP Morgan is a cheerer, though. The more dovish the Fed meeting saw the rate raise close to neutral, and along with softer inflation expectations and declining yields, indicates peak hawkishness is probably behind us. Fresh clues on Fed policy may come from Charlie Evans, Loretta Mester, and James Bullard, who all speak today. Oh, get ready for that. Primaries are taking place in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington State. Arizona's GOP Senate race pits State AG Mark Brnovich against Blake Masters, endorsed by Donald Trump and Peter Thiel. The winner will race in the Democratic incumbent Mark Kelly. Kansas voters will decide whether to eliminate the right to abortion from the state constitution in the first such referendum post-Roe. City plans for a 500-person hiring spree over the next 3 years for a new wealth division centering on junior employees at private equity offices. U.S.-Chinese tension risk disrupting shipping in the Taiwan Strait, a primary route for hauling goods from Asia to the West. Almost half of all global containers, I can't read today, and 88% of the world's biggest ships have passed through it this year. While many shippers can divert products via the Philippine Sea, even minor disruptions still threaten fresh supply chain woes. 9 a.m. Canada July manufacturing PMI. 10 a.m. U.S. June JOLTS openings. 10 a.m. Fed Evans hosts media breakfast. 10:20 Pelosi expected to land in Taiwan. 11 a.m. New York Fed second quarter household debt and credit report. 1 p.m. Fed Mester and 6:45 Fed Bullard. You're also getting U.S. light vehicle sales, primary elections, Anthony Blinken at Asian meeting in Cambodia, and then the RNC summer meeting in Chicago. The $52 billion U.S. program to boost domestic chip making includes one significant caveat. Companies that get funding must promise not to increase their production of advanced chips in China. The condition will add to escalating geopolitical tensions and hit companies like Intel and TSMC. A long-delayed natural gas pipeline in West Virginia may get a fast-track approval and side agreement reached between Chuck Schumer and Joe Manchin. The deal, separate from the tax and climate bill, also puts a 2-year time limit on environmental reviews for large products and 1 year for smaller ones. U.S. job openings may have slipped in June as economic optimism deteriorated. Still, they continue to outstrip the number of unemployed and show the market remains tight. Bloomberg Economics has said U.K. house prices barely rose in July, an indication the property market is cooling in response to worsening cost of living. The 0.1 gain from June was the weakest for a year. Nationwide said values rose 11% on an annual basis. The number of companies going out of business in England and Wales reached the highest level in almost 13 years. There was almost 1,500 registered insolvencies in the second quarter, 81% more than a year earlier. Voluntary liquidations climbed to the highest since record began in 1960. UK leadership is hopeful Liz Truss will ditch her plan to align UK public sector to pay for regional living costs. Half of all German companies are struggling to find skilled workers right now, according to an IFO survey. Shortage is particularly acute in services, where some 54% of businesses were affected in July. China reiterated threats of a robust response as Pelosi prepares to visit Taiwan. Any countermeasures would be justified in reaction to such unscrupulous behavior, Foreign Ministry spokesman Hua Chuang said. Here are some of the ways China may react. It's a huge list of like 6 different ways. People are talking from small to large and just short of nuclear war. So get ready. So exciting, Nancy. So exciting. The RBA raised the key rate by 50 basis points to 185 as expected. Philip Lowe indicated more hikes will come, but he is cautioned. China's top leaders told government officials last week that this year's growth target of around 5.5 should serve as guidance rather than a hard target that must be hit. OPEC's crude production rose to a 2-year high as the group added 270,000 barrels a day in July. Bloomberg survey showed Saudi Arabia accounted for more than 2/3 of the increase. Angola and Nigeria, 2 members suffering the most acute supply shortfalls, saw their output decline again, as did Iran. Tightening supplies, OPEC technical panel lowered its 2022 crude surplus forecast to 800,000 barrels a day, down from 200,000 in previous guidance. Russian gas supplies to Europe through Nord Stream dipped to around 18% of capacity. Shipments have been at 20% since the start restart of the pipeline at last month. China's onshore crude inventories fell to 1 billion barrels as of July 28th from 1.05 in June, according to Kairos. Another sign demand is coming back. U.S. diesel exports last month rose 1.4 billion a day, 5-year high. Vortex data shows Europe is buying more, so is Latin America. Meanwhile, gap between short-term pricing and expectations of diesel and gasoline is widening, including industrial demand is more resilient to high prices than consumers. Fertilizer gains, Fertiglobe, CF Industries, and Mosaic warn the market will remain tight, with more European producers expecting to cut output due to rising price of gas. Penguin and Random House proposed a $2.1 billion acquisition of Simon & Schuster will result in lower advances to authors because there'll be fewer auction rounds. TD will buy brokerage Cohen for $1.3 billion in cash, bulking up its presence in U.S. capital markets. Crypto firm Nomad, which runs a bridge protocol used to transfer tokens, was drained of almost $200 million in a security attack. PeckShield said more than $1 billion had been stolen from bridges this year, according to Elliptic. Something else to watch in the space today. MicroStrategy reports after hours. JetBlue fell after reporting a wider than expected loss on soaring fuel costs. AMD will reveal whether it's eroding Intel's dominance in the PC space or falling victim to the same demand trends. Airbnb may post a modest revenue beat, though the strong dollar may weigh on the quarter's overseas sales. Starbucks investors will focus on changes in the core business. Ferrari raises 2022 outlook with U.S. and China fueling sales. Activision Blizzard positive on game plans. U.S. refiner post record profit blowout quarter. JP Morgan's Kalanovich says peak investor hawkishness is now over. McDonald's rated new neutral at President Capital Management. Intel cut to sell at DZ Bank, price target 30. The most tracked aircraft in the world right now is the U.S. Air Force jet that took off from Kuala Lumpur as the internet seeks to track Nancy Pelosi on a trip to Taiwan. Almost 300,000 users are following every move of the SPAR-19, a U.S. Air Force operated Boeing C-40C. According to Flight Radar 24, there is no official confirmation that Pelosi is on that plane. Wow. So we don't even know if she's on there. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Oh, I'm setting up your question for the day. God bless you. God bless you. We love you. We love you. These are some dark times. They're just tracking her plane. She's just not confirmed to be on the plane. So they're saying that everybody is tracking the SPAR-19 right now. That is the plane she's believed to be on. But actually, to this very moment, there has been no confirmation that she is even on that plane. So that's the fun fact with all of this. So we'll see what happens. Tiger Woods, he turned down $700 to $800 million to join the Saudi-funded LIV Golf Series, the AP reported. Citing its chief executive, Greg Norman, Woods has voiced his opposition to LIV. Currently, only one player from the top 20, Dustin Johnson, has joined the series. Damn, Tiger turned down $800 million to go play golf, and they said, come on, Habibi, $800 million, free oil, yalla. Taking a stand in D.C., Stephen King set to testify for the government in an antitrust suit aimed to block Penguin Random House $2.1 billion purchase of Simon & Schuster. He's expected to testify about the publishers that buy rights to anticipated bestsellers and what effects those proposed deals will have on the markets for those books. Technology at its best, conjoined twins were separated with the assistance of virtual reality, the BBC reported. Surgery took place in Rio de Janeiro on a 3-year-old boy, Bernardo and Arthur Lima, as surgeons in London directed. Both teams wore headsets and operated in a virtual room together. That's crazy. Debate rages whether the U.S. will be in a recession and whether it's in one already. The call is made by experts, but pundits have also looked to a range of other measures to read signposts. An index that follows the briefs or one that tracks bubbly. Here are a few. From the Lambo indicator. I don't even think they mentioned the Lambo indicator. But apparently there's a champagne index as well, too. And the men's underwear index as well. So maybe we'll come back to this one in a little bit. Persona non grata Yevgeny Prigozhin, known as Putin's chef or founder of the mercenary outfit, the Wagner Group, had a defamation case thrown out by a London court in May. He is among the rich Russians who are no longer welcome as the city law firms agonize over whether it's too risky to work for them. And then on this day in history, actor Peter O'Toole was born in 1932 in northern England. Movie highlights include Lawrence of Arabia, Lion in the Winter, The Ruling Class, and How to Steal a Million. He was nominated for the Best Actor Oscar 8 times and holds the record for the most acting nominations without a win, tied with Glenn Close. He was a great theater performer too, playing Hamlet at the National Theater in 1963. He also voiced Anton Ego, the restaurant critic in Ratatouille. No way, my guy. I love Ratatouille. He died in 2013. Oh, Peter O'Toole, Ratatouille. He was Anton Ego. Who would have thought? So, we got a couple of plays on the board. There's also a couple of pre-market movers. Arista, the shares gained 4% after analysts said the cloud networking results were impressive. Avis Car saw a big beat on low American fleet costs and strong performance. They're up 5.3 in pre-market. Caterpillar drops 3.3 after construction and mining equipment. Second quarter revenue missed the average estimate. Cowen, COWN, gained 7.5 as TDA Ameritrade buys them out. Crypto stocks declined 2%. As everybody is worried over deepening U.S.-China relations. Equestrian ETRN shares could outperform on positive signals from D.C. around Mountain Valley Pipeline. Shares are up 7.9. Lyft jumped 6.8 after Uber beats. TAP dropped 6% pre-market after alcoholic beverage company reported underlying earnings per share that missed average analyst estimate. RIG rose 12%. EBITDA beat estimates. Uber climbs as much as 12 after reporting revenue for second quarter that beat average estimates. And then Zoom Info shares rise 13% as analysts were positive, and Piper Sandler said the firm is in a class of its own. Wow. Who would have thought? So keep your eyes out for those. I'm going to be watching Uber. We'll see if there's any post-earnings play. Again, it's a big move. It's already moved up a lot. I'm thinking there might be some cheap deals. ANET, I like them on the positive side, but that one's a little harder to play. Car as well. That's another positive one. And CAT for the downside. ETRN, that one stood out. Unity, I really like that play, so I don't know if you saw it yesterday. You should probably go watch the watch list and understand Unity. TSM, we're in those plays, and just with everything going on. And then Micron as well to get a little bit of China exposure with some of the chip makers. So, Viva, see what happened. We got what? We got about like 30 seconds. Chad, drop your play. Come on, 30 seconds. Drop your first play of the day. What's your first play? Just give it to me real quick. Give me something quick, man. World War III begins today. I don't know. I'm ready, man. I've been going to the gym. DuPont, Wiki, Boeing, 3 minutes. MAI, BGFV, Pins 25, ISRG, Amazon, Meta calls, Phase shares, DVN, Disney calls, Tesla weekly puts, Uber, GLD calls, Unity, Meta, XLF, Baba, AMD, AMTB, Mulan, Dash, Spy calls, Gasser, PayPal, Starbucks, Microsoft, Neo puts, Sideline, Airbnb, Ford, DSX, Spy, Palantir, and time is up. We're going to get back to it, Chad. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we just want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Shout out to vets and shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there as well, too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, good morning. Oh, wake up. It's Taiwan Tension Day. It's Pelosi Day. You still got earnings. You still got 100 tomorrow. We still got a jobs report. You still got the Fed and the CPI next week. Oh, man. You got 3 Fed speakers today. Chad. Oh, I hope you're with me. We got a lot. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. Again, it looks like most of the bigger action will occur around 10. So, coming 10 a.m. Eastern, you're going to get Nancy, jobs report, and a European close. So, just get ready. We'll see the initial moves here. Again, it's actually not too crazy. So, we'll just see where we go from here. We will see where we go from here. Again, it looks like people are just worried for now, but I don't know how jumpy we will be leading into everything. So we got less than 10 seconds. Don't forget, you got a bunch of other post-earnings movers, some on the upside, some on the downside. So just keep all of those in mind, my friend. I don't know if she's still in the air. I mean, we don't even know technically if she's on that plane. That's what I think is the funniest part. So we're going to find out. We are going to find out, my friend. And then again, 10 a.m., that jobs report can be actually, it can be quite telling. It won't be the biggest move, but it will be some data and just, add it to wherever we go from here. Again, I think the dollar's up too. A lot of currencies have strengthened because of some of the fears. So we got about 30 seconds, chat. Call out the plays. You see anything good? You see any news? You need any confirmation? Let's get it popping and let's have some fun. This one should be good. Again, like I said, I'm going to be watching Uber, Caterpillar, and some of the other post earnings that came out. ANET, Car, ETRN's another one for energy. And then I'm going to be watching some of the China plays, but they're probably going to be crazy. Oh, yeah, how is LMT? Do we have gains on LMT? Let's see, 5 seconds. Oh, yes, we did, actually. We got a nice 2% pop on that. Round 1, fight. So there's Uber up 13. Again, Watchlist has a sympathy. Watching Amazon and AMD. I feel like Uber's option chain is closed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, nope. They opened it up real quick. Oh, they filled that? Okay, I got filled those. I got filled way too early. I feel like they scammed me now. Yeah, they scammed me. I grabbed an Uber call for August 19th, but I didn't. The bid was so wide, I didn't think it was going to fill. And the fact that I got filled makes me nervous. AMTD pins. Where's the Lockheed? We need that one to hold up there. That one will be a good one. Yeah, the Uber chain is weird. There you go. It came down. I went for the cheap ones. I was trying to get a little bit better of a deal, but it was a little bit weird so far. It might come back up, but I grabbed a Uber August 19th. I grabbed 5 contracts for 10 cents on the upside. And then there's 4. Those are up a little bit more. XLV. The TSMs went up. So did the Micron. Even the Qualcomms, too, a little bit. PayPal just ripped. Again, PayPal has some of the earnings here. Uber is coming up. Where's BNB? Airbnb is getting a run-up. The TSMs have doubled. They went up 100% from Friday. AMTD. Apple's coming up. Apple's only down 0.5%. AMD, again, they got their earnings as well, too. Ford is trying to climb up. HKD 1K. Yay. There's MGAM. MGAM is losing it. HKD is literally going to 1,000. TSM plays up 19. It depends when you got them. Again, the September ones, we bought them for 30 cents on Friday. They're going for 61 now. Yeah, there's a lot of a lot of Pelosi videos over the weekend or over the day. Again, a lot of you guys send me some on Twitter, on TikTok. That's why a lot of the tensions coming into today are so high, because there was a lot of Chinese media and people just posting videos of like tanks and shit and just all sorts of stuff. SPY's coming up here. We are still down about 0.3 on the NASDAQ, 0.3 on the SPY, and then 0.5 on the Dow. PayPal pop. PayPal's still red on the day, but it is coming up here. Ford is trying to go positive now on the day. Those are interesting. Again, you should still have 400 or 500% on those. ENDP. Microsoft's coming down. What's that? ETRN. That's another one for earnings. Again, it's energy related. It's not only earnings. It's like I think they got some sort of bill or something in their favor. Tesla coming up. Snap vertical. I mean, Pinterest is up, but yeah, Snap. We'll see if it gets above 10. Remember, Pinterest was another good one. Netflix. Oh, Netflix 230. That one's huge. Watch out for our friend. And then we'll see if Uber breaks out of there. Where are the bank stocks right now? XLF's still down. Unity. Unity starting to tick up there. Again, I really like the Unity play. If you didn't see the earnings, I mean, it's literally going to be your loss. Or if you didn't see the watch list, I would go watch yesterday's watch list for the Unity play. And I think if you don't go crazy and keep it at a $50 budget, you are very good to go. Very, very good to go. Palantir ripping off faces. Where is LMT? Oil's still up. Unity's going. Shop, Roblox going. Don't laugh at me, but watch Peloton. Hey, man, call it out. Don't worry about it. I don't think I have any active. I have an old January TLT put, I think. Yeah, Roblo is crazy. Bro, I didn't realize it. We bought shares of Roblo at like 34 and then even like 31 and then the leap. I'm actually down more on my leap. My leap is almost as down now as much as the shares, but like Roblo is a stupid outperformer. I'm actually kind of worried for the earnings because I feel like that one still has a lot of meat on the bone. SPY's coming down here below VWAP. NASDAQ down 0.5% now. So is the SPY, and then the Dow is the one outpacing. A little bit bigger of a Chicle. Roku. Penalty on Robinhood for consumer protection violations. So stock is still going up, but that just came out. Caterpillar selling off. Remember, they had bad earnings already. Micron's dropping. TSM ended up bouncing up a little bit. So did Baba. Baba's green now on the day. TAP 9% post-earning. Yeah, they were only down 6 pre-market, so it's still going. Keep in mind Caterpillar. That could be a continuation of the downside. Mosaic, fertilizer plays. There's a report on them this morning, but they're hitting the high ticker right now. Baba's up. They've been doing that. They open up negative, and then they just rally early on in the morning. Uber's coming down. Unity's still up. Ford is still red. Tesla's red. Amazon's barely down. I think Amazon's actually doing the best out of all of them. If it's Amazon or Netflix, Netflix is the only one in the green. Banks are down a lot, honestly. So like JP Morgan and XLF, all of them are just not looking too hot. Taiwan largest skyscraper lit up saying, "Welcome House Speaker Pelosi." TSM is the VIX today. I mean, it might be for a degree. And then China's already went positive, but TSM, again, is doing what it did yesterday. This is a key level. They already reported, right? Apple moving. But yeah, banks are not doing too hot. Banks are the third worst on the day, but they're right next to materials and industrials. Even tech is almost as bad as bank. Only thing up right now is energy, healthcare, and then utilities and real estate. Very defensive. Very, very defensive. Knowing Uber, it could be down by 20% next week. It really can, but it could also go up. Just get ready, because usually Uber, they give a lot of guidance afterwards, and then the calls come in later. But Uber did very good, but I think it could either go up or down 20 more percent based on the follow-up, the analyst, and what the company says. Robinhood to pay crypto $30 million penalty to New York State for significant failures in bank security and anti-money laundering obligations and cybersecurity. But Uber did good. If you didn't see their earnings, like they actually killed it comparatively. And I mean, you would have thought more of the inflationary environment would have clapped them. Pretty much, they did $8 billion in revenue, and the estimate was 7.3. And then they did $8 billion in revenue versus 3.93 a year ago. And then they missed on deliveries. They beat on everything else. And then adjusted EBITDA came in at $364 million. Estimate was $265, and then last year they lost $509 million. So they turned a profit, increased some cash flow there. I mean, it was a pretty solid response, believe it or not, considering a lot more people were kind of worried. Airbnb is green. Airbnb is looking good again. We grabbed that put yesterday. If it didn't go up today and had a pre-rundown, we would have been able to grab some of the calls, but just killing it for now. But watch out for that again. Be on the lookout for Expedia and Booking as well, too. Roblo's hitting the high ticker. SPY's kind of chilling at the low. Roblo is at 46 now almost. Jeez. Intel, AMTD, they were up. They're getting clapped here a little bit. Microsoft pop. I'd watch Netflix again, 230. It's only at 226 though. Thought it was at 228. See, Airbnb pop. ETRN, that one's still holding. Unity, I just like it. I mean, it just, the stock is pinned and the play is cheap. I mean, just go watch the watch list on it. There's nothing on besides that, but I mean, that's good enough for me. I like it. If I'm only spending $50, I wouldn't put like $500 down on it, but with $50, I mean, I'm more than happy with that. LMT giving off its gains. Think about TD sequential. I haven't looked into it. I know TD bought that other company here today. See if Uber breaks out. Amazon is now flipped positive. They were the only other tech name that was up. Apple's trying to fight, but they're still down 0.5%. Netflix breaking out. That's what I want to see. Roblo on the high still again. Unity kind of playing along, but not so much. Ford is climbing now back to positive. UUP, that's still up. Again, a lot of the currencies strengthened today just out of fear. Roblo, 46. Bro, I want to say I break even at like $50. Something in the 50s after that $30 average down. Because I forgot we averaged down like half the size. I have like 900 shares. So, not too bad. I think Pelosi, we're going to find out Taiwan here in about 45 minutes, I think. And then you're going to also get data coming in too on the jobs front. Even DraftKings, a lot of growth names are running here, and the big dogs wait for them to kind of play. Tesla's hitting the high now. Tesla has just gone positive and is going. Revlon, watch out for it. Yeah, it's already up 7. Remember what it did yesterday. It is moving. Was good, traders. It says possible ban evader. We already know who you are with that negativity. Come on, man. Try again. It's okay. Make another account. You know, don't make the name as similar to, like, you know, what you hate on. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to be good and just come with positivity. But that attitude, you know, was not going to last. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't last. It didn't last. That's what Twitch gives you a lot more tools for that. AMD green. Revlon's going again. So, I mean, watch out for that. I know people are going to call it out if it goes crazy. I mean, like, I told you. So here it is. It's right there waiting for you. Boyle and UNG on the low side. Exxon going down, so is Conoco. AMD and the berries and Airbnb today. First Solar on the low. We're kind of slipping up here a little bit. Back down to 0.5% on the SPY, 0.8 on the Dow, and then only 0.3 on tech. So tech got a little bit bigger of a bounce there. I am thinking about Spotify again. We're gonna wait till Airbnb earnings today, and then we'll have our pick of the litter and get to see where we go. MAIA moving. Snap, huge pop. It's riding off of Pinterest. It's back above 10 now. So people like that one. Microsoft, no. Amazon back to red. Apple back to red. Netflix is the only one holding green. SPY hitting a low right now. ETRN, this was an energy one. They did good today on the report. Caterpillar is near the low. Caterpillar's loss might continue. That one's up to you in the premiums. And then Uber. Uber came down after breaking out a little bit. Ford back to red. Tesla briefly went green. Now it's red. SPY at the low of the day. 408.25. About 45 minutes till a Pelosi update. Bonds are throwing mixed signals, moving like recession outweigh inflation. Fed says no recession. Interesting dynamic. I think you're getting real volatility, but don't be confused that no matter what, like if you try to read TLT and the bond market independently of like, again, the recession and inflation fears, it's going to be hard to interpret, especially through the bond market. But I mean, if you want one thing to be for certain, that yield curve is still inverted to a very, very big degree. And that right there, I mean, that's why I always say we're kind of on a one-way road regardless. It's hard to try to pick it apart and find the timing, but this is kind of giving us a better idea of the broader risk in the market, and or at least at the very least, the yield curve is saying something about funding stress in the future. Tesla, big pop. Tesla, big pop. SPY back up to VWAP. Ackman is short to 5-year and 30. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. I did not know that. Tesla, Apple just got a big pop. I think everybody did, even Microsoft. Everybody but Netflix got one, it looks like, or Netflix just isn't updating. Uber's coming back. NVIDIA, big pop. Yeah, NVIDIA is positive now, so is AMD. Again, AMD has the earnings, so does PayPal. PayPal's even up there, too. It's just the margins aren't big. You're not up by too much. Uber, TSM. TSM might go green after that. Redbook year over year, 15. Previous was 13. Bottom is when Apple gets hit. Shopify on the high. Some of the big techs trying to bounce, but Tesla, Netflix, Microsoft are kind of doing the best. But actually, Microsoft, those other candles are a little bigger on the downside. More confirmation of Pelosi could be super bullish if there's no reaction. I think maybe if there's no reaction initially, but then I'm sure we'll get a response. Honestly, it's so wild where there's so many things to expect where it could escalate big, but it's also people are just looking at, will there be an economic effect? Will Taiwan get sanctioned or get affected by China? What will they do with it? What are the odds Nancy did this on purpose? I don't even know. Like, a lot of people have asked me, they're like, why is Nancy doing this? And I don't know. It seems so random. And again, they were talking about it this morning where Nancy has talked about this since April and nobody really pushed back, not even Biden. So it was that's where it's kind of weird because it's like, it's not like this was sporadic. Nancy has actually talked about this since April, but I genuinely don't know why or, what the purpose would be. But I feel like if this was another administration and it was somebody else, I feel like a lot of people might call it belligerent, just seeing the reaction. But then it's also like, why is China reacting like this all of a sudden? Somebody tagged me in a tweet. It was pretty funny. They're like, with China's real estate crash, China kind of needs a war, but it's just like, why, it's one thing, why is Nancy doing it? But then it's like, why is China making such a big deal? And, again, it's not as if China needs to go to this level to like, it's like we visited before, you know what I'm saying? So that's where it gets interesting. So we'll find out here in like 45 minutes. That's the maybe a couple hours. I saw videos online. A lot of people did. That was the story. Again, I mean, a lot of people early, like by the time I put out the watch list, a lot of people were kind of doubting the narrative that this would even affect things. Then all of a sudden, these videos started popping up, and then the futures started sliding. China stocks, Hong Kong stocks didn't do good. The Hong Kong dollar weakened. Like, it just got a little weird. And then just like the tensions are rising. I mean, it's just one thing where overnight we had global tensions kind of return back to the market for a little bit. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, they got hacked this morning. Yeah, the 2-hour China call Biden had exactly right before this, and then nothing changed. But again, it's not as if like Biden could have voiced his opinion against this move, but he didn't since April. Microsoft's selling off now, so he had that little hit a low, pop up, and come back down, but again, a little bit weird. Twitter's on the high, actually. All the social media stocks are doing good because of Pinterest, it looks like. And then Uber trying to hold up a little bit. Caterpillar is not flushed yet. UUP, big pop on UUP, actually. Again, been a while since we've gone up near 0.5%. So let's see if we actually get a big bounce. But that won't be good for the market. Nancy confirmed on SPAR 19. That plane SPAR dropped off radar. Uh-oh. Everybody in the world freaks out. Pelosi landed. Are you sure it's happening? Oh, SPY is coming down. Let's see. The plane the world was watching. Amazon's still going, though. Not everything's getting clapped. Right back up to VWAP. Uber is continuing. Twitter is just running. Again, Snap and Pinterest is down, but it's still holding. But Twitter and Snap, social media companies, are looking really nice today. Meta is just a little subdued, but it could go positive pretty quick. Oracle weak. DraftKings almost at 15. Jeez. Yeah, DraftKings on fire. Even Roblo. Bro, Roblo's like scaring me at this point. Like, Roblo feels weird. I'm like, why is it doing so well? I guess it's just a long way from $30 or $20. MGAM clapped. IBM board probe claims fudge sales figure. IBM's reacting to that. Hold on. IBM's reacting. Apparently, there is there's fake numbers on IBM. I don't see it yet. Hold on. Wait. IBM board probe. Oh, I just saw it. It disappeared. IBM board probe claims of fudge sales that led to big bonuses. The register. Oh, damn it. Someone already snaked those. All right, I was going to make a play, but not anymore. I wanted like a cheap one. But they got a little bit of premium. Apple reverse. Spy's coming back down again. Yeah, Apple is flipped right now. Microsoft. I think once you see Amazon and Netflix go, and then even some of these even like Roblox, DraftKings, but a lot of other growth names are really, really holding. Airbnb, AMD, TSM's coming back down. Micron's already at the low. Even Qualcomm, Nvidia and AMD are doing good. Example of the premiums. I mean, just just look at it. Here it is. It's just like you could see the news came out, and right before the news came out, the 5-cent options went for 20. So that's why I'm like, I don't know if I want to grab a play here where last thing I want to do is buy a weekly option that is up 4 or 5 times just in 1 minute. So premiums are jacked up, relatively speaking. Even compare it to the last couple days, you can see how it's moving. So that's where I was like, we got the news, we have it early, we call it out. It's up to you if you want to take the risk. There was some cheaper plays, but literally the prices jumped, so I ended up not pulling the trigger. LMT has to close around 460 to break even on that play by August 19th. Yeah, or I just need to make $40 on it. So I mean, we shorted the $25, so I think if I get like 15 cents in the money, yeah. But yeah, if you're not in the money by expiration, you'll lose just like a normal contract. We can make money on the run up as well. Like I think it's up like $20 today, $50. Actually, I'm up $100 on the spread, which is good, but let's see. Yeah, because these are the same price we sold them at, and then these go up in value. It's the same as yesterday, though. They haven't moved too much. But if it does, I mean, at least it's up today. If it gets jumpy, that would be a nice one. Intuitive Surgical gains on accelerated buyback agreement. IBM's board has started investigation into claims where manipulating leading executives to secure big bonuses. Yeah, so here's the source for it. It's just, I don't know. I think the premiums are a little too high, and it did kind of look a little sketch. I don't know the background on it, but it is that might be going around here. MGAM halted and gutted. Yeah, they gave back to $8. Yeah, they said no more. Sorry. IBM's board of directors start an investigation. Yeah, that's coming out right now. There's some level of confirmation. We found out, we know what site that news was posted on, but I don't know about the credibility. Uber. I did not get off the MGAM. No, we talked about this yesterday. I said I'm chill holding it. Again, we were saying, if you want to take it, you should. I don't think it hurt too much. Nat gas, huge dump. Appel. Fed daily respite will come from decreasing gas prices and housing market. Stalling is also a good indication. Is that Fed daily? Again, you got Bullard and the other one today too. LMT's moving, SPY bouncing off the bottom here. Yeah, Uber looks great. Even I'm surprised. I thought those premiums would get clapped, but they're at least holding. McGraw. Qualcomm. Jolt's coming in 2 min. Oh, wow. Yeah. That'll be key. The JOLTS jobs report, and then, I mean, little before we know it, you're going to get a Nancy update. But yeah, JOLTS jobs openings. This will just be key because it could give us an idea about the tightness of the labor market and how it could apply to the Fed. Fed Dolly, it would be a mistake to get overconfident that we've already found the solution. Fed Dolly, it would be a mistake to get overconfident that we have already found the solution. AMTD paused due to volatility. Walmart. Shopify is still holding up. MGM halted. Yeah, on the downside. It's back to where we bought it now. So that story's it's either gonna come back or that story's over now. Roblo's still going. Weed is ripping. Spar 19 carrying Pelosi has entered Taiwan's Air Force defense. LMT is popping off of that. LMT is literally reacting to it. I don't think she landed, but I mean, people are saying that she's entered into Taiwan airspace. The latest update was somebody posted that. Then there's another update. She skirted the South China Sea. That's about it. Expect to arrive 10:20 by a private plane from Songshan Airport, according to Liberty Times. Bro, there's a lot of different reports. I feel like that's the crazy part with all of this. We're probably going to hear a bunch of other different stuff in between. Fed Daily, I anticipate a slower economy. JOLTS jobs opening, 10.6 actually. Wow. So that was a big miss. I don't know how to take that one because I feel like the Fed wanted a strong market, but that JOLTS jobs opening, I guess, I mean, lower job openings more bullish. Interesting. So less openings, I guess a little bit tighter of a market. So many people are tracking Pelosi. The site is down. Yeah, they don't want as many jobs. So the amount of openings, I mean, that could either indicate people are getting hired or the jobs are getting taken up. But for the most part, this is kind of more negative than not. Or at least it's showing you a little bit of a crack in the employment numbers. Or at least we're watching those come down as we're starting to forecast some inflation coming down. And then LMT starting to take off a little bit. The premiums are looking good. So actually, you made almost 50%. Because look at the contract we sold did not go up in value, but then we just made money on these ones. We could just call it a day if we really wanted to. Lower than expected is bearish for this metric. It's bearish, but then the question is, does a bearish jobs report mean more bullish for the Powell pivot? Because again, if the jobs gets weaker, then the weaker jobs means less likely for Powell to keep raising as aggressive. So it's interesting. I mean, I am leaning towards negative though off of that. Bonds didn't react, but it looks like the dollar did a little bit. They're kind of still staying pinned up there. 605 drop is the third biggest on record. Only COVID was worse. Yeah, so that means some economic impact, and now maybe the Fed might have to question the whole jobs thing. Is it lower because more jobs have taken by employees or lower because they're not hiring? That we don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, there's a way to do a deeper dive that could tell us. I just have to read into it. So it's like U.S. job openings fell 605,000 to 10.6 million in June from 11.3. Estimate was 11. 4.2 million people quit their job, a quit rate of 2.8. June job openings as a percentage of total employment plus openings was 6.6 versus 6.9 the prior month. June pace of hiring 4.2 versus 4.3. Separations at 3.9 versus 4. Layoffs and discharges was 0.9 versus 0.9 in May. 1.3 million people were fired or laid off in June versus 1.3 million in last year. An additional 367 left their employer due to retirements, transfers, death, and separations due to disability. So half of the losses came from, otherwise nothing seemed that crazy. It doesn't seem like it missed too much, but 367,000 of the 605, have left due to retirement, transfers, death, and separation. Uber has Joby stake earnings call and pop in. I think, didn't they take a big charge on that, though? Bed Bath has 100% short interest. GameStop, Ryan Coleman bought at 15, and it's at 5. Easy 3 times their net worth. Good call out. Yield curve is snitching. Pelosi radar back on. She's about there. Well, LMT is ripping, if you haven't noticed. Right when all those headlines came out that she entered the airspace, LMT is going nuts. Dollar is nice. It's still lower, though. If it holds, let's see if it holds up. Lately, in the last couple days, we've seen the dollar move. It hasn't necessarily held, so we'll find out. Uber calls up 500 buying AMD. Wouldn't be bad. Taking some profits. You could hold a little, but it's a nice move. If you caught that 13%, it's great. Taiwan's presidential office hit with cyber attacks. Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 that have already came down. Not the bonds are snitching, but the yield curve. The yield curve is still highlighting economic problems. That jobs report's not good. Wait for non-farm payrolls, but even the jobs report that came out right now, that is also not as good as well, too. Happy to be here. We love you too. God bless you. My Chicago friend. Chicago. I'm lost. What do you mean? Snitching? Like Jerome Powell, nah, bro, we ain't got no recession. And then there's the little bonds in the corner. He's like, I think there's going to be nah, man. Powell told me there's a problem. He going full, hit you with the blicky eye, hit with the sticky eye, 6ix9ine snitching. You know what I'm saying? Where 6ix9ine was like, what, man? They didn't have my back. What you want me to do? That's what the bonds are doing. They Powell ain't support me. Why you think my curve is inverted? Nah, there's a problem with funding markets and bond. With the blicky eye. Are you dumb? Are you stupid? That's what the bonds are saying. The whole time, the equity markets do something, and the bonds you stupid, huh? Are you stupid? So that's kind of how I view the metaphor, if that makes sense. I'm not wilding. I'm just trying to explain to you this definition of what's going on before Nancy crashes the stock market. Let's see. LMT, bro, they said Nancy plane enters Taiwan airspace. LMT shoots up 2%. We could buy Apple bonds. You could do it through your brokerage probably. I don't know how to go about it in the sense. I don't know if you'll need to be qualified, and I don't know the demand pretty much. If everybody has already allocated money towards it in the offering, it may not be available. But that's a big deal yesterday. You got to realize even with the yield curve and this thing we're saying is snitching, again, it's getting worse even today, which is wild. That's how you know the problem. Global tensions are hitting the market so much faster right now. And again, the yield curve is inverting more than even the last couple of weeks, even CPI, even Powell, all of that, which is wild. But that is a really, really big effect right here that we got to be watching. And I forgot the other part I was going to say. Are you dumb? I don't, sorry. Is this, yeah, I can't, yeah. But just get ready for it. Is Pelosi? Yeah, Pelosi. The yen is everything except the Hong Kong dollar strengthened as people are getting worried. Again, the fact that the tensions have hit the market so quickly, that's the weird part about all of it. That's the part that makes this something very fascinating because it's reacting. Even the yield curve is, but I mean the yield curve is also telling you just the broader picture too. So we're gonna see. Damn, we already made $500 on that. So you're up over 100% on the debit spread. Pretty much the one that we sold barely went up, and then the one closer to the money went up by a lot. So you could even sell out of the debit spread right now and walk away with almost 200% actually. So pretty much you would lose 150 on the calls you sold, but then you'd make 775 on the normal ones. So if you want to even get out of there, again, another 100, 200%. That's like a quick MGAM. You've already got the move. Depending on what happens with Nancy, that play will react accordingly. So keep that in mind. Taiwan Tensions, long-term terminal. It's not working, bro. You still sticking out, bro. You still sticking out. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'll try to make a new account and start with positivity. You know what I'm saying? Be like, it's a beautiful day. I love being here. Be like, maybe like say, what's up, Charlie? And like wish everybody like a hello. You know what I'm like? You got to come and chill, or like, you know what I'm saying? You got to come and chill. They burning you out. SPY coming down now. You're breaking through LMT. A lot of growth names now are kind of giving up. Honestly, watch, because if LMT starts to give up some, then we're going to have a problem. Yeah, SPY's getting pretty big here. Carvana, no. I'm looking for the headlines right now. Nothing has came out. Again, the jobs report was the only thing, and that wasn't good. Jobs report can create some. China closes airspace above Taiwan Strait to all civilian aircraft. Oh, my gosh. Taiwan Tower lights up. Welcome, Pelosi. Someone just said it, though. I haven't confirmed it, but we got it posted that they're closing airspace. I don't know where that one's coming from. Zero Hedge tweeted it. So get ready. All right, just watch out. This is weird. Again, the fact that we moved so much on every headline is odd. Anything you invested? We have TSM from last week. I have Micron puts, and then we grabbed Lockheed Martin yesterday, and they're up about like over 100% now. At this 200%. We spent $400 for a debit spread. You could walk away right now with $850 net profit. That's the only other play we have. Who would have thought? It's weird. I mean, again, the way it just developed, who would have thought Nancy would have started it, but then who also would have thought that China would actually make a big deal on it? Like that, again, it's just weird. That's like the other part. It's one part like, okay, I can't understand what Nancy's doing, but then it's like you can't really understand why China is doing it. Again, I mean, if you want any tin, I like the tin foil that China's economy is, the real estate is crashing so hard they need a war, but that's it. That's the only thing I can think of. But it's still just odd that China would even be willing to escalate the situation as well too. It's like, are you willing to shoot down a plane if someone visits, or is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could sanction them, you could condemn them with war, you could do so many things, you could cut off exports, but do you really want to cause like a war and all of these other things? That's where it gets very interesting. So a lot of things are coming down except for Carvana. They're on the high. High taker's actually still moving. Load up on cash and treasuries in the face of geopolitical risk.
Global peace,
so they're talking about it here in terms
dividend,
of buying bonds.
and we're going to see very high levels of defense spending, cybersecurity spending, spending on space.
We've got some deal drama with Twitter. The company issuing a new
They're not
subpoena.
even talking about it. It's not as hype there. Watch out for BA. All of the defense names could go up. Again, literal defense stocks. And we're at 407. Surprisingly, we're not down too much. You're just about 1% on the Dow, 3/4 on the SPY, and then the NASDAQ's only like 0.6. So we could still move a lot, but this could break us out of the Friday range. We'll see. So again, and the market's still responding to pretty much any of the headlines. Airbnb, they're holding up great today. Getting clapped V. Even Netflix came down. SPY trying to bounce a little bit. TSM even came down too. SPY calls FDA news MAIA. SPAR 19 location. How does war fix real estate market? It gives them, everybody in the country, something to focus on instead of boycotting mortgages. And then they'd have an excuse to ramp up production in other industries and then put more money into the system to create production. I mean, wars are usually bullish for an economy in a weird way, depending on how you get affected for it. Or it could, again, even in political times, you'll notice a lot of times when countries start struggling, getting into war, and the timeline correlates heavily. When you verify with your own news that they've boycotted mass mortgages, yeah. I mean, there's been reports from China stuff. A lot of analysts who are covering it. I mean, people have seen it. I haven't talked to my China friend about it, but even from what I've seen, it looks pretty legit. That or it could be, I mean, it's either legit or they're saying it as a reason to just hide the decline. But for the most part, it does seem like you are getting a lot of like social, like there was pretty much Weibo posts. So I saw that's legit. Like I saw a post on China social media that was there. Like it had like 60 million like views or something or retweets on what's it called? On boycotting the mortgage. 24 million people are watching this live stream of Pelosi's plane. You gotta hide everything. You'll get clapped. Yeah, I'm not playing Starbucks I have an old Starbucks. I don't think I'm going for AMD. But we will see. I mean, if Airbnb could turn negative, I get a cheap call. I'd love it, but it's already moved on a little bit. You play soybeans? No. We haven't. We played a couple commodities this year, but we never. I was going to do the soybeans, but we never really got into them. Long-term WA still has 5% divvy. I'd wait till it comes down a little bit more, but I do like Walgreens. But again, they have a lot more value in the sense of being out of favor. And like that's one of those names, like once we get close to the dividend amount, I was up a lot more. I'm still up on it, but I would like a little bit more cushion. That's what I'm saying. I think you'd be buying into a premium now. Chinese warplanes continue their flights in Fuzhou province, closest to Taiwan. Landing in 20 minutes. ETRN still holding. Where's Caterpillar? Caterpillar bounced a little bit. Uber's still holding up. NVIDIA could be good. I did not take profits on MGAM. I mean, we talked about it a lot. I think anybody still in here, I mean, you should know what to have expected from it. But I'm still going to ride that one out. With HKD going up, I am. But, I mean, this is, I wanted to let that one ride. Visa is flushing down 3.1. PayPal. Well, PayPal's moved up a lot. So, I mean, it's still quote-unquote cheap. But over the last couple days, I mean, all the premiums are jacked up. And you're pretty much going to be buying it almost 50% from the bottom just in the last 2 weeks. Nancy, I think we're going to get an update here in at least maybe 20 minutes, maybe less. And then we're right back up to VWAP. We're chilling out a little bit. It's kind of we're slowly edging down. Every one of the headlines kind of creating a freak out, and then it's all right, chill, but then it won't chill too much. We'll see if it bounces. Pose with some oil names in the long term. No, but just, I mean, understand what we're going through now with oil. It is temporary. Again, commodity plays are going to operate different in the long run. So if you really see yourself owning it for 10 years, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it. But, up until this year, I wasn't really a fan of even buying any oil companies. U.S. Air Force authorized to open fire in case of Chinese interference. Oh, that's great. Love to hear it. Twitter. They were just talking about Twitter, I think, right? On CNBC. I see a little candle. I don't see a huge one. Everything is just. I'm just waiting on the next. I'm just waiting on one Nancy headline. That's it. We need Nancy landed and getting about itinerary without any issue, and then you might get a little bit of relief depending on the reaction. This get ugly quick. Anybody fires, it is not good. That's the point. I mean, both of them now. You now have both sides. One side's training and flying airplanes, and now the other side flying into other foreign territories. Well, we are authorized to fire if they fire at us. I'm okay. But yeah, I doubt it will. I just would any of you really want to do this? Would any of you really start a world war because Nancy Pelosi wanted to visit? Because Nancy Pelosi wanted to wine in Taiwan. That's it. That's a real big decision you got to make as a country. You know what I'm saying? It's okay, I'm going to ban you for life, or you could ban them. You could be we're just going to charge you a tariff, but it's are you really going to start the biggest war? Nancy, I just wanted to visit. I wanted to drink a wine, and it's important. And it's fine. There's nothing, and we want to show the Taiwanese people how to have a good happy hour. And that's it. I don't know. I don't think we're going to fight because of that. If we do, it'd be crazy. SPAR 19 starting to reduce altitude and approach. I don't know why Nancy Pelosi is now Mike Tyson. I don't know what's happening, but I'm just going to go with it. I feel like Nancy and Mike Tyson should share the same voice. That's it. It's simple. No, I'm not going to add more MGAM. Only thing I'm looking to add right now at this point, we wait till Airbnb earnings, and then we could either go with Airbnb, Uber, or JPM or Abivai. Break down the Uber earnings with the Mike Tyson voice. I mean, Uber earnings were good. It was good. Netflix not looking great. It was in the morning. He was doing great. Great guy. Now he's red with everybody. Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says in a text message they greet Wu to greet VIP at Songshan Airport. So Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs texted that they're going to be meeting the VIP at Songshan Airport government. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Nothing will happen. White House calling China's bluff. And in a weird way, it will be. I mean, that's why we're going to see it. But, I mean, last time we tried to call a bluff, it didn't end well. It never does. If they're bluffing, it's dope. If they're not, it's fucked.
Would spark a very serious crisis.
See, they're talking about it
but
now.
At the moment, what this White House is trying to do is really tone down
Camera go P.
any of that.
Follow me on
rhetoric and saying
Instagram at the
Speaker
Trading
Pelosi
Fraternity.
has every right to
I love
visit
you.
Taiwan, and it is not change of a policy of the one China policy the administration has and the U.S. government has towards China.
Sam, so let's just talk about this in terms of the response that we could get. As AMH flags, we could see a military response to a military response. What is the state of readiness in Taiwan?
So the Defense Ministry put out a statement earlier today, of course, trying to play down any fears. They're saying they've got the situation under control. They have deployed additional resources around Taiwan and that they are ready to counter anything the PLA throws their way. So it's clear, again, Taiwan is talking a good story. It's trying to project this appearance of strength in the face of a threat from a much larger neighbor. But what is absolutely clear, that were anything to happen, if this did go from rhetoric to anything approximating a hot war, Taiwan would absolutely need assistance from its neighbors and its democratic allies, such as the United States and potentially Japan.
All right, Bloomberg, Samson Ellis in Taipei, and Anne-Marie Hordern at the White House for us. Thank you both so much. We understand from an official in Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the foreign minister will be greeting a, quote, VIP at Songshan Airport. Of course, we expect that will be Nancy Pelosi touching down in less than 20 minutes' time. We'll talk about that next with Kishore Mahbubani, the former UN Security Council president.
Interesting. Civil defense warning turned on in China. See, this is crazy. This is like, it sucks because like we're just like, I'm in California right now, so I don't really know exactly what's happening. And then we're just waiting here, seeing. It's like it's a weird little event we got here. This is like the weirdest global tension we've experienced. I'm telling you. It's just weird. It just came out of nowhere. But it didn't. But then it did. And then now it's like, what? Like, hold on. What time of the day? I finish at 1 p.m. for the stock market. Laker J, what's up, baby? The plane door opens and then Trump walks out? Nah, that'd be crazy. That would be insane. I don't even know what would be more. The fact, even if Nancy walks out, I'm just still. I want to know like how China reacts is just going to be the key. Tesla popping some bigger candles here on Tesla, kind of doing its own thing. Tesla can prosper without Musk, Munster, and Fadis. There's something coming out right now. There's a Q&A on Musk and Twitter. So a lot of people are talking about Musk right now, but that's it. But Tesla's doing its own thing. It's doing its own thing. Is Pops sleeping? Talking about Elon? Yeah, there's no other news, but Tesla's popping off of that. September plays on Tesla. $200 in the money? Oh, out the money. I was like, wow, it's crazy. Nancy Land, I don't know. I mean, they have there's a couple of live streams at the airport. They had it up there. I mean, I could probably bring it back up once they get back from commercial. We'll see. But there's a live stream there. I don't think she's landed, but I think I think it's on the way. Civil defense sirens turned on. That was a little bit ago. She just landed. We're going to find out. I'm sure once it's like there. Otherwise, it's like we're getting a couple minutes at a time. Oh, wait. China plane Su-35 is flying across Taiwan Strait. F-35 or like a jet is flying across. That just came across the headlines too. Jeez. Spy gas. It is actually. We are running end phase on the high, or ETRN. That was the one from earlier. Tesla's leading the way. As we're waiting for headlines, the market's like, nah, I'm good, man. NASDAQ's only down a quarter. SPY down 0.3. And then the Dow at negative 0.73. There's a lot. There's a lot of information we're getting, and it's just a developing situation. Bitcoin, huge rip. Let's see, Uber. What else? Caterpillar. Caterpillar's still holding up. Twitter said, sirens going off. The latest one I got, there was also there's a Su-35 jet, a Chinese jet flying across the Taiwan Strait right now. Not a F-35, a Su-35. It's the Russian version of a F-35. AMTD, wasn't that a hype one in the morning? That's down. VRAX is popping. MAIA, that one's down. Kind of popped. MGAM unhalted but dead now. HKD. There's GME. GME's still up. AMC as well, too. AMC's up a lot. I'm addicted to listening to you all day. God bless you. We love you. Today's just a wild day, man. Today is going to be a while. We're still waiting. I mean, I feel like in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we should know. But flights always get delayed. You know, the flight cancellation. So I don't know how long it'll be with Nancy. She has to get her bags, too. BBBY pop, big one. 3%. Well, then AMD till Friday. Nancy, we don't know. Is it just theater? Kind of, but it's just, I mean, somebody in the chat posted it earlier. They were like, you know, G was trying to punk Nancy, and then Nancy called the bluff, and now the question is, are they really going to do what they say? That's it. That's all that matters at this point. Oh, shit. You guys want it? I got a feed. I got a live feed. Hold on. There's a live feed of people waiting outside now, the airport. Let me grab it for it. I need to get it. I got it texted to me. Okay. There it is. Oh, we could keep this up. I think you guys would like it. So this is right now. This is in China. There's like 4,000 or 5,000 people watching it. But I'm pretty sure this is the airport. Otherwise, we're getting tricked into it. BBBY is going crazy. Yeah, it's going up there. You had that super chat like, what, 10, 15 minutes ago about it? So that was a good call out. CF on the high, too. I think it's like 10 p.m., 10:30 in China or Taiwan right now. And then LMT, SPY came up a little bit, but you have a lot of other runners there. And again, a couple of bigger name ones started to go up. I emailed it to you, Troy. Just send them here, bro. Just send them here. Just send them here. Call it a day. We're all waiting anyways. We're all just sitting here with the tension. That's it, because it sucks. Because whatever the market does right now, I'm sure how this plays out from here is going to be key. This isn't live because it's nighttime when it's only 10:30 a.m. I'm pretty sure it's 10:30 p.m. for them. With some scary shit. Just, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, by the looks of it, it doesn't seem like, I mean, you have officials lined up, you got people in suits, you got people ready to go. It doesn't seem like that. I think our tensions are higher than over there. I mean, obviously, we're not sitting in that situation, but, oh, some sirens? No. Spar altitude, 8,000 feet. 96,000 feet, landing in 15 minutes. So SPY, again, we had a nice bounce from earlier. Again, when we were a lot lower when LMT started moving on the first headlines, but LMT starting to tick up, Bed Bath & Beyond, Dollar. I'd watch it all. And then, again, any other news, we already had the jobs data come in. Pelosi's plane expected to arrive at 10:43 local time. So about 7 minutes. 7 minutes expected for landing. So, again, if they're that close to landing, that means they didn't run into a jet, right? I don't know. Like, Fed Evans, I think he should actually be on right now. Give or take. We might even get some Fed Evans quotes here in a little bit. Being escorted. Yeah, but think, I mean, if it's 7 minutes away from landing, that technically means they haven't ran into an issue, right? I feel like they're closer than not. Like, I would be happy. I'll be like, oh, China said they're going to shoot me. I'm 7 minutes till landing. I think we made it. I don't know, though. I don't know. I'm not Nancy. Mm-mm. 7 minutes is a long way. I guess so. Well, yeah, well, they said they would intercept. There was reports of a Su-35 Chinese jet flying through, and now we're getting reports that Nancy is going to land here about 43, 6 minutes, 5-6 minutes away. LMT chilling out again. What are the premiums on LMT? Still got a 200% on that. Why is Pelosi there? I do not know. I do not know. They're patrolling the runway. So here's another clip. So this is them waiting, and then this is another one. Honestly, it might just look dramatic because we can't read anything, and all you see is police lights. But something's going on. We're waiting a couple minutes. Oh, yeah, that's the airport. Yeah, that's the actual airport itself. So see if the market rips or goes down leading into it. But, I mean, the moment is approaching. JetBlue CEO is commenting right now. Diamondback Energy CEO as well, too. So you got some post-earnings calls happening. I think she'll be there for, like, there's a plan for her to have dinner with the president and do a couple of things. She has, like, a whole itinerary. Is that it? Yo, is that it? Or is that a shooting star? Is that Elon or Nancy? No, I think that's her plane. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's Yancey coming in hot. Like, literally, I think that's her right there. It could have been Elon. They're all getting ready. Get off your phones. Come on. Pelosi's plan expected to land at 10:43. More reports come literally in 3 minutes here. Land the plane. Here, I got you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're not landing the stock market live, but we're landing here into Taiwan. With our special VIP on board that could clap the market and get you all drafted. But it looks like we're going to be landing here around 10:43 on this final approach. We're coming in hot. And please tray tables up and no more margaritas, Nancy. Thank you. Get ready. There it is. Why is it all like red in London? Is that police lights on the plane? So here's the other view if you want more angles. That one's starting to cut out a little bit. So SPY's going up. Honestly, I think it's going to be chill for now. Pretty much you've avoided the first one. I doubt they're going to do anything when it hits the damn tarmac, but yeah, it's not. I think the next level is now what does China say? Do they issue a sanction or whatever? But at least you're avoiding. It looks like you're avoiding military conflict, so that's at least good. This is the most watched landing since the moon. Yes. This is so intense. So SPY's coming up. Honestly, SPY might be able to brush it off here. Because if it lands, no problems. I mean, just imagine how many eyeballs are looking at this right now. Everyone's just going to start looking at everything else and going back to normal until we hear any other updates. So just get ready. I don't know if it's confirmed that she was on the plane. We'll find out. So there it is. Yeah, that view sucks. This is a way better view. Now it's coming in. So we'll find out. If she get off that plane, that's her. BBBY going again. SPY hitting a new high right now. Even TSM is recovering. Watch if Baba comes up too. Yeah, what if it was Biden? He's like, hey, I got you. I fooled you. Why, you thought Nancy? No, I'm Nancy today. Welcome. Not playing around. Let's go. Landed. Look at it. Wow. That's an electric plane, huh? Transition. Beautiful. And Spy catching a green. Spy literally might go red as she is landing. Or go green, excuse me. Come on, man. All right. There it is. I think Nancy has landed. Spy is about to go green. We're coming up a little bit. Oh, that's loud. That's loud. That's loud. Just turn that down. Turn that down. There it is. Air Force NASDAQ has landed. Air Force NASDAQ has landed, ladies and gentlemen, with the one of the greatest investors and third leading politician. Check some of the global currencies, low key. See if they move. China currency not moving too much. LMT is moving, but that's it. I mean, it looks like she's landed without a problem. Let's see what Bloomberg has to say.
You think of other members of Congress, even within the last 12 months, going over and visiting Taiwan, and he says this is quite normal. And if there was to be an escalation, that would be on China's watch. So potentially the United States saying
so still down. Nasdaq's about to go green.
China, the one that is doing that. But of course, the rhetoric leading up to this moment has been harsh, and it has been rigorous, and it has been nonstop from China's foreign ministry and China's military, saying that they will not stand idly by with Speaker Pelosi coming. They view her the third-ranking highest U.S. official out of the United States. And even though Admiral Kirby had said that the president made clear to Xi Jinping, these two leaders only just spoke last week, that Congress is its separate independent entity. The foreign ministry of China believes that everyone in the United States should be abiding by that foreign policy of one China policy.
What is
and
this?
They view
This
this
red light makes it look so much
as an
scarier.
act of aggression.
Anne-Marie, there are those,
How come
there
this
are
one's
many
flipped?
that say this is about the midterms.
Oh, this one's delayed a little bit.
How does the Democratic Party, how does the Republican Party deal with this trip?
Yeah, they're going to talk politics with it. I wanted to see if they were saying it. Honestly, that's it. That's the event for now. Now the next level is going to be literally what does China say? What does China do next? But it looks like the initial approach in actually landing, given some of the talks we've heard and anything military conflict, it looks like that is disappearing. Or at least we have yet to see that materialize as of yet. Yash on the ground asked Nancy how her flight went. I ain't going to Taiwan, bro. I don't got no calls. I got TSM puts. Most of them were sleeping. Yeah, you thought it was like a huge military event. And then they were like, yo, if you come here, we're going to respond militarily. But then they're like, oh, she coming at 10:43. I got bedtime. Unfortunately, our military action is going to have to wait because we need a nap here. You think China's military is all Joe Biden? What's going on, bro? Come on. We talking military. They don't think they sleep like that. They're like, we'll just get home first thing in the morning. First thing in the morning. We will get there. TSM just launched. Literally, those ones. I think they're still holding up though on the put premium, but no, they were down 2-3% this morning. Again, they did the same thing yesterday, but I don't even think Taiwan Semiconductor went green yesterday. LMT, what are the premiums at? They're going up a little bit more. You got 1,000 pro. You actually made a decent amount on that debit spread. Unity earnings, I think it's pricing in $15 or something. Again, I think the earnings are next week too. Keep that in mind. I think, or it's, I guess, $8, which is still 20%. I thought it was pricing in more. Pelosi is now the first U.S. House leader, or the highest ranking member to visit since 1997. So technically this counts as a visit now. She could leave. She could just take off if she wanted to. And we could just call it a day. What do we watch for now? Now we watch for China. If you want to, on the global tensions front, you watch for any sanctions. You watch for any other moves. You even see, again, even that stock ban might come up, but watch that. I would watch chip makers, and then otherwise, if this finds a way to not derail what we got this week, the next level is just pay attention out of the rest of the Fed speakers we're going to be getting, and then the earning. Because, again, you got Bullard tonight. I don't know where Fed Evans is. I believe we were supposed to hear from him today. Evans was, I guess Evans was early in the morning. It was supposed to be 49 minutes ago. But we didn't really get any headlines. But you got some from Fed Dolly. And then Bullard tonight will be interesting. So SPY's hitting a new high here, about to go green. NASDAQ just went green. Dow is still down 0.5 point. This is the first Played Landing live stream I've participated in. I think this is the first one we've ever had. This is the first one we've ever had. Very, very, I mean, it's a historical moment because of the implications, and at the very least, again, now you have a very high-ranking official visiting Taiwan, and that has not happened in about 25 years. Does feel like FOMC a little bit. I mean, we'll see. Let's see if Nancy is. I think she is on the plane. We're going to find out here. But SPY's about to go green coming into this. A lot of names that are holding up are doing their thing now, too. Alibaba, China names are getting a little bit of an outpaced effect now on this. Apple is about to go green. Amazon is already green. Let's see who comes off the plane. Top Gun Nancy. The Taiwanese dollar is hitting a low off that. We should do it with more random flights. I feel you. We'll just have random flights that will be like, yeah, they're landing. Did anybody see Nancy yet? I should create my own carbo. It's hard. It's hard to get cans. Believe it or not. That's the hardest part. The can game is difficult. Iceman. Oh, wait. I don't think I've seen Pelosi. I think this is the Chinese delegation or the Taiwanese delegation. They're coming to the plane. Meeting in the middle of the night. TSM still ripping. Baba on the high as well, too. Even TXN is getting some steam right now. Microsoft. SPY's about to go green. It's fighting right here. It wants to, though. AMTD pop. HKD halted on the upside. AMC or AMD. There she is. There she is. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, I could spot Nancy from a mile away. Oh, I know an excellent trader when I see one. Oh, just walking down, looking like money. That's $100 million right there, bro. That's the $100 million lady. We just stopped the whole world just for this flight. That's it. She's landed. She's safe. She's off the plane. We've confirmed it's her. The SPY is now green, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY is now green. Oh, there it is. She's shaking hands. Xi Jinping is pissed right now. Bro, Xi Jinping is heated. Oh, I'm telling you. You know that? This photo right here? Like them meeting and then like, oh, he's pissed right now. He is pissed, bro. Oh, my gosh. 411.55. SPY is green now. All right. That's it. She's safe. The SPY is green. She's wobbling around out there. She's going saying hello to everybody. That's it. Back to earnings in the Fed, Chad. Back to earnings in the Fed. I'll keep it up here for a little bit, but now the next step is if China responds at all. What is China going to say? Is there going to be an action? But pretty much that's it. Back to earnings. Earnings in the Fed now. SPY 411.36. Tesla's going. Airbnb at the high. Oh, Tesla's really taking off. 917. We did it. We made it. Airbnb January. I'd get more time if you could go to January 2024, because believe it or not, a January contract, it really only lasts for like 3 more months if you think about it. Mm-mm. 411.24. Tesla's actually killing it. I'm watching LMT. I want to see if this one ends up holding up. This market sucks ass. Well, that was just a weird event that got in the way. I mean, again, it could still develop. That's the worry. Pinterest on the low. They've gave up, what, half of the gains here from the morning? Snap is still high, but no, that just got in the middle of it. But we'll see where we go from here. Again, China could still say something, or they could do, again, whether it's a trade war or who knows what they could cause from it, but we'll find out. Why are we going up? I thought this was supposed to be negative for the market. It could have been negative, but nothing negative has happened. That's it. I mean, again, like the video yesterday, that red line, China said that if she did what she did right now and landed, there was going to be a problem, and she landed, and there's not a problem as of yet. So that's why you're not, again, if anything, the reaction was a lot of relief. You saw China stocks go right up directly. Market started as literally her approach was in and no problems happened. The market started going up with it. But as of now, there's been no negative reaction to this at all. Y'all put too much into this. Well, that's what a lot of people were saying yesterday. But then, I mean, this morning, like global currencies were reacting. Again, China kept escalating. It's one thing to say, like, you know, everybody was looking at this too much, but it's like, oh, literally in the last 48 hours, you've watched China mobilize, bring tanks into the streets, align literal, like, bombs or missiles across from Taiwan and do all this crazy stuff. So it is very, oh, they cut it out? That's it. It's cut out. They got everybody in, and then that's it. I think that is it. Yeah, this is the, they're going to cut it off soon. I think that's the final one. Yep, that's it. It's over. They've cut them all now. There's no more live Nancy tracking. Oh, unless, wait, is that looks like a wedding. That don't even look like, oh, wait, hold on. Why do I feel like the groom is about to come out? China says U.S. House Speaker visit violates one China principle. What are you going to do about it? That is now where the story lies. What you going to do about it? That's it. That's it. This is now how the story has progressed. Nancy said, what are you going to do about it, huh? Okay, yeah, now what? Okay, let's say I did violate it. What you going to do? What you going to do about it? Yeah, Man. Bad, 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 bad boys. Change you if I could. I would change you if I could. All right, well, I think that's pretty much it, man. We'll find out what happens. I would just be on the lookout now for any China action now. That's it. Back to normal, Chad. Back to normal. Nothing so far. Even the stocks got a little bit of relief from it. Nothing's too crazy yet. But, I mean, the next 24 hours will be interesting. But so far, it looks like we're pretty chill. Xinhua cites statement from Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. China visits statement from Chinese ministry. They say it's a dangerous act of playing with fire. And they said they lodged solemn representations with us on Pelosi's visit. Baba's going up now. Are we done with the political drama? I mean, we haven't responded to Ukraine stuff in a while, and we gave you guys pretty good coverage of that and when to react and when not to react. But, I mean, that's just, you can't ignore it in the last 48 hours. This concept of global tensions interfering with the market, it came out of nowhere. But it makes sense why we reacted to it. Now we're going to see where we go. But, yeah, it just all depends on the situation of the uncertainty and types of global tensions. But this one was a pretty big global event, although it kind of seems minor, and thankfully nothing has happened. I mean, this one was a big one, and it just global actions, global tensions actually having an impact on the market. Usually it takes longer than not. Remember, the market didn't even really react too much, and then even bounced on the invasion in Ukraine. So, you know, the stock market's impact is a little bit weird. But everybody was very, this one was one where global tensions that was the only thing that could have derailed the rally. Like you saw it, the last couple of weeks we were bullish. We even started off good. If there was no Taiwan drama, the market would have been fine. That's why I said our plan for this week was very clear cut. Watch the Fed speakers, watch for the earnings, and get ready for non-farm payrolls, and then just, feed that into the CPI next week. But this was the only event where it was like, yeah, well, global tensions and a potential problem and China rhetoric, ramping up overnight, that could kind of slow down some of the bullishness. Honestly, China stocks might bounce too, even in China. Again, Hong Kong and China stocks sold off 2% leading into this morning. So we're going to see what happens. Are you saying we hit bottom already? No, I said we have a temporary rally up until August 10th when we get the CPI. We've been pretty clear about that. TGX to pay $13 million civil penalty. U.S., I think it's Consumer Group, for selling and offering and selling of distributing recalled products. Not too big of a fine, but $13 million TJX. Send video, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. HKD. Oh, it's at 1,000 now. Jeez, it was at 530 yesterday. Like crazy. Will China benefit if they clap Tesla? It depends if they took their property. But other than that, it would just hurt with sales. But they do get a lot of growth from there. It's been halted 20 times now. AMC, where's Bed Bath & Beyond? You guys called that one out pretty early. It popped and dropped. China says to take necessary measures to defend sovereignty. Sovereignty? Like what? I'm actually, dude, I want to see if they're going to do a trade thing or something like that. But If they don't, this will just turn into China looking like a lot of saber rattling. HKD is like playing blackjack. Yeah, you either hit or bust. PLA says to conduct military drills on August 4th through August 7th. So that just came. They're going to do military drills while she's there, I guess. Pelosi, our discussion with Taiwan will focus on reaffirming our support for our partner and promoting shared interests, including advancing a free and open Indo-Pacific region. This visit in no way contradicts longstanding United States policy. If America's solidarity with the people of Taiwan is more important today than ever. Trolling. Well, it's good. We got statements. Again, the more we're kind of calming down now as it's like kind of settling in, but we don't have any other news. Again, you had the jobs report, and that data was somewhat negative, but maybe positive in the sense it means Powell's runway might be lowered, but we'll find out. Meta popping. Yeah, Meta is green now again. All the social media stocks earlier, they were able to do their thing. AMD is after the bell today. Who has the ball? Right now, it's in China has the ball. It's up to them to see if they're going to do something or not. Or, again, maybe Nancy does something else that escalates while she's there. Again, don't underestimate how far a comment can go, especially if it's the wrong one. I'm not buying HKD. It's fun to watch, though. TSM is green now by 1%. BABA, they had a big rally. They're up 3 now. JD up 2. HKD 1,100. So it just goes up $100 every halt. Amazonian, Uber's holding up. Netflix. Sold my Roblo at the top. Well, dude, honestly, it's a good price. Like, I'm only a couple dollars to break even now on my position after our average down. So it's like if you were really worried about anything with the long term, this latest rally on some names, you were really able to get a lot of good gains back. So it just depends where you're at with it. But remember, make your decision. Speak now or forever hold your peace. That's going to be the key. Yeah, HKD has no options. It's an IPO. They're still out here. They still got a couple of clips here in front of the White House, or not the White House, the airport in Taiwan. I don't even think you can. I don't even think you can. Abivai, huge upgrades. That's not good because we want Airbnb to report, and then we want Abivai cheap. But we'll see. Again, Airbnb will be great if it goes negative. I would love to take some, but again, most people are, especially after Uber. If Uber found a way to do good, I feel like Airbnb with less variable costs is going to do that much better. So here's the statement from Nancy Pelosi. I think we read most of it. She says, our congressional delegation visited Taiwan, America's unwavering commitment to supporting Taiwan's vibrant democracy. It's part of the broader chip. Our discussion will focus on reforming support for our partner and on promoting our shared interests, including advancing a free, open Indo-Pacific region. American solidarity with 23 million people of Taiwan is more important than ever as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy. Our visit is one of several congressional delegations to Taiwan and in no way contradicts longstanding with U.S. policy guided by the Taiwan Relation Act of 1979, U.S.-China Joint Communiques, and the 6 assurances. The United States continues to oppose unilateral efforts to change the status quo. Hot dog. So, I mean, the video is not opening, unfortunately. I can't get it open. If you could post it on Twitter and tag me, maybe that'll work. But we'll see. Xinhua map shows locations of PLL drills near Taiwan. So pretty much, so far the response action immediately. They announced August 4th to August 7th. They're going to be doing military drills near Taiwan. So that is as of now, that seems to be the initial reaction from China. Washington Post opinion says U.S. must remember its vow to support defense of Taiwan. China's statement, well, they said they said it's playing with fire and that they condemn it, but then they also said that right there, that they're going to be doing those drills. Just like Russia said about Ukraine. I guess it did start with Ukraine, them saying, but they called it a strategic defense operation or something like that. He didn't say drills. I think he said strategic. They called it a strategic military operation. But we'll see. I mean, it's still pretty early, but as of now, looks like initial reaction, no, catastrophe was created as of yet. But those headlines will come in. Yeah, special military operation. Man, what a day. I don't know. I'm like reading the headlines so specifically. I'm just like waiting for it and like digesting. And now we're back to when the plane was landing and we had the pop, but the China stocks are still holding. Honestly, dollar barely moved with all of that. And then bonds are negative now on the day. Actually, did the yield curve ease up a little bit? No. China starts at Taiwan and North Korea will follow. Well, we'll see. I mean, a possibility could be Uber offers to sell 7.8 stake in Zomato, but a possibility could be when Nancy leaves, they could attack Taiwan. That's what some people have said. So well, that was one of the possibilities discussed here early in the morning. I think she might be there for like a day or two. I'm not too sure. Well, right now we had Nancy landed. I mean, you still got a little of the tension is kind of baked into the market right here today, but for the most part, she landed. We got rid of that. A lot of the market was focused on that. Then you had the jobs report come in, which showed a lot less jobs. Now, one of the biggest job opening decreases since 2020. And then we're kind of here now waiting, and everyone's kind of discussing the implications of what China will do next here. Let's see. Pelosi's visit severely impacts U.S.-China ties foundation, Xinhua. So Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs says U.S. House Speaker Nancy's visit in Taiwan severely violates the One China principle and the provisions of the three Sino-U.S. joint communiques, severely impacting on the political foundation of the Sino-U.S. relations, and severely violates China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The visit sends the wrong signal to Taiwan separatist forces, says it's very dangerous act of playing with fire. Those who play with fires will set themselves on fire. China firmly opposes and strongly condemns the visit and has lodged solemn representation and strong protests with the U.S. side. China urges U.S. to stop interfering with domestic affairs by playing the Taiwan card. Those that play with fire get lit on fire themselves. So, yeah, a lot of talking, but again, that's the whole point, is that there was a lot of rhetoric leading into it. That's why everybody was worried, but now nothing has happened, but the rhetoric does continue. So that's really what we're going to be looking for. But, I mean, again, more rhetoric, less action. Market will start ignoring it until there is something that actually occurs. So keep that in mind. Again, just leaning towards more or less, even as we play out here, I'd watch the dollar and bonds, but where things are going, just, keep your eye on earnings and Fed speakers. But Fed Daily and Evans have already spoke today. Yeah, somebody sent me a video. They sent me this on Twitter. I don't know if this is real or not. And it kind of looks like a video. It looks very weird, honestly. I don't know what this is. I can't verify it at all. I don't know. It could be old clip. It looks wild. So here's the China guy on Twitter, the editor, the guy who was hyping up a lot of stuff. Pelosi landed in Taiwan, opening an era of high-intensity competition between China and U.S. over Taiwan Strait. Taiwan is close to Chinese mainland, and Beijing has sufficient cards at hand. We will play them one by one confidently. The PLA is announcing a series of actions. I'm sorry, I had to insert myself into it. China announces military drills encircling Taiwan August 4th to 7th. So that's it. It seems like right now the immediate reaction is them doing the drills. China to respond momentarily on TV, Reuters. So again, we've already read a couple of the statements, the Xinhua one, and then it also looks like them doing the drills, and then the Chinese editor guy, he's going in on it all. Home insurance, $9K instead of paying off mortgage. I will self-insure. Yeah, if you have just go make sure you do it the right way, and that will actually save you money. But yeah, APDN unhalted. They were halted. We need semiconductors. Buy them now. No chips leaving Taiwan if the war starts. We'll see. IWM last green index. Yeah. For now, actually, out of that little pop there, we're getting back to the Nancy landing level. So literally, this was like leading in like 5 minutes out. And then this was like upon landing, you had one rally, chilled, and then a second pop. So now you're here to when like the plane was like touching down more or less. If China takes over, our social credit is going to be rough from egging on China media. Yeah, I don't care. I've given up. That's it. My social credit already. We're good. I really don't care. That's it at this point. I'm gonna just live my life. I live my nice peaceful life, and that's it. Call it a day. Airbnb earnings run up is fire. It's really big. Pelosi expect to visit Taiwan's parliament on Wednesday. Officials and Central News Agency. How mad would the USB if China landed in Puerto Rico? Honestly, I think we'd be like, welcome, what's up? Get Winnie the Pooh, get him a margarita. Come on, chill out, bro. I think that drone shut North Korea up. VLO's on the high. Oil plays are acting a little weird today. So if they start going up, and again, VLO was under pacing. Palantir at 11. Again, a lot of growth names are just like absolutely killing it here. Like even DraftKings. Again, Uber is going up. The Uber premiums, I need to check those. Uber premiums are down now. They were holding break even. Pelosi becomes the highest elected official to visit Taiwan in more than 25 years. Uber, Snap, Palantir, Uber, yeah, they're all there. Palantir at 11. I'm surprised. That's one we're actually up on for one of the ones that ran up and came down so big. It was actually very good. I don't know. Again, if you want to compare, just try to look at the February levels. So, Palantir's even outpacing their February level, which is surprising. That's what I was looking at with a lot of them. Then even here, Roblox just surpassed it today. That's what I was saying with Ford yesterday. Ford is like $1 below that level again, and the SPY is already back at the February 23rd low. Taiwan, nothing yet. Nancy has landed safely. She said that she's going to be meeting with people tomorrow. China said China is supposed to make another statement, but China initially they just said they're going to do war drills around Taiwan August 4th to August 7th. OST, that was running in the morning, right? That one's going crazy. Austin Technologies up 90%, ripping up to the high. MPC on the high and Valero. Again, a couple of oil plays are moving right now. There's LMT still holding up. So LMT premiums came down. So you've got a little bit of the hype is fell. Still have over 100% on it. Yeah, Yandex, you probably won't be able to sell your Yandex shares for years. Again, ever since they banned Russian stocks and the sanctions, no brokers are allowed to facilitate those orders for you. So if you bought Yandex before February or March and you're still holding it, you have to wait until some of that stuff goes back. But for the most part, even if you own Yandex in your portfolio, you probably will not be able to sell it for a really long time. And then OST still going. Where's that BBBY? That one's still kind of holding up. Microsoft, Netflix, Amazon, they're all low right now. Again, all the tech stocks not really holding on. The one in the right is OST. They're popping. I think they were on fire the other day too, even this morning. But they're up about 57% right now. And the China Defense Ministry, PLA on high alert, will launch targeted military operations to counter Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Tesla's still holding 2%. Yeah. HGKD is just its own little world. I mean, it's a very small float, but something's there. Taiwan Defense reports on China's jets crossing strait is false. Ah, that's weird. That came out. That was on the wire. When I got that, it came from the Chinese news wire. So that was like official China news. They're saying that's fake. That's wild. Marathon second quarter utilization reaches 100% for the first time since 2019. So MRO, I think they're having a call right now. Or not? Is it not MRO? It's like MPD. Is it? Alcoa's on the high. Uber, yalla, my friend. It's weird, though. It just seems like big tech is struggling, and then some of the other more random, like literally more industries are down than not. Energy is break even. Discretionaries are barely up, less than a quarter. And then healthcare and utilities are the only things up 0.5%, but nothing else has moved too big. So it's not as if we're really even getting some very minor moves, honestly. Imagine all the tension for today, and the NASDAQ is down 0.01, SPY 0.2, and the Dow at 0.6. On loans over 6, should they be targeted to be paid down first? Take that capital invest. I mean, you should pay them down, but again, even if people say like take your, invest instead of paying the interest, you have to make sure you could put that money in a place where you will confidently and safely make that back. So if there's no other option for that, I would just pay it off and start with the higher interest rate ones first. Euro close in 5 minutes. Yeah. Honestly, we waited so much for so many different things. Maybe now that this is out the way, there's a couple things at the highs like Uber and Airbnb, but wait, Euro close might be a little bit more exciting here, but we got about 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Watch the dollar too. Maybe the dollar declines coming into Euro close. But high tickers surprisingly active again. Most of the industries are down today, but not everything is down too much. Airbnb is great. 116 is crazy. Like, that's a very, very big move. Airbnb 4.5. Uber did bad on delivery, but then the driving and everything else did very, very good. Wedge support. Snow. Snow's up 0.72. Where's ASON? ASON still good. ASON at 19. Jeez. RYTM post earnings. OST is still going. Oh, wait, no, that came down. They just hit the high, but then flipped. There's Uber. Where's the other one? LMT. Visa, they just kind of got clobbered here a little bit. There was a couple of, remember the consumer actions and that bill there? There was something else about that, but other than that, nothing else. But that could weigh on it pretty big. Then we got PayPal today, AMD. AMD's already up a lot. Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Again, AMD earnings. China Eastern Military Command will carry out joint military operations around Taiwan from August 2nd. Okay, so not August 4th. They're going to start surrounding Taiwan and doing military drills while Nancy is there. ADT, I haven't looked into it. That like the security company? I'd have to take a look. But again, any dividend stock, make sure you check your balance with the overall portfolio and look at your expense ratio just to make sure it's not too crazy. Devin says it could seek additional share repurchase. Yeah. Devin and Marathon, they're both giving like earnings guidance right now. AMC is goated. They're doing good today. AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond, GME, they're all on fire. Again, you're getting a lot of, I don't want to call it exuberance, but growth stocks are definitely doing very well over the last couple days. At the very least, that didn't derail it, so it's good. And SPY and Dow are trying to climb back up. SPY wants to go green again. NASDAQ is already green. IWM has held it. CITIC is the no smoking. It's European close, but you're damn right, my friend. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream of Large boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. You can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then the optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, man. Oh, I needed that. That felt good. Oh, man. Woo! Oh, it feels good. Feels good. I just cracked my back, too. That's beautiful. Oh, man. Oh, man. If you can't do the worms, just get on your knees and do like a fake push-up. Oh, y'all, I did. That was good, man. Wow, that felt great. So hopefully you relax those eyeballs. Hopefully you stretched out a little bit, okay? Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. All right, legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your core. You are not riding a dolphin. China Eastern Military will conduct long-range firing, live firing in Taiwan Strait. We are kind of reacting to that a little bit. So a little bit of negative Chinese news. That would be the only thing. I mean, these candles are a little bit bigger, but keep watch. In the meantime, get that chest to the sun and flex the core. Come on. Legs in front of you. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Amen. Now I'm going to do my Nancy Pelosi red line resistances. That's what I call them now. I call them my red line resistances. My Taiwan resistance bands. You see, I cross the red line every day. Nothing happens. Brought to you by Nancy. That's it. Honestly, I think the overall theme is that rules don't apply to Nancy, right? They're like, oh, like, I'll just trade the stock. She don't care. They like, oh, Nancy, you shouldn't do that. You're going to start a lot of problems. She don't care. That's it. It's now my Nancy red line resistances, bro. Thanks to the Nancy red line resistances, I've lost 15 pounds and I don't listen to nobody. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. That's it. I think it's very simple. She does what she wants. China to conduct missile test off Taiwan East Coast from August 2nd. Tweeted. I don't know if it gets communicated as well in a tweet. I think the overall theme is that rules don't apply to Nancy. From insider trading to geopolitics. Hashtag untouchable. Is that good? Okay, bro, you guys have destroyed my social credit score today. That's it. Y'all have destroyed my social credit score. I'm glad she went, honestly. Honestly, there was some, I mean, now it highlights a lot. We still don't really know what China is going to do, but I mean, it is good if you really do actually support it. They block in the ports. Well, anything right now is speculation. So, like, we're going to find out. Pretty much, like, what I'm saying is that just keep your eyes open because now you will get more, like, little by little. Already in the last 15 minutes, it went from military drills on August 4th to now August 2nd. And then they're saying they're going to do it on one part, then another part. And then they came out with the Xinhua statement. So wherever we go from here, it's like we'll find out. If the ports really are going to get closed, that would be a problem. But that's really what we're going to see right here. Crazy how much the world complies to China's tantrums. Well, that's why I like that she went, because now, I mean, bro, that was the first time we didn't cave to China in the last, like, 4 or 5 years, I would say. It's been a very long time. Last time, the NBA caved, the Hong Kong stuff. There was, like, so many stuff, so it's good. Uber CEO says rideshare surge and wait times are down. Uber, so CEO, I think they're giving comments right now. I know the CEO is supposed to be on Bloomberg. Yeah, Uber CEO right now. So this is him, Kasha Rashashi.
Make really strong earnings as well at the same time.
This is Uber CEO right now.
We've heard so many dire warnings about the economy. Jamie Dimon has said he's preparing for an economic hurricane. I just spoke to Apple CEO Tim Cook, who said, you know, he plans to be deliberate in Apple spending. You've said in the past that you think Uber is recession resistant. Do you still believe that if we continue to see these downward trends? And what is Uber's strategy to navigate continuing downward trends?
Well, I think you're certainly seeing it in our results, which is there have been a bunch of earnings results out there, and sometimes they've been less than great. I think Uber's earnings have been terrific in every way. Top line growth, profitability growth as well. At the same time, we are being disciplined in terms of how we grow going forward. This is why our margins are improving so much on a year-on-year basis. Free cash flow is now positive as well because of the scale that we have. Because we're in multiple businesses, both in mobility and delivery, I think we have the kind of business that can perform in all weather. But at the same time, we are being disciplined in terms of costs to make sure that as the environment, if it gets tougher, we are prepared. The other factor that I point out too is that you have seen, you know, during the pandemic, huge amount of spend went into retail and out of services. Now we're seeing the reversal of that, money coming out of retail and into services. And Uber is the ultimate service company, and we're benefiting from that. So you can expect us to perform better than the overall environment, certainly this year. When we look at next year, we have to be careful because those comps can go against us, which is why we are bringing real cost discipline into the business, growing top line and a bottom line.
So tell me a little bit more about what you mean by discipline. Could that impact hiring? You know, any plans for layoffs or cutbacks on staff, as we're seeing at other tech companies?
I think
everything
the
he's saying it sounds good, but I think the stock's already reacted. Oh, there you go, a little bit.
For layoffs.
I want to see if we're going to get more guidance.
But we are being more disciplined in terms of headcount growth. So we're adding headcount to key areas. Let's say
he just said they're not firing people; they're just being cautious on how they hire.
Very, very quickly. Or advertising business, which is a very, very high margin business and growing as well. So we're adding heads selectively to parts of the portfolio
news related to uranium
that are growing in really
CCJ
strong
Pop,
and powerful ways.
U.S. regulators set stage
scale
for small local nuclear power plant stations. So that's Uber's CEO. I mean, honestly, they sound very bullish. New scale. I don't know if SMR is if that's uranium. They're down. That and they're popping. URNM, the ETF is moving. Marathon says fall in pump crude prices are boosting demand. Are? LMT going. Ripping. It was dead a little bit ago, so the premiums are just going to come back to our earlier price. Yeah, because remember, bro, we were up $1,200 on it when it was going crazy. Market in melt-up mode, ignoring, hard to trade. Just, I mean, get ready. You guys should have expected this in the sense that August 10th. Just wait till the CPI comes in, and then you're either going to get more disappointed or we will watch the volatility return. But that's why it's like, you know, again, today was a little bit weird with the Nancy stuff, but for the most part, I mean, I think we could have even went up a lot higher without it up until just because how things have been playing out. But the market clearly just the stage had been set by Powell also. Until we get that CPI, I mean, I wouldn't really have too much expectations on the market. And I will say, you know, don't expect anything to last forever in the sense. So like this rally melt up mode, I mean, we've done 8 months of declines. So this is good, honestly. I think so at least, but it doesn't mean it's going to last forever. It just depends on the CPI. Now we also have to factor in potential global situations or any problems. Uber sees disciplined hiring, but no plans for layoff. Market like that one. CPI comes out August 10th, next Tuesday, next Wednesday. So that's what I was saying. It's just like we already have the window where it was like we know it's right, and then we're going to have another CPI before we even hear from the Fed. So that's how the market is going to operate in that fashion, I think, overall. Jackson Hole, I think, is it like August 12th or August 8th? It's like before or after. That could be big because they talk a lot and you have the central bankers, but quite frankly, I think CPI, that's it. The thing that's going to support a rally or kill it is evidence of inflation going down. And once we have that, then we'll really know what is going on there. And then again, you know, with the yield curve and everything else, I mean, that's staying deeply inverted. We'll find out from there. Blinken tweet. That's a wired camera. Blink is working on a U.S. Oh, Blink. I thought you were saying like Blinken. I was like, dude, that's not the defense secretary or whatever. Yeah, BLNK. They got it. SPY's coming up here again. Watch out. We're getting a 411. We might test the Nancy landing highs right here. LMT is on the high. Is Uber still going? Watch out for that. Dollar is popping. Not really a little. It's staying at the same level. Again, we were pretty much same price on the dollar when the SPY was this high. And the dollar is up almost 0.5% today, about 0.4. Palantir killing it. DraftKings still. Roblox chilled out. Airbnb looking good coming into earnings. Where's CCJ? Is that still moving? Did you just call it Airbnb? Yeah, that's what my dad calls it. Because he doesn't, I mean, he's Arab, but he also doesn't speak too good of English. So every time I ask him, he goes, go to Airbnb. And I say, what? He says, Airbnb. You get good deal. So I say, oh. So it kind of just brushed off on me. Mish Mishkila, you know Mish Mishkila. Dollar bouncing off to 200. 411 on the SPYs. Tesla's still leading. Yeah, Micron's on the high. Those plays were up in the morning. Now they're down. Unity's still going too. That one's nice. LMT as well. MGAM moving up. I think everything is right now at this point. So you're back to just under $1,000 profit. That's net on the LMTs. But communications have gone green. Discretionaries came up. Energy popped 0.5% during that, and then healthcare and utilities. Now banks are about to go green. I think that's a big driver right now. It's going to go banks and then industrials and financials. But if we could get consumer staples and tech is actually the worst on the day right now, believe it or not, even though the NASDAQ is the one that's leading. NA selling off down 11, 2 big candles. MGAM coming back to life. Pop. Oh, I thought there was going to be like a stock called Pop. Chimrex up 5. Did Netflix come back up? Nah, they get so close every time. Anyway, we could continue up after CPI. Hell yeah. If that CPI, again, like gas prices have been lower, economic data dropping, even the ISM prices paid yesterday, that came down. So, like, you got to really ask yourself, you know, just imagine all the price pressures we've seen so far. Do you think it's going to stop by that CPI? Or is there a chance that CPI could have came down? I think there is, but we're going to find out. Really, all that needs to happen is this chart edges downwards and people will be positive. Here, let me show you. So, again, here's the year-over-year CPI. Last time it came in at 9.1. So, remember, like right here, which one was that? That was April 30th. Take a look. April 30th is surprisingly, this one we were already coming down. It did lead to a pop when inflation came up. We dropped and popped again, then we ultimately sold down. So, it could weigh negatively if there is negative tensions, but if we pretty much need something like this, where that's where I'm saying if the CPI chart does not continue to go up and goes down, that will be positive, but you'll need kind of the market to support it. Again, last April, that didn't help. Let me check the last time. The other time was like June 30th, 2021. That's when we saw inflation kind of peak a little bit through the numbers, and then I'm pretty sure we rallied the moon. Yeah, right here. Here was around 6:30. We dropped a little bit, then that led to the final rally coming into September. Statement by China's foreign ministry. Oh, this is big. I read a lot of it. I know I read you guys a recap, but this is a lot. So here is the statement, Ministry of Foreign Affairs with People's Republic in China. They said China's foreign ministry issued a statement on Speaker of U.S. House Representatives Nancy Pelosi to visit Taiwan's region following the full text. August 2nd, in disregard to China's strong opposition and serious representations, Speaker of U.S. House Nancy Pelosi visited China's Taiwan region. This is a serious violation of the One China policy and provisions of the Three China Joint Communiques, has a severe impact on the political foundation of China-U.S. relations and seriously infringes upon China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It gravely undermines undermines peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and sends a seriously wrong signal to separatist force in Taiwan independence. China firmly opposes and sternly condemns this and made serious demarche and strong protest to the United States. There is but one China in the world. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and the government of People's Republic of China and the sole legal government representing the whole of China. This has been clearly recognized by the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2758 of 1971. Since the founding people of China's People's Republic in 1949, 181 countries have established diplomatic relations with China on the basis of that one China principle. The one China principle is a universal consensus of the international community and basic norm in international relations. I think we already read the summary of it. This is like reading everything. All the consequences arising, therefore, must be borne by the U.S. side and the Taiwan independent separatist forces. China and the United States are two major countries. The right way to deal with them lies only in mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and non-confrontation and win-win cooperation. The Taiwan question is purely an internal affair of China, and no other country is entitled to act on the judge of Taiwan's question. China strongly urges the United States to stop playing the Taiwan card and using Taiwan to contain China. It should stop meddling on Taiwan, interfering in Chinese international affairs. It should stop supporting and convening at Taiwan independent separate forces in any form. It should stop its acts saying one thing and doing the opposite on the Taiwan question. It should stop distorting, obscuring, and hollowing out the China principle. It must take credible actions to observe strictly the one China policy and precisions of the three China joint communiques. Deliver on the 5 no's commitment made by the U.S. leadership, i.e. not to seek a new Cold War, seek to change China's system, revitalization of alliance is not against China, not support Taiwan independence, and not look for conflict with China, and not go further down this wrong and dangerous path. So it seems like they were offended and that they're mad, but I don't know what it's gonna lead to at this point. It seems like just the rhetoric is continuing. Check out your fitness channel. What you got, man? You got good workouts? I need some good shoulders, bicep. Current market is already pricing in lower CPIs. It could be. That's why we've had the rally a little bit, but we're going to find out. But again, it's just like this CPI is going to either give us a little bit more fuel or not, but then we will have another CPI as well too. So we will see, but that's the hard part is that inflation is now hitting a sticky stage. So despite oil and energy prices going down, we may actually see a separate, inflation still has the chance to go up. That's what we're going to find out. So, but that's where I think we're going to get our next big move or confirm or deny any sort of rally. You read the Zoltan? I didn't, but wasn't he saying, was he bullish or bearish, though? I think he was saying something more along the lines, we're going to collapse and that hard landing's unavoidable, but I didn't, read it. CPI is good. What are we looking for? Just CPI continuously showing signs of coming down, meaning that you could actually justify the Fed pivoting or, just in general, things are actually calming down and they're getting it under control. Pretty much we need evidence. We need evidence that the Fed's rate hikes are working. Otherwise, they're going to raise rates until there's evidence of that. Does that make sense? So, again, we're watching gas prices go down. We've watched a couple of things drop. Again, even used car prices. But now the question is, if we could actually get a broader drop in pricing and inflation, that will be evidence that what the Fed is doing is working. So if you get evidence that the Fed is working, then yeah, Powell could stop, he could pivot. Overall, people will still feel a lot more confident. Even corporate companies will feel a lot better if we kind of feel like, okay, things are chilling out right now. But if we don't get evidence that inflation is really coming down, then they're going to keep raising until there, and that will be the problem. So CPI, again, with every other data set, that's why some are more important than not, but that will tell us what's really happening, if we got a problem on our hands or not. Yeah, the 2-year, 10-year, still, it's very, very inverted. That's the interesting part, is that today's Nancy trip, even though we've had bounces and rallies and all that, Nancy's trip did leave a little bit of scarring on the yield curve. So if CPI hits highs for the next 3 months, we get in 15%. Not if CPI this will look like August, September 2008. If CPI surges to 10 and does not come down after this, then we'd have a problem. But if CPI comes down, I think the market will be able to rip probably up to 430 next, 430 all the way to 439 probably. How high could the dollar go? That just depends on a lot of different things. But it's not really how high it could go, but when does the dollar's strength return? When does the dollar start wrecking again? So ever since gas prices have came down and things have been chilling out, and Powell, we've watched the dollar really, really calm down. But the question is, when does the dollar start its aggressive reign again? Oh yeah, let's see. What was the Lambo index at yesterday? Was it at 376? $379. It's not updating. Oh, I think it went down. It says 262. So 10 Lambos have been sold, but I don't know if it's updating it the right way. But it looks like you got more Lambos hitting the market. They hit HKD. They're like, let me get some. So Lambos have calmed down. Or at least you get some demand. Some demand has arrived. Some demand has arrived to the Lambo index. So we're kind of coming down after chilling up here. What time is it? 8:50? Did you ever buy the Urus again? I might. But I would prefer a body update, like a refresh or a new one. But even then, I would prefer a lot of real estate right now. I did end up grabbing that car, but I was going on a real estate binge during that time. But I do. That's the winner. That's the winner. Real estate. As always, my friend. Is it better to lease supercars like that? It just depends. Depends on your tax strategy. That's why I talk to a tax person and what you plan to do with the vehicle. The best thing to do is just flip them, where you could get a nice car, drive it for a little bit, and then just sell it after a year or two, and really the depreciation doesn't really amount to too much. If not appreciates. Coin is ripping right now. LMT. We get another pop. There you go. Yalla. So back to 875. But again, we were making more money on the hype. So it's still a good play, and it's hitting. Maybe the ones out the money won't go up too much, but spreads are still pretty wide. But the volume or the premium on LMT is a lot lower right now than where it was. Taiwan president to meet Pelosi August 3rd. Devon Energy sees Saudi very measured in raising output. Devon Energy's commenting on oil right now. They're down 410.98, right below 411. 420 stocks. Hey, didn't you guys say weed was is it the lit ETF? Oh, it's lithium. Surprised you didn't sell MY. I wanted to gamble on that one. I was feeling it in the sense that after watching some of the other IPOs, I thought it was worth it. That's why, like, I don't really care. Like, if you didn't sell out after all of the warnings that we had yesterday, then you're just a liar. You know what I'm saying? Or if you feel bad about it, if you like, because otherwise I'm totally chill with MGAM. Like, after seeing HKD, I like the move. We had 100% within a day. I was like, I'm down to ride with that one. But it's, you got to pay to play for that. Airbnb. 100 Lambos. Was it 100? No, it was 370. I think it was like 10. Otherwise, I'll have to check because sometimes, like, when I search on my MacBook versus my PC, the PC works a little bit weird. Where you just I was talking about MGAM, not Chimrex. Chimrex is up there, might come up, but someone said that they sold their like monkeypox unit. It said 269, now it's 379. Was it? Oh, this shit. If 100 fell off the map, then that's insane. Then you're going to have to wait another quarter for the real estate market crash or for anything. No. There it is. See? It's just so weird how it updates. I just did it again. Now it says 368. So we're going to have to find a way to double check this. So I got 360. Again, it's just weird when I do the range. Be careful in the South. I'm not in the South, man. What do you mean? I just got threatened. I didn't do anything. What do you mean? I'm not even going. I'm not in this. I'm in Southern California. AMTD. It's making millionaires. Did you make $1 million off of it? Did he just threaten me? I don't know. I didn't know what it was. He was like, just stay away from the South or be careful. I'm like, what did I say to warrant that at all? I'm individually selling blessings. Sending, not selling. COVID finally got you. You'll be good. Drink a lot of water. Stay safe. I think it was warnings to scams in the South. That would make more sense. Are banks positive yet? XLF wants to. That would, if banks could go green, I think that'll take everything with it. Josh loves the Bible. I think he'll be okay in the South. I like it. I like the South. I've never really been, but I feel like most people, like everybody was really nice in Texas. That's it. Aris Water Solutions popping up 6% right now. 75. Fed Evans says if we don't see improvement in inflation over the next few months, we may have to rethink rate path a little higher. It's possible we get a soft landing, but there are a lot of risks. So Fed Evans, he was supposed to come on earlier, but I think we're getting some statements right now. Communications, financial still red. Everything's still the same industry-wise as a little bit ago. Uber going to high. Again, the CEO, I mean, think about what they said. The market reacted a little bit, but He said they're not trying to slow down hiring, or he said they're not trying to cut staff. They're simply just trying to slow down hiring or be more strategic with it. And then Eris, I don't know the news, but they're popping. The Unity play getting excited. I really like that one. Again, I think that one is like a good gamble. It is a straight up gamble. It's $50. It covers earnings. The stock could move a lot. If we get lucky surprise, that's it. Honda July auto sales down 47%. Google on the high now. That's a little surprising. Up 0.51. So is Meta. Microsoft is down still. So is Netflix. Amazon came up, and so did Apple. LMT was a debit spread. You could go on yesterday's watch list to see it. That plays up about 200% now at this point, even on the debit spread. LRCX, 40% decline in Honda sales. Again, a lot of cars were sold there. I was even talking to my girlfriend about it. Just imagine, just think about how different things are when you look at year over year, because you are comparing June and July of last year. So, imagine this. How different is the real estate market today than it is to July 2021? You got to really think about that. So even with cars and everything else, but especially the real estate market, that's when I was thinking about it. But just imagine, that's something I was keeping in mind, because I'm like, dude, prices and real estate, we've seen declines now, but the prices are still elevated. So now you have to kind of find the sweet spot where it's like, well, are prices going to go down more, or is this kind of it? But it's like comparing the real estate market from just July of last year to today, it's like absolutely wicked. Unity, the plays are up a little bit. I mean, it's almost 50% on the thing, but it's still at $60, which I like, but we'll see. 146,400,000 call order on Tesla. The odds of it being Nancy are a little too high. Padre fans win Soto. Woohoo. I don't really know much about baseball. My area real estate is higher than last year. Really? Well, the national average prices have dropped, but some places are like that. I mean, but it is just it's just not as hot as what it was, though, July till now. This month deposit, I mean, we're going to find out after Airbnb earnings. I mean, I would like Uber, but now Uber did very good, which is good because we've already built positions in that. I think we're positive on any Uber purchases for this year now. We should be. And I don't know if we got it in the low 30s. But I like it now. Pretty much with Uber, it's up there. So now that it has a premium, I'm going to wait probably. But Abivai and Airbnb are my top choices. But if Airbnb does good and then shoots up another 20-30%, I'm probably not going to buy it. And then I'll either buy Abivai or JP Morgan with half of the deposit. The Chimrex play is supposed to be monkeypox, but apparently they may not own the monkeypox unit anymore. Or the smallpox unit. We'll have to see. We just got Hader last night, one of the top closers. What if the Padres can we get a good San Diego team? I don't know. I'd love a good sports team in San Diego. You just got more Uber in the low 20s. I want to wait for it now. I don't know where we're at. Let's see. But that's a big move. 13% is great. Padres solid. We'll see. Yeah, the Padre games are dope all the time. Yeah, Uber, we're down like 10% on it now. I guess our trade price is 32. I guess, yeah, we only picked up at $24 this year. Everything else we got at the end of the year at 36, so we got clapped on that. I should have just waited to go below my price, but I was getting jumpy. So not too bad, honestly. I'll take it. I will take it. So that brings us down to 16, and that's not including any covered calls, which I'll take that. No. 17, yeah. That's beautiful. I will take it. Uber, we're still down on there, but now sub 10 on the YouTube account. All we need, Airbnb, that's it. Airbnb makes a 20%. If Airbnb makes a 20% earnings move, that's it. We're back. That's all. As long as Airbnb does good. If it does bad, it'll make the hole a little bit bigger. But I do think, I think a lot of people are getting pretty positive coming into Airbnb. I think the biggest risk for Airbnb is how much do they lose on the dollar exchange. So here's the rundown for Airbnb. Let's get it up there. Marriott kill. Oh, I forgot they reported this morning. Good looks. They're not up too much though, but they've also had a bigger trend. So second quarter last month. Last quarter, Airbnb did $2.1 billion. They did 51 cents adjusted EPS. Gross bookings was $16.9 billion. Adjusted EBITDA estimate was $591. Gross booking gross bookings and experiences estimate $161 million. Free cash flow estimate $468 million. Nights in booked $106 million. 106.1. And then they're expecting for this quarter adjusted EBITDA of $1.26 billion. Holy crap, actually. So Airbnb could be extremely profitable on this quarter. Revenue estimate $2.78 billion. Gross bookings and value $15.8, so a little bit lower than last quarter. And then nights and experiences booked 109.3, so more bookings than last month or last quarter, and then that's it. So here's analyst commentary. Justin Patterson, analyst at KeyBank. He's the guy who's down 24%. He said there'll be some translation between headwind, but it won't be as severe as if we're coming out of more normal time period. As an analyst at KeyBank, he said of the foreign exchange headwinds in an interview on Monday, Europe is still recovering, he said. Patterson is expecting a modest beat on revenue, bookings and earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Third quarter could have a broader range of outcomes, and the degree of upside compared to consensus has narrowed, suggesting that we're deeper into that travel recovery arc, he said. Adjusted EBITDA estimate $2.4 billion, revenue estimate $8.23 billion, gross bookings estimate $64 billion, and then $400 million on the this is on the year, not the quarter. So watch for Airbnb. Room night view is in focus. They have 18 buys, 20 holds, and 4 sells. Average price target $155, 38% upside from the current price. Implied one-day move is 7.9%. Adjusted EPS has beaten 4 of the last 6 quarters, and shares are down 22% in the past year, while SPX is down 5.9%. Expected move is 7.9%, and Airbnb is trailing pretty big. Get ready, man. Get ready. Unity killing it. The premium didn't, I mean, it went up 50%, but it just still, 40 to 60 doesn't look too crazy on one contract, but it is moving. I just watched the watch list yesterday, but this pin, I just love it. I love how it's pinned, and I love time below that price, so we'll see. That Airbnb put is fine. I put $100 on the Airbnb put. I was seeing if we were going to get a rundown, and then I could profit off that. Then I could have bought a call. But even then, if Airbnb does good, we're going to make a lot more money on leaps and the shares that we own. So it would be nice. Literally, if Airbnb does good this morning or this evening, we're going positive on our long term. That's it. So it's a big one. So, but if the put, I would love to hit the put, but I don't really care. I can make more money on the upside. Let me see. It says pricing in $9. So $9, but what's the percentage on that? So Airbnb, it's saying about $9.70 or $11. So about 10%, honestly, on the chain. But by what that report was saying, about 7%. 9 divided by 11. 8%, so $9, and then if it moves on where the option chain is, it's almost about 10%. So there's a little bit of volatility between what's priced in and what's on that what's it called? What they're paying for. There's a little extra premium. I think my average price is like, we have a bunch of average prices. So on here, we're at like 155. On the bigger account, the YouTube account, we're at 148. Colt Sister is at 146. And then I have I have 2 leaps below 140, and I have a 125 leap. So on it, I mean, I should have probably bought more at the sub, what's it called? The sub 90. But now, even after earnings, if they plummet after earnings, that it'll get me a good price. Where then our new break even will be around here if we buy enough. By watching 413, I would. That's definitely a good level up here. We topped out at like 413, but even 415, I mean, it's right there. Even I think 417 is going to be the highest point. That's when we'll see some real resistance. We're going up there. Toca Madera, I think I have. Is it vegan? Otherwise, I've been to something like that, but yeah. Biden remains positive after COVID. Mara breaking out again. Yeah, Coinbase was on the high. Crypto's going crazy. Airbnb is pricing about 8 to 10%. So it could move about 8. If it's a normal response, it could move about 8 to 11% or 8 to 10%. If they really beat, it's like some people are, again, the numbers for this quarter can be absolutely huge. If they have a killer beat and their EBITDA does just as good as Uber, I think they could probably go up 15% minimum if they have an extreme beat. Otherwise, 7 to 10. Let me even show you the earnings history for Airbnb. So this is actually kind of interesting. Actually, this is a very interesting chart. Doesn't mean it'll hold up, but take a look. Actually, every earnings, they move 7%, give or take. So last quarter, they moved up 7%, even though they sold off 15% 2 days later. This is just one day after. In February, they went up 3%. In November, they went up 12%. August of last year, they did 1%. And then here in May, they did 4%. So last August, they only moved 1%. It wasn't that good. And then last November, they did 11%. So they've actually moved up very good. And then the average one day after is a big surprise. But the thing is, I think if that EBITDA comes down, or if they're able to bring EBITDA up and they're able to make a lot of like money and increase free cash flow there, I think they're going to be. I think that's going to change a lot. Oh, Unity pop. What the hell happened with that? Unity. No idea. Cinema verdict on Schumer likely this weekend. Snow pop. Unity. Where is it? Implies 16% moves. I don't know what's going on with that. High ticker's going, but a lot of the software plays Unity just had a big $1 pop. So now the contracts, they just jumped up to 80. So now you're getting the premium taken off a little bit. Unity talks to spin off China unit to fuel China expansion. Ooh, there you go. I'm not seeing that one across the wire yet, so good drop on that. Yeah, Reuters, Unity in talks to spin off China unit. Calls on you. That's good. I mean, we talked about it all day. I hope you watched the watch list because, like, I was hyped on that play. Or I just said, man, if there's any $50 gamble in the market, that was my favorite one. And now it's up. So we bought them at 40 cents. They're going for like 79, but the spreads are stupid. So we'll see. But they got news coming in right now. NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, everything's going. You're hitting a new high on the market, man. It's moving. Roblo's not playing along. Airbnb's playing along with it, though. That's good. Mr. Hit. Oh, whoa. That was Mr. Hits? Why did I think it was someone else? What? It is a new bro, that tripped me out. Holy shit. No way. Bro, Mr. Hits. Oh, I like it. Bro, that was tripping me out. I thought it was Mr. Market for a little bit. And then, oh, no, that tripped me out. Bro, that tripped me out. That's why I was like, good drop. I was like, Mr. Market, you dropping that before it's hitting. Oh, it's Mr. Hits, baby. And Mr. Hits. Oh. Back from the future. Back from the future. He stopped by Taiwan first with Nancy, and then he came over. That's it. That's the DeLorean is allowed to land in Taiwan, I think. I don't know. These pumps are insane. Shop on the high, Meta. A lot of names are running right now. Even the SPY just hit the high ticker. That's how you know it's getting big. When the SPY ticker starts doing it, even Uber's coming up, but I don't think our post-earnings play is rocking. They're at break even. They're kind of holding. Where's Ford? I'd love for that one to go a little crazy. Can we hit tech stocks 2-3x if SPY hits Ford 450? It depends, but I'll tell you now, you need CPI August 10th. That's going to be your next level to give you a green light. And then if we make it by August 10th with positivity, the next level of resistance is going to be around 430-ish. But even right now that we're at like 411, approaching 413, we're actually almost at 412. We got to get to, what's it called? We got to get to 417. That is going to be the high. Dollar market this time around, yeah. I mean, the dollar is still relatively low over the last couple of weeks. The dollar is kind of like oil. So pretty much how you've seen oil kind of chill out there from the highs and go through this. I mean, hopefully you could kind of see some of the similarities, but that's what I'm kind of worried on right there. But it's like we still got to wait a little bit. Again, today's drama with the China stuff, it added a lot of stuff. Like, it distorted a lot of things. Like, it messed with global currencies, the Hong Kong dollar, the Japanese yen, our dollar. It messed up with everything. So you got to factor that into the equation. Even the yield curve had some scarring because of it. This summer hit Portugal, Mexico, Canada, Alaska, Hawaii. Back from vacation, refreshed and ready to go. Amen, bro. Hard. That's beautiful, inspiring, and I'm happy for you. That's what I was saying. I know Hit's enjoying life, man. It's good. And I've been taking mini vacations on the weekend, and they've been very nice. So, honestly, man, good. I'm very, very happy to hear. That's why I talk. Keep the peace, baby. Keep the peace. Mr. Worldwide. What kind of horn was that? The real one, man. Just would be happy today. That's it. I let some people go. I saw some people talking smack today, and I chose peace. You know what all I kept thinking, I'm just telling you, the new comeback for anything. I mean, like, they be talking down, but in a bad situation. That's all I'm going to say. Anytime I see negativity now, I'm just going to repeat that line. That's it. Working on AI to get news faster. Bro, let me know. Let me know. I'm down to invest in some stuff, too. We could do a lot. You know, it's game time. It's game time. Should have snagged those Airbnb. I feel you. I was going to, and then it just ran up that one day. I was like, it'll stay there. And then before we knew it, it went back up. But it's good. It gives us flexibility. I'm so excited from everything. Like, I'm just so excited from like just where we're at with earnings. Like, we have what we need, or with the long term. Like, literally, we have our plays now. Like, we're up on our Uber purchases for the year, which is great. And then now if that thing could run, that's going to be good. We have our value, our split at 50-50. Our Airbnb, we could have got more, but we still have enough where after one day today, I mean, that could do a lot of work. But now we get these companies reporting. We have 2 deposits of money saved up. So it's like either way, I think we're in a great spot no matter what. So whether you missed out on anything, if you still got a little bit of cash and you still got your exposure and now you have clarity coming from earnings and what these companies are reporting, I think you're in a very, very good position. I think you're not going to be disappointed at all with whether we walk away with any company. I think we're in a nice setup right now. And that's what I'm excited about. Riding 21 shares at Airbnb. Amen. It's just we have the Goldilocks. Not too much, not too little. That's why I like it. Right? It's just like you have a couple plays that moved. I would have loved more Airbnb at the lower price. We were going to do it, but now we get to see their earnings and you know, they're going to move big and we're going to have a lot of clarity. Kind of wild. So I'm careful with the China videos cuz like they were already like banning stuff because a lot of people are posting old videos and whatnot. So I could take a look at it, but I'm very hesitant to put up any other clips that are not approved by the administration. You know what I'm saying? Short and not that. I just don't want to. Again, I just don't want to get in trouble for anything that will be BS, more or less. See, this is what I was talking about. It's hard. I have to. You have to operate with a Woody doll mentality. Oh shit! Damn it! I didn't mean to open it. There you go. Tanks on the beach. Again, I saw another video of rockets, but I just don't know how accurate they are. So just be cautious with any of that. 412, Tesla ripping, Airbnb 117. Tanks on the beach. Spy vertical, Fort. That's it, man. You're the Nancy. The Pelosi put kind of added some fuel over here. But yeah, that's what I say. I have to respond like a Woody doll with certain topics. That's what someone said. They were like, well, why can't we just talk about this stuff you want to talk about? I said, it's not a conversation if I could only respond with a pre-written statement. Otherwise, there's a consequence. But yeah, it was okay. But there's a lot of China videos I got sent, though. There was one I saw rockets going off. People were sending me a lot of different ones, but I was just saying that, again, some videos are old, and Twitter and like TikTok and Instagram, they already put out statements this morning that there's a lot of false information and they're taking it down. So just be cautious with it. That's why I'm saying we'll see as we get more information, probably over the next day or so, and just like more official statements. But so far, it doesn't seem like China is going to ratchet up anything, but watch out for these drills they're going to be doing in Taiwan now. Yeah, AMD's killing it. Remember, AMD does have earnings after hour. Unity, it's not going up anymore, and it's kind of chilling out there. That's what they say, so they could take it all down. Well, I feel you. I could only respond like I'm Woody. Like, have a nice day. It's midnight there. All daytime videos aren't recent. Yeah. But even then, there's just so many old videos. Like, you guys don't remember with Ukraine? Like, y'all don't remember they were showing video game clips? And literally, we believed that one clip from a video game was real for a couple of hours. And then you guys remember the Ghost of Kyiv was fake, entirely made up. So it's just, there's just so many things with it. That's why I'm just like, be cautious with it. And it's one thing so you could get the right information, and two, if you're posting it, just don't get banned on somewhere if people are, if they be weird about it. How's it called? The AMD. Amen. Long-term loves the squeeze. My brain is confused. FOMO setting in out there. Just wait till August 10th. That's what I'm saying. Ride it on the long term. It's great. At the end of the day, we could benefit off of that no matter what. But it just none of this matters till the CPI comes out. That's all. Let the kids play. Let everybody play. Let everybody have fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing. That's all. It's just when it's all said and done, wherever August 10th is and that CPI, that will be the move that gives us green light, or it's going to say, hey, turn around. HKD's at 1,400. So every $140 or $1,400 would have turned into $140,000. That's magnificent. That's crazy. Hype from London. See AMRK. Oh, that was the hype one today, right? Wasn't that going crazy? There's like AMRK and like ARTD. Somebody said they're making millions off of it or whatever. Coin and DraftKings back in the long term. I know everything. Everything is, man. It's beautiful. That's why I like, honestly, I don't, in a weird way, like Wall Street has got me calmed down on Airbnb because I just know that they're like, again, Airbnb, like look at the guidance for Airbnb. Look at those numbers. And you mean to tell me it's outpacing the SPY when all they've done is raise? But so I would love a great report where we got both sides on it, but I'm really excited for that. But then, like I'm saying, the positioning we have on the long term, if you got a little bit of deposits here, we're getting all these earnings, we're going to be able to do a lot here. And honestly, it's just so fast before you know it. After all of this, you could see how quickly a lot of these gains could come back. I mean, who knows? Who knows? We'll see where everything goes. I'm actually excited. Airbnb, because again, Airbnb is pricing in 7%. But it's about to move 7% leading into the earnings. And where's PayPal too? They got earnings too. They're not moving as aggressive. 3 Russian oligarchs designated by U.S. State Department. Taiwan says the Su-35 jets in Taiwan Strait is fake news. Airbnb is going to kill it. It looks good. Again, the earnings estimates and just like where they're, bro, if they do a $500 million EBITDA and then they could even go positive, it could really mess with that PE ratio of theirs. That's the thing I like about today, is that if they really do hit a monster beat and they somehow turn it into major profitability, oh man, they're going to do that will change all of the fundamentals. As far as price to earnings. And so again, if their earnings goes up way more than expected, people, that's going to change things a lot. The EBITDA is great. The EBITDA is expected to come in $500 million. Again, $500 million on EBITDA is pretty good, considering they did that all of last year. So all of 2021, they made gap actual $429 million. They could do that in this quarter. But again, it's just, the thing I'm worried about is Airbnb. It's not as if Airbnb hasn't done good. Airbnb will do good, but the question is, how is the market going to take it? EBITDA is earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. So Audacity just posted it, EBITDA. It's an abbreviation. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Or no, I think their adjusted EBITDA is going to be $1.26 billion. I thought it was lower. We'll find out. So pretty much guidance was for EBITDA of $590 million, but I think some estimates think their Airbnb is going to come in at $1.2 billion. So they might be able to double it. That would be insane. But sadly, the real question is going to be, how are people going to take it? Yeah, the EBITDA estimate is $591 million for this quarter. Very, very big. Very, very big. Amortization. Why is it called amortization? I don't know. I just know amortization is like the schedule, pretty much. They could call it scheduling. Amortization, schedule, very synonymous words for the most part. Yeah, so if they pull off they could pretty much with this earnings, they could pull off a nice pre-tax income and then increase their overall net income. So they could go very, very positive, but we'll see. The company is growing 100% revenue every year. Yeah, this will be expected one of their highest revenue quarters. This will be the highest revenue they've reported. And then if they anything above that just gets more insane. Amortization for intangibles, the depreciation on intangibles for bonds and loans. But yeah, it's according to the schedule though too, right? It's like your depreciation schedule or how it pays out, how it amortizes. UPST, where's Unity still up? Isn't EBITDA dumb according to Warren Buffett? Yeah, but it does like, I mean, that was back then. And just like now these companies are so, they run so deep. They have so many segments and so many things. And then we have so many global factors that EBITDA, it can help you understand a little bit about the company, or at least you get to see the core business. So although EBITDA, you know, again, some people don't like it, and it really only gives you so much, but it does give you some good insight into the core business of a company. It's very easy to monitor that, you know, because again, if your taxes go up and you're only losing money because of taxes, it doesn't necessarily mean your product is bad. It just means you have a bad tax strategy, right? So it's like, or if you have bad debt in earnings. So it's like, imagine a company making 10x growth, but they have such bad loans that the debt is clapping them and interest expenses and all of that. Their report, you know, the net will reflect differently than the actual core business. So just EBITDA does help you get an idea of how the business itself is doing without some of the other externals. HKD at 1,600. Oh my gosh. 160,000 if you bought 100 shares for $10. HKD has a larger market cap than McDonald's, Bank of America, and Morgan Stanley and Pepsi. I didn't even care to look at it. HKD, yeah, $13 billion. No, oh, that's just only the shares available though. So that means technically all the other shares would have a valuation above 200 billion, but just these 1.5 million shares are worth $13 billion. Why though? Nobody knows. Lucid earnings. That could be interesting. We'll see. I still have the ARL piece. They were up for a while. I haven't checked them actually in a while. Since like 2 weeks ago. They are still up 176%. I don't know how. Who's getting clapped? HKD. Nobody's shorting it. There's no, like, I think some brokerages let you, but for the most part, HKD is an IPO, so there should not be short activity or somebody getting squeezed. CLBT, pop in 30-cent pop on a $5 stock. You love it. It's frustrating though, and there's no real things. Not really. Just don't give it too much attention. I mean, that's literally how we got sucked into any of the hype shit. That's all. That's all that happened in 2021. Is when you kept seeing it happen, and then you actually respond to it and cared about it, where it's just like, if you've already seen the outcome, you just ignore it and move on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I did let it lead into one play. I was down taking my $800 MGAM risk and then just going from there, but I really just wouldn't pay, like, I just want to get too involved in it to the point where it's not it could easily not affect anybody or anything. And how you let it affect you is really up to how you want to view it. It's not even don't chase, but just like let bullshit happen. It's like if you're not involved in it, if you're not going to hurt anybody yourself and you're not going to get dragged into it, then there's no, like, it just doesn't even matter. Like, if someone wants to get rich, go ahead. It's just even like today, people like, oh, there's millionaires being made on it. I'm like, have you made $1 million? No. Okay, well then, there, just do what you got to do, and then that's it. And that's all. What's yours is yours. Yeah, 100%. It's fun to watch. I agree. I mean, this is fascinating. I'm more fascinated than frustrated by it, but I just wouldn't really, like, I would take it with a grain of salt. I'm on vacation. I logged in to say Airbnb. We just had a nice talk about the earnings. We're getting ready for it. It's 9:30, so in the meantime, let's get some push-ups, ladies and gentlemen. We are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get her knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it's beautiful. Get those blinks in. Spy hitting a new high. So chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you, relax those shoulders, fix that nerd neck. Nobody is attacking you, baby. You're good to go. You're feeling blessed. Amen, amen. Wow, you look amazing. I ain't gonna lie to you. You look stronger than the dollar. You look stronger than the yen as everybody reacts to Nancy Pelosi causing World War III, bro. Bro, you stronger than Nancy Pelosi. You ain't backing down for nobody. Look at you. Wow, keep up that progress. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Amen, amen. But legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin, ladies and gentlemen. So please, please, legs in front of you. Stop mangling that spine of yours. Amen, amen. And finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is, baby. 412.85 or 75. We're going up to 413 again. That will be one level, then 415, but then 417. That will be the top end resistance. The 10-year. I know it's weird. Again, I'd say if anything that is wild about the Nancy Pelosi stuff we've got today, the impact on bonds and what it's doing to the yield curve is absolutely wild. Again, the yield curve has hit a new 52-week low today on the 2-year, 10-year spread. So keep that in mind. But where's my resistance? But we are going up, man. 412.80 or 60. I keep confusing it with 80. DraftKings. Some people were talking about DraftKings getting bought out, so I'd watch out for that. But they're up a lot now. Again, DraftKings going from like 9 to 15. Just be careful with it. You show the nephew my long term, or show the nephew he needs to show them and show him what investing in savings does. I see the long term, but since we are in the worst market in 50 years and people like to jump to the conclusions, I'm gonna raise you and I'm gonna say I'm not gonna show you. You know why? Because I have a long term and I could do whatever I want. So I hope the nephew knows that. Once you get the long-term nephew, you ain't got to listen to nobody. So get the long-term right away, invest and save, and it don't matter if anybody say anything to you. You can do whatever you want. You don't have to listen to any request, anything. That's on you, man. But I can't show you it in the meantime if you want. Again, we're down 16%. We were up most at like 60 to 80%. And then the other one's only down 10. But the idea is technically we are positive on these over the years, given the fact that we've yielded about 5% on each portfolio for about 3 years. But at the end of the day, it's holding them up and owning all these companies. That's what we want, baby. That's what we want, little by little. Unity, another nice volume pop. The premiums aren't really going up too much, though. It's a nice, almost 100%, but still, I thought it was going to go crazy there. I would have loved that. Twitter trying to break out. Yeah, even Snapchat's up above 10, too. Tesla on the high. Any plays? Today, I think all I made was a Uber play. My long-term came back green, and I'm quite sad I didn't do more buying. I don't want to hear it. I didn't want to. I had to, I had to put on the life jacket for some of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I was out there on the Titanic. I was trying to play the violin, steer the ship, and make sure that you had your life jacket on. People were freaking out. They're like, I don't know, Josh. I want to sell out. I think I'm selling out. They're like, bro, it was a wild last couple of months. So finally a rally has produced some positive gains. But like I said, though, some of y'all might be back to positive. But like I'm telling you, it's just that if you were saying you wanted to sell out, maybe you've seen something different in the last couple of weeks. But what I will tell you is, take advantage of the upside. And I really hope that you go and, just make your decision now. And then that's it. And that is it. Just sad to lower my monthly deposits due to job shift. Honestly, no. I see where you're coming from, and it obviously more would be better, but the fact that even with a job shift that you continued to hold on to the rules and still do it, you know what I'm saying? I vibe with that heavy. So I still think, sticking with the plan in that sense is way better than anything else, because you're still following the rules, baby. You're still following the rules of wealth. Amen. I'm looking at Abivai, Uber, Airbnb, and JP Morgan. Those have kind of been it. Yeah, yield curve inverted to a new low today. Yield curve inverted more than any point this year. So it's at negative 32. Remember, we recovered a lot after Powell, but then it's came back down. Does it show me the 5-day chart? Why this 5-day chart so ugly? Okay, so here's the 1 month. But remember, we bounced up. We hit a low on the 25th of July. Then we bounced up after Powell, and then it dropped again. But look at this is your yield curve inverting. It's just getting worse and worse. So, and that's the part I think of today, which is absolutely wild. That again, we're still responding to the we're rallying up. Everything is still playing how it should. Again, we're waiting on the Fed. Nobody said anything too crazy. The earnings are good. Again, a company like Uber could have, that could have been bad if, again, imagine all the implications if Uber did bad, they did good. But in the midst of it, all of this Pelosi volatility, it made the yield curve hit a new low, and it made bonds, and like I say, the dollar went crazy off of the Pelosi thing, and so did the Hong Kong dollar, the Taiwanese dollar, and then the Japanese yen as well too. So it's just today was a weird one, but what that Pelosi stuff did to the yield curve is absolutely wicked. If it hits 50, then that's, a lot of people, not a lot of people, but a couple of yield curve watchers, they identify negative 50 as recession, as unavoidable, and you're already there. Some people, I don't know necessarily if I agree with it, but at negative 50, a whole two rate hikes or 50 basis points, I think it would be very, very bad. HKD up 23,000% on the month. Not bad. I've seen better. Dude, literally $1,000 into 160 grand, 180 grand. It's at 1847. That's insane. Biden changes it to negative 400 to indicate recession. They're like, actually, the definition of an inverted yield curve is 400 basis points. So, sorry. But shit, man, I still don't believe we're in a recession. Not yet. Not yet, but that yield curve, again, is just weird. Very, very weird, but we'll find out. Yeezy Day? I don't know. Was it supposed to affect Gap? What is this? Some war Twitter account circulating? What's that mean? What is it? So, is there like a flight? What kind of flight is this? A UPS truck? Or they're turning back? I have no idea what that means. When shorts are available, HKD is going to get nasty. Nah. Y'all don't know what's going to bring HKD down? It's going to be an offering. So you got to think about it. If only 1.5 million shares equals 13 billion, and people are saying they are worth more than Bank of America, it's just like even Coinbase. They could come out and do a direct offering, and that will probably be the thing that will smash it before any short. Because I don't know how long it'll take for the shorts. Because you got to realize the higher the price go, the less liquidity there is. I think you could short it with interactive brokers, but other than that, I don't think there's a way to do it. AMTD. I think that was the hype play. Was it? Yeah. That one went crazy. I mean, we went for the MGAM, but they got clapped and then went lower. But pretty much, I think there's other plays that are like it, but there isn't, like, it just, nothing is really like this when it's all said and done. Like, there's some companies that share features. We kind of watched it a little bit, but it's not, like, taking over. Like, it's not just not doing what HKD did. TSM is still up. Where's Baba? They did good. Unity still climbing. GM Cruise at expanding fleet of Bolt AVS. Testing cruise origin. Peer into the future. Come back with the plays. You don't even really need to. You could just respond on the day. It seems like even the day before has kind of been a little bit better. Like, again, like, just imagine, like, that LMT was a nice hit, but, like, you didn't even have to be that early to hit it. Like, just imagine that, like, just, yeah, if we responded to this just yesterday as the tensions were heating up and the market did nothing. So, honestly, you don't need to go too far in the future is what I'm telling you. HKD 2147. That's hype. So I pull back, Meta will go lower. I mean, we gotta wait. It just has to happen. HKD basic supply and demand. AMT owned like 80% of HKD. Yeah, just, I mean, honestly, I think if it is related and HKD goes up, like, it's just going to be a game of musical chairs. That's it. If there's anything that happens to stop the hype, that's it. But till then, it might just keep going crazy. It moved right in front of your eyes. It did. So did a lot of things. This is why a lot of people have a lot of emotional difficulties, like we were saying. You see what I'm saying? Because like you got to go through it, and then if y'all propagate it to each other, y'all are doing the devil's work of FOMO. Amen. Not amen. Apparently HKD and AMTD share the same address. I'm just here to like the video. Amen. It does get halted, but they just, every time it gets unhalted, it just goes crazy again. AMTD's a little bit chiller there. It hasn't had a crazy pop since. I heard AMTD and HKD like the same video. That's the word on the street. That's why. So like the video. Get the gains. Microsoft about to go green. That's actually a big deal. Apple is still holding. So is Amazon. Meta was kind of killing it earlier, but they're slipping a little bit there. AMTD next. It could be. I mean, again, I think it's going to be a game of musical chairs with all of these. So, I mean, if your risk tolerance is up for it, go for it. If not, then just wait and do your thing. The last rally that felt, I don't know the last rally that felt this fun. Bro, this was a real rally. I'm saying every other rally just didn't feel like this. I agree with that. Like all of these rallies, like this one was kind of nice, but it just happened so fast. The fact that we got to hit a bottom, burn about almost a month, right? About 3 weeks of burning it, like going up and going down and doing all that, and then taking off, it just hits a lot different. Yeah, HKD's at 2100 now. The post-invasion rally, it was good, but it felt weird. At least this point, we've got to see so much data come out, and then nothing got as worse as where it was, and then, things chilled out. We got a couple of earnings there, but now it's like, that's why I think the CPI is going to keep us going or not. I think I just have to keep HKD up here. Bro, we were even joking about like $1,000. Like, this is insane. Look at this daily chart. Bro, this is way crazier than GameStop. There's just not all of the world in it. That's it. XLP, the only lagger. Yeah, staples have not been doing good. And it makes sense. We've been rallying, right? A lot of the growth names and risk on came back a little bit. They're not going to go buy those defensives. Oh my gosh, look what just landed. It wasn't Nancy Pelosi. It was Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Oh, nah. Oh, there you go. The horn went off, baby. Wow. Good morning. The Peach landed safely. Honestly, that was the only thing I was worried about. I said, I don't know. Nancy landed before the Peach. I got a little bit worried out there, but Bradley Frizzle is safe. He is in here. He's protecting the Peach democracy and diplomacy. We love to see it, baby. Bradley Frizzle, God bless you. Thank you, and good morning. Oh, my. Peach Nation. Oh, they have not impeached upon our sovereignty. Amen, amen, amen. Wow. Oh, no sovereignty of the Peach will be impeached upon. Oh, they don't feel me. Man, that's amazing. That's amazing. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. It's good to see it. Good to be a part of it. Oh, man. Wow. What a historical day. First Nancy, now the Peach. You saw it here first, Chattadonia. August 2nd, 2022. Oh, my gosh. Can't impeach the Peach. Nope. Nope, they will not impeach upon our rights. Peaches and cream. I used to like that song when I was a kid. That's kind of weird. I was singing R&B in like the 3rd grade or something. XLU is coming back up. Honestly, if you want to rally, we need more XLF. That's it. If XLF could go a little crazy, that's going to be nice. That song was fire, though. It really was. They don't know, though. They don't know. HKD, $2,500. HKD. It's not just, this is unreal. Like, most people haven't really seen a stock go from $10 to $2,500 in 5 days. This is a very rare instance. MGAM, I don't know. I literally just musical chairs at this point. HKD passed Exxon in market cap. Why are people willing to trade like that? Again, I think the point is, if you are trading something that is your personal risk management, it doesn't matter what you're doing, if that makes sense. So it's not about trying to, I strongly encourage you not to try to rationalize it, not to look at it, not to get frustrated. If somebody wants to throw $20,000 at something and they are willing to lose $10,000, $20,000 and walk away still smiling, that is totally up to them. There's nothing to think about it with it. This one doesn't even have that much manipulation. There's nobody that is shorting the stock. Again, it's an IPO. You can still short it, but it's not like the direct effect. But I mean, at this point, that's what I'm saying. It does look like a scam in the sense where you don't want to get drawn into it, but it doesn't matter whether you think it's a scam or not. What I've learned in the last year or two, you can still make money, but you just have to be comfortable taking that risk. If you are not comfortable taking that risk and trading a high-risk volatile asset, don't do it. But when you see other people do it, it shouldn't necessarily confuse you. That's it. It's some people, whether they have more money than you or less money than you, they are willing to take that risk. That's it. There's just people out there who will put $20,000 and they don't care if they lose. Even if they only have $2,000 to their name, they are willing to put all of that down and they are totally okay with it. So it's just like, it's like that's the only thing to explain what's going on here is that it's musical chairs. If the music stops and you're in it and you don't really care if you lose it and you care more about the upside, then there you go. But if you care more about the downside, well, then this is very simple. You're going to stay away from it. So that's just all it comes down to. But don't let this torment you, don't let this torment you and make your mentality go out the window now. Just because, I mean, this is what happened last time. That's why I said, just people were saying, oh, I'm frustrated. But I was like, dude, this is literally what happened in 2020 that made people go off the rails. And that's it. All it took was seeing one or two of these. And then people are like, well, shit. And then now I'm willing to take the risk. And then the next guy's like, I'm willing to take the risk. Well, then I'm willing. So just go with whatever you're willing to do. Don't let it move too much. But in a weird way, it's more or less a non-event unless you're willing to play it. And that's it. And if you are willing to play it, just don't be a liar. That's all I'm saying. Just like we talked about yesterday with MGAM, we spent hours saying, hey, take 100% if you don't want to gamble on it. Take 100% if you don't want to do it. Take 100%. Take 50%. So now if it comes back to normal, literally you can't be excited. You can't be sad. You can't even talk shit because it's just like this is what we were prepared for. And that's where it's like we don't really care about it. So that's it. I just have MGAM. That's it. The one on there. But again, HKD was at like 500 by that time. But the point is, just know what you're comfortable risking. If that's what you're going to do, just do it. And then that's it. Everything is, but I wouldn't seriously, don't even get emotional about it. Stop thinking about other people. If somebody wants to trade that, go ahead, be my guest. If they make money, that's great. If somebody says they're making millions, I would like to see the millions. But even then, I don't, it's just like, go with whatever you're comfortable with. This market is all about doing what you're comfortable with, because that's the only way you're going to survive. If you get influenced, or if you get pushed, or you get frustrated, and then it leads you to act a certain way, then you're going to get squashed. But as long as you go with what you're comfortable with, make your decision now, and you're going to be great. And hopefully making your decision early will keep you from any emotional pain or volatility that the stocks can create. Well, you don't even need to go. I'm not even advocating small, good decisions. I'm not even advocating small, easy gains. What I am advocating is just simply coming to the conclusion of your risk tolerance and going about it and smiling. And that's it. And if you go about it and say, yeah, I'm willing to lose 10 grand, and you're smiling and you do it and you lose 5 grand, and now you're angry, mad, frustrating, letting it like you're a liar. That's it. You see what I'm saying? It's just like, nah, that's the point we need to work on right now. And that right there is what's going to get you on this. And pretty much is don't pay, if these things are fucking with you, don't pay attention to them. But rightfully so, you don't need, it's like, I see it as a non-event more or less, where I'm like, this doesn't have to affect you unless you want it to affect you. Do you get what I'm saying? It's very, very simple. These HKDs, these random ones, these should not affect you unless you want them to affect you. And if you want them to affect you, you are making a concrete, decisive decision to say, hey, I'm willing to lose this amount. I'm willing to get into this. This will affect me. That's it. Boom, you do it. The FOMO's affecting, I can't lie, then boom. Go make, how much are you willing to, let's go to Vegas. How much are you willing to take to Vegas? That's it. Simple as that. If you're willing to go put $1,000 and lose it on a slot machine, go play with the $1,000 and that's it. And then there's nothing to worry about at that point. But yeah, I have zero FOMO. I agree with you. I have not. I've learned enough. I've seen enough. I've been pressured enough by people. I've already seen this shit. I knew it was going to happen last time, but there was so much pressure the other time. But now, bro, I'm chilling. I got mad cash balance. I'm 1 earnings away from being positive on my long term. Fuck out of here. I don't give a shit. I'm chilling. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. As simple as that. So I want to put 1,000 on all the MGAM. So let's say there's 5 of them. So then $5,000. Are you willing to, if the market turns around and things go worse and we are entering volatility and the market goes down to 362 and you are down $5,000, are you going to care about it? Are you going to be sad? And then are you going to now try to factor this in? And is this going to make you hesitate on your other trades? If the answer is no, make the play. But if the answer is yes, and now you're like, I want to put $1,000 today, but if something changes, you would change your mind in a heartbeat and feel a little disappointed or feel like you could have done something with that 5K, then don't play it. Very simple. But all of these plays, and honestly, I'm telling you, how you make big money on these crazy run-ups, you need to have a high risk tolerance. That's it. So that's why I'm saying you need to make this decision and be let it ride up or down no matter what. That's why I held MGAM, because I know that, hey, if I'm playing this with some of the stupidity hype, that's it. But I need to have a high risk tolerance. So if I don't put a lot of money in, I was cool losing $800. But it's like, hey, if you want to see anything crazy, you're going to have a lot of risk tolerance on it. So that's kind of where you got to bring it into these. I bought 20K at 22.55. If you're willing to lose that and you're not going to be a baby back bitch about it, amen. That's it. It's super. No one. I have nothing to say towards that except good luck. You know what? Like, for real. Like, I really hope you realize it. If you got it like that and you're staying in your lane, God bless you. But if you're gonna come back, that's the I'm gonna clown on you. That's all. I won't win or lose. I will not clown on you. But if you change your attitude towards that play after making I'm gonna clown you for that, because that's the problem. That's where it's like, you're a little bitch. I'm sorry. You said, oh, I'm down with it. I want to do this. And then you did it. And then it didn't work out the one way you wanted it to. So then you changed your whole idea and everything else. Nah. I can't get down with that. I can't get down with that. Chua. CHWA popping. 27%. Again, risk tolerance. He's wasting energy. Well, whether he meant to troll it or not, I saw a lesson in there. Again, I'm trying to tell you, even if you want to go throw big money, 20K, whatever you want, you could do whatever. Nobody cares. And you shouldn't care when you see people buying these or playing them. But as long as you got your risk tolerance and you do not back on your emotional decision to say, hey, I care or I don't care, this is what I'm willing to lose, this is my risk tolerance, then truly you don't understand risk tolerance at this moment. That's all. It's what can you tolerate without bringing it into the next trade or making you readjust your whole position or leaving you with a lot less cash in the future when you might need it. Fed Mester inflation has not decreased at all. We're talking any of them. Because like I'm saying, I got the MGAM, and I hope this conversation gives you insight into why I took it, but we're watching a very crazy phenomena right now. But I do notice, I could smell the emotions on everybody and their mom right now. Everybody, you could tell, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, who's buying it? Who's the person? It's like it doesn't even matter. It's either you're in or you're out. You're either going to play it or not. You're going to win or you lose, and you're either going to make a lot or you're going to lose a lot. Now, let's figure out that amount that you're willing to put up if that's the case, and either go home or play in the game. That's it. It's super simple. And then you don't have to really give it too much of any other thinking besides that. It's fun to watch. I agree. I definitely agree with that. It's fascinating. It's like it's a game of musical chairs. It's a very competitive game. You either going to win or you learn. No. I could teach you right now. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. There is no cliche trading thing that's going to follow up after this. It's either win or lose, and you know what's going to happen already. You've already learned it. That's what I'm trying to say. We've had enough experiences. You've seen it. And now it's like anything could happen and you can make a lot of money, and people don't want to miss out on that. But then also, you know, this damn well ain't going to last forever, and there's a lot of risk. So win or lose, you just got to decide now. There's no learning in this at this point. It is taking what you've already learned and now applying. Are you going to go after it or not? And then from there, you're good to go. You saw this with GME. You saw this with a lot of things. A lot of things. It's not just GME. Is what's her name still speaking? Dolly? Crypto can't be fixed. All right, I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade of Eternity. I love you.
No longer point to the thing. And you saw that when OpenSea had problems. NFTs just disappeared. So there is this myth that it's this new way of ownership. A lot of it's just a Ponzi scheme.
Bruce, there hasn't really been a solution for moving money quickly across international borders. As I well know, having moved to 4 different countries in the past decade and constantly having difficulties with wiring money and using the systems that are already there, not to mention the settlement systems that we have in the markets today. You are one of the foremost experts on security. You've written a baker's dozen books on this kind of stuff. What is the solution if it's not the blockchain? What can we do to transfer value around the internet in a seamless and safe way?
I don't know. I use PayPal. Kids these days use Venmo. Other countries, M-Pesa is something that is popular. China's got its own system. All these work without fees. Right? The fees aren't built into the tech. The fees are the credit card industry. The fees are the companies. Tech is not going to solve that. That's going to be solved through innovation in the company space, and we're already seeing that. Blockchain doesn't make that easier. It makes it harder, makes it worse, makes it more full of fraud. Because remember, if you're a millisecond too late, someone can steal your money. If you forget your password, you can lose your life savings. That's not a feature. That's not something we like. So all of these innovative payment systems, that's how you move money around the world these days. If I want to transfer money to someone in another country, I'm going to use PayPal, I'm going to use Venmo. I'm not going to use Bitcoin.
All right, Bruce, thanks so much for joining us. Bruce Schneier there of the Harvard
clearly
Kennedy
this guy
School,
does not engage in criminal
to us about
activity
his critiques of
or
the
drugs.
blockchain.
Because that's all it's used for. I'm sorry, that's just what the TV told me. I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together. He was pretty bearish. Where is PayPal? Again, PayPal's earnings. They're kind of going up a little on that. Chua still going. We had that one up. Resume trading. We haven't got any other China headlines here, too, from the rest of the day. So that's good. Let's see what's happened. Beijing condemns Nancy's trip. It's all the same headlines from that article we read. Out of your stocks to make your play SGD. Amen. And even then, though, I mean, with everything we just said, though, too, just remember, if you make a decision not to play it and are going to get mad because you said, I don't want to lose 2,000, I don't want to lose 10,000, and then you saw that it could have made you 50, and then you get mad, it's the same exact thing as buying in, losing, and getting mad. So just keep that in mind. It's all the same. A simple decision, just write it down. Just say, I'm buying. Write it on a Post-it. Say, I'm buying. I'm willing to lose. And then just stick it on your screen. And then just make the plan before you buy and put it there. And then just follow that. Just follow that. No, it's not. It is. In one situation, you actually lose money. Again, I don't care about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the mentality. I'm talking about people saying they have a risk tolerance that's not true. If I was doing real estate deals like that, it would be against the law and it would be awful. If people were telling me, if they were just lying on what they could afford and what their risk appetite was, and they're like, oh, I'm down with this, and then, oh, no, I could qualify for this, I could afford this, I'm ready, but it's like, that's not, and then something happens, and then people change up real quick, like, nah, it doesn't, like, I'm talking the mentality now of going after this, because if you could approach it with this mentality, you'll be better off than just either ignoring it or getting full gambling. It's like, hey, just be very calculated, less emotions, decide, set your risk tolerance. But I think the mentality of what risk tolerance is very elusive for a lot of traders. And that's why I'm saying, just if you could really define your risk and stick to it, you'll be good. It's very subjective. You can't quantify risk tolerance. You can't, but it's simple. If you say I could tolerate this risk, and then the risk hits you, and then you cry about it, or you feel a certain way, or it changes your behavior, you couldn't tolerate it. Simple as that. If every single one of you lost $1, nobody would react. Simple as that. If I took $1 from your pocket right now from your bank account, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't react. You wouldn't doubt yourself. You wouldn't doubt your long term. You wouldn't start talking shit on the internet. Like, you wouldn't do a lot of things. But if you lost 1,000, as we start increasing numbers, every single person will have a different reaction. And that's what I'm saying with it, where some people are saying, oh, they're treating $1,000 like it's $1. That's what they're saying. And then it happens. And then now it's leading them down an emotional spiral. And then it's messing with all the other trades as well, too. And then changing what they're viewing as an opportunity. So just all I'm saying is really understand your risk tolerance and do not veer from it. And if you really understand that, you're going to be good. Yeah, Airbnb, 117.59. Mester said Fed has work to do to get demand-supply balanced. I'm bullish on PayPal, but I just don't like, it's like Airbnb, where it was just at a really good point, but like, you got to think about it, $60 to 90, it's almost up 50%. So I like them. I like PayPal actually, and again, they've had so many bad quarters, they got to do good once, right? But it has moved about 50% from the bottom, and that's the thing I do not vibe with. Again, same thing with Airbnb. Even Airbnb is up almost what it's pricing in already on the day. TikTok to overtake Facebook in influence marketing spend. YouTube by 2024 forecast claims. Yeah, I have multiple Airbnb leaps. I have like 20 or 30 grand worth of Airbnb leaps. I have like 180s, 145s, and then 125s and 120, I think. Rally helped me cut my positions from buying to average down for the last year. Cut Airbnb 25% for a small profit. Allows me to tax harvest and set up for early for last quarter. I like it. It's great. Again, use these opportunities like we said. Now, if you want to balance the portfolio, you got growth names up. Any of your bigger losers are definitely, again, anything with growth attached to it did really good. So you just gotta keep the balance. I mean, I like it. It seems like you got the plan and are riding with it. And as long as you make the decision and stick with it, that'll go a long way. FCX, Freeport pop in, FCX, so is Tech. FCX and Tech. They could be related. Tech Resources, Freeport McCarran. I'm not seeing any news on the wire for Freeport. Tech price target cut a couple minutes ago, or like 20 minutes ago. Mester wants to see compelling evidence of month-over-month inflation slowing. Mester says she wants inflation a sustainable path to 2%. FCX is materials, yes. I think. The Trading Fraternity intro song, you need a jam to it. It is 2020 Election by Uncle Ansas. Puts on Uber. Uber, great day today. If you get back to 30, great day. Tech is still going. Again, FCX also popped too, but we don't have news on any of those. Pelosi is in Taiwan. We watched the whole landing. Markets freaked out, and then they even got a little bit of a rally once she landed with no issues. But, yeah, she is there now. She's meeting with the president. China has condemned the actions. They've said a lot of statements, and then they also announced that they will be doing a military drills and drills and, like, I forgot the other word for it, but they're going to be doing that August 4th or even today through the 7th. Russia's ministry will view Pelosi's visit to Taiwan as a clear provocation. China has the right to take measures to protect its sovereignty. AMTD paused on volatility. Russia, they're bullying you. Russia's like, hey, man, personally, I wouldn't accept that, but that's your life. That's it. There's like, personally, I would have defended my territory, but hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What was the other one? Unity. I put UMP. Unity's still looking good. HKD. We don't know. A lot of craziness. Fun to watch. We've had a risk assessment talk on it. Honestly, I hope it's a good pep talk because I give you the green light to any of you. But you gotta know risk tolerance. That's it. You just gotta keep it real, man. This is the only time I would ever advocate y'all to keep it real. You know, because some people keep it real at the wrong moments, or they think, you know, being an asshole is keeping it real. But like, no. I'm saying, like, just keep it real with yourself. And you're gonna be good to go, as long as you know your risk. Especially that applies to any of these plays, as well as everything for the rest of the year as we move into it. That's how you're gonna stay alive. That's how you're gonna have money for the next move. Just keep it real with thy risk tolerance. They can drop an offering, yeah. Where's AMD? Call is almost half of put options for Airbnb. They're not letting you win. My Airbnb's dropped 50% from yesterday, the puts, but the calls, I mean, the Leap ones went up a lot, but we'll see. Airbnb is just that's it. It just sketches me out because I don't know how Wall Street will react. But I mean, it looks like we got a big earnings on our hand. So we'll see. UUP hitting a new high. See if we start flipping again. UWMC, oh, coming to life. A little 5%er, huh? Okay. Airbnb could be, again, if they do very good, it will be great. Let's see. PayPal earnings, yeah. PayPal, AMD, Airbnb, and a couple of others. So let's see. Today, after hours. Today's Tuesday or Wednesday? Today's Tuesday. You are going to get CTRA, LPLA, Herbalife, Oxy, LTHM, Airbnb, Coke, COKE, not KO, SoFi, Starbucks, MSTR, AMD, Ring, EA, Guild, Paycom, PayPal, LXRX, OI, XAS, Fresh, PRU, SRPT, Match, Caesars, and OSH. OSH. So there's a lot, but the big ones, I think, AMD, PayPal, and Airbnb, and then Starbucks and MSTR. UMC. SPY's coming down as the dollar's hitting a high right now. So we'll see again. Some of the big tech is giving up here too. LMT is still climbing all day. So again, just under 200% profit on those. And then the Unity still holding up. Where's Roblo? Oh, Roblo, come on. SoFi. SoFi's big, but I mean, SoFi actually can move a lot. I feel like this is another name that's kind of pinned. Yeah. You see how it has the pin? I like the pin. The pin is a very good one. So SoFi might be able to move. It just really depends on the premiums and how they do. UWMC, it's looking good. Again, when is their earnings? Because that's going to be the real driver. AMB beats top and bottom. They'll rip 20%, is soaring. I don't know, though, because we've seen companies do good and not get rewarded as much as the companies that did bad but didn't do as worse than expected. Mester says Fed has narrow path to engineer rates without hurting jobs. So I don't know. AMD, I think it's going to be an interesting one, but I'm not really too. I don't know. I'm not that bullish on it, even if they do good. It just really depends on CPI and other things. But in a weird way, I'm like, again, if you haven't noticed, any company that I think can do good, I'm like scared of it because they're the ones that have tripped out. So like Airbnb, I know they're going to do good, but it hasn't really like reflected like that, man. Why is it doing this? There it is. Sorry, I don't know how to stop that. A Profit City pauses North American plant announcement on Taiwan trip. No, China's CATL considering sites in Mexico. They're delaying a plant, $5 billion plan at supplying Tesla and Ford Tesla and Ford. The news is going to come after Tesla and Ford. China, CATL to delay announcing the plant. So they're delaying a chip plant in America, and then they're looking for Mexico. That's coming out right now. I don't know how big of an impact watch Tesla. So it looks like it's retaliation news. I'm tweeting that, or I'm sending that out to the stream alerts. Bullard can move the market a lot, and people actually listen to him. So they're doing it looks like an action, Ford and Tesla. Big Apple red. Oh, they didn't film me. Let's see. Maybe get on advance. Nancy's plane. Yes, it did already land. They do. They just scam me. There you go. New for a tweet from your China friend. What happened? There's just, so it looks like it looks like China's going the economic route to retaliate. So they announced something that pretty much would delay chips for Tesla and Ford, and we're already getting that. So I made a Tesla play right now. I was going to tell you guys, so don't hate me, I know, but I grabbed a Tesla put for next week. I spent about $220. They're going for like $250 now off of the news, but I'm pretty much playing the news, and Tesla has just been on fire, so if we get any craziness, we'll see. So, but I don't know how big that news will be. The news is that I forgot what it's called, like GACATL or whatever. But China is saying they're delaying a chip plant in response to the Nancy Pelosi stuff. And now we're flipping pretty big. CATL is batteries. Is it? You can't trade it though on the U.S. exchange. Here it is. PLA announced it would conduct live fire exercises in 6 regions, a situation that surpassed the 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis. This is not just a demonstration, but an actual exercise to liberate Taiwan. Pelosi's visit is bound to speed up China's unification. That's good, man. Why am I so tempted to tweet at this guy every time, bro? Y'all, can you stop posting these to me? Because you guys are going to get me in trouble. I can't help it. I already tweeted him. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. I can't help it. I just have to say something. I know I'm barking. That's it. You could go see my tweet. I've been coming at him all day. I said, stop talking. Be about it. That's it. Let's just see that's it. I'm done. No more games. I just stopped talking. Be about it. That's it. That's it. Because I know it hypes him up a little bit. So, you know, this is all fair in love and war, you know? Tech is dumping again. That Tesla move is pretty big as well, too. But we'll see. I mean, premiums could flip-flop very, very quickly here. The Unities even came down a little bit, too. Amazon's dropping actually pretty big. Apple dropped big. Airbnb still holding up a little bit. Tesla play, I grabbed next week puts. They already went up a lot. Like, I thought I was getting scammed. But then they've already jumped up like 20-30%. They're all still cheap from the day. But I'm already up like 20% on it. But they are the Tesla puts are all cheap. We just need it to really drop down. Again, there was more news specifically related to Tesla and Ford based on China. But now, I mean, I think we know now where the next efforts are going to be. I think a lot of people are getting worried about like the military exercises, but it looks like I think China is just going to do a bunch of economic stuff more or less. My Twitter is Real Colt News. And then you'll even see, I mean, I've had a couple of retweets today. But if you go, you'll see Fast Stock News. That's Troy's Twitter also. He retweeted even the Watchlist, but you can follow him too. Get some fast news. Instigating World War III. Bro, that guy just keeps talking though, man. That's it. My guy just keeps... It's that one Chinese editor, dude. He just like, he keep going ham. So we're coming down a little bit more. Tesla now giving in a little bit. Xi is loving this. It guarantees his re-election. That's cute. You think they had a real election to begin with? They said all in favor, say nothing. If you against it, let me know so we can find you. What, you don't think they got a ministry of truth? Oh, yeah. Oh, you don't think, man, China been doing Ministry of Truth for like 35 years, bro. They ready to go. They're like, we understand your dissent, but your dissent ain't really safe. Sorry, go to jail. I told you that, right? Beyond the what's it called? The Jack Ma. I have a friend of mine, born and raised in China. They do business in China. And literally one of their business partners, like this was like 5 years ago, straight disappeared. He said something about the government, and then he was gone. I even asked him to this day, I'm like, y'all don't know where? And he's like, nope, we ain't never seen him ever again. And I said, that's not scary to you? He's like, kind of, you just don't get in their way. I was like, okay, fair enough. Well, what happened is that we were chilling. I mean, we were kind of going down. The dollar started rising, but there was a report that CATL is pausing their North American plant. So pretty much China looks like they're doing economic retaliation, and this is where we actually kind of started moving. Honestly, you might get to watch, depending on how this plays out, if they start doing economic stuff back and forth, you're about to watch the Joe Biden version of the trade wars on the market, pretty much. Because now it looks like economic retaliation is the only way they could do something right away. Daily went up 100. Yeah, bro, those Teslas went up good. I bought them at 220 Now they're at 280, but it's still, you need a little bit more. Again, we're just right back to the Pelosi landing. Remember, this is where she, like, the landing, this was the approach, and then this is when she got out the plane. So keep that in mind. APDN, Applied DNA, they're up 400%. Geez, Tesla's still going down, all the tech stocks. So we still got a little bit of cushion, but now everything is red. But tech, NASDAQ's only down 0.09. It's actually a very, very small day when you look at it. You think we'll clap back by delisting China stocks? Yes. I think that's the next stage, but it just depends on what they do. Pretty much we're going to wait on it. So we're going to wait till China does a couple of things, and then after they do those couple of things, I think the next reasonable response we could do is start banning some of the China stocks already, but I don't know if they'll speed it up or not. Yeah, I do. We have we have 100 shares of APDN. I'm down 50%. I only put like $600 into it. What are the odds China doesn't let Pelosi leave? It's just not worth it. But again, I think even them going about shutting, I think the economic way is the way to do it. That makes the most sense, where they could actually respond to us without killing somebody or creating a hostage scenario, which seems the most reasonable to everybody. But I don't think they're going to. I think Nancy will leave just fine now. If it seems so many less issues coming in there. So, but I think the issue is going to be economic reactions now at this point. Why do we have to retaliate? Seems like they want to start something. They wouldn't have to if they didn't say all of this stuff before, right? That's like me telling you, I'm like, hey, man, if you post a rocket ship, I'm going to ban you. And then you post a rocket ship. And then I'm like, I strongly condemn that action. Now I'm going to raise the price of membership on you, but I'm not banning you yet. You see what I'm saying? It's just like, and then now what is everyone's going to be like, oh, Josh ain't banning rocket ships anymore. Josh is all bark, not bite. Oh, you see, Josh said he was going to ban him, and then the guy posted the rocket ship, and he didn't ban him. Oh, that means maybe Josh is weaker than I thought. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, man. So, Andrew, oh, God, look at, man. Man, you crazy out here, bro. You get banned in a second, man. Are you kidding me, bro? I ain't got no political geopolitics to worry about. Y'all getting banned. Y'all ain't even getting timed out. Y'all just getting banned. I'm sorry, but, given the heightened global tensions, I can't do anything less. So I'm sorry. Bro, like 7 people just got banned. So I'm like, damn, okay, 8. That's good, man. That's the difference between me and Xi Jinping, bro. I ain't playing with y'all. That's good. Oh, Colt Electrical, I'm disappointed in you. You are now permanently banned. Why are you testing me like that, man? Oh, that's sad. I don't want any emails either. Please don't email me. Do not email me. I'm going to say we were given a great example of a political situation, and y'all have violated the red line that we set. I set my red line. As you know my red line. That's good. Well, just one after another, man. It's good. It's easy. It happens, though. It happens. Treasury 3-year jumps more than 20 basis points to top 3. It's permanently. I know him. Just don't send me an email, okay? Please. Just please do not send me an email. You already know. I'm not. There's zero sympathy towards crossing the red line. Like, remember what Xi Jinping said? He said, if you play with fire, you are going to get lit on fire. That's what he said in the statement that came out today. So, just don't. You got to be careful. Josh, Xi Jinping. Bro, listen, just call me Winnie the Josh, okay? Let's keep it simple. You could call me Winnie the Josh. I'll accept that. That's fine. Because now I don't know who gets offended by that. You see what I'm saying? Because are you offending me? Are you offending China? Wait, what are you saying? You see what I'm saying? You could call me Winnie the Josh. It's very simple. It's very simple. Or Joshy the Win. It's up to you. I don't know, but I like Winnie the Josh. How can we make the opposite of rocket ship make our leader happy? Don't worry, I'm happy. We're good, man. Rest in peace. Anybody who got clapped on that, we still love y'all. Please be reborn again. Nothing about our stance changed. You violated the rules, but we will always welcome you back. Do not give it any indication you've been banned. And I'm happy. I'm very, very happy, actually. It's a good day. It's wild now. Now it's just getting crazier. We're going to see where this takes us. No Caesar plays, but you can go after MGM. Again, travel related. I don't have an Expedia play. I kind of want to do one. They already went up. What about booking? These are so expensive. China did escalate by they pretty much cut they delayed plans for a battery plant in America. So a Chinese-owned company, CATL, China said they're going to delay the $5 billion plan to make batteries, and that's the first real escalation that has came in so far. China is getting in the way of the bull run. That was the whole point of yesterday's watch list, where I'm saying it's just like you had a random global tension develop out of nowhere that had the potential to derail this rally we were on up until we got in there. The rocket ship, we've had that rule for a while, and I was just trying to give an example towards the situation, and then people got a little out of hand, but it's good now. We have restored order to the kingdom. It was meant, it would hurt Tesla and Ford directly. That's what was mentioned in there. Tesla bounced a little bit, but I don't think Ford did as much. Why would that tank the market? I think it's just because that's like the first escalation, right? It's like, so Pelosi landed, all they did was they put out statements and all of that, but now we're getting to see the action. So I think it's one thing about the action, but now, like myself included, we're kind of seeing the direction China's going to go with this now. So, whatever that could lead to, we'll find out. K-Web or Yang, not really, not yet. I'm actually looking at earnings plays right now, but K-Web, Yang, they've moved a lot leading into it. Go look at Baba. I have the TSM, and those plays are up, but it's still a little weird. Let me see, actually. Oh, we're coming down a little bit. I want to see debit spreads. Oh, yeah, where's LMT in the middle of all this? Is that still climbing? Yeah, LMT been climbing all day. Tesla Q, great way to get downside. Is it better than the puts? Because I feel like if you get the puts at a good enough price, they move. But I haven't really gotten any experience on those. We'll say I'm looking for a booking debit spread now. That's what I want. But they're mad expensive. Where's the other one I had? It's like 2170. Jeez. $380. Habibi, le keda. Let's try 50 cents. Oh, 25 cents. Did that get filled? Oh, no, that's working. I said, what? I said, that would have been great if they filled me on that. No. No, the latest news was them stopping one of the battery plants, and that's kind of where this drop started to happen, but that's about it. It's just China economic retaliation, exactly. And now I think we know the direction of where this is going to go. So until it escalates to something bigger, chances are you're going to probably see another type of something related to the economy or whatever, maybe. Yeah, they're not going to do. These spreads won't fill. You need a tight. I'll do this. The 100% spread on all the bookings. 33, 35, 44, 36, 38. So literally $10, $9. This one's the smallest. Oh, see, they just widened it. Damn it. That one was the only one that was 50 cents, and then it just got widened there. Dude, that's crazy, actually. It sucks. I want the bookings, but they're really, really expensive. Starbucks could be a good one. They're not predicting bad earnings, but there's just been a lot of negative stuff with them, so I would just be on the lookout for that when it comes down to Starbucks. And then SPY's coming lower. Tesla bounced a little bit. Baba, JD, Baidu, get after effects. I mean, I think Baba would be bigger because they also have other problems. But again, you got to be careful because a lot of the China plays, the premiums are up and the shit has like already moved a lot. So that's what you got to watch out for. It's like there's a lot already baked in to any sort of China play. PHILO, I was going to do the PHILO, and then the market just started tripping out on the first sign of retaliation. So no PHILO just yet. Amazon flipped really hard. Amazon was one of the only ones green. That's why it's interesting. Tesla's actually still up. But Amazon was up 1.5%. Now they're down 0.6%. Again, Microsoft, Netflix, every single one of them all flipped. Roblo's still up, and then Airbnb. But then the dollar was climbing too. We dropped midday. I mean, the dollar started climbing, but right here we got news of a China retaliatory action economically, and there was some little effects right here for now. Think solar sanctions were just lifted, will be reinstated. Maybe, but it just depends on what China does. Like, legitimately, I hope you guys realizing it. You may not, but you're borderline about to go back to the trade war. You guys remember when we would wake up and a tweet by Donald Trump would clap everything, and then a tweet by China, and then the Premier Lee. Remember Premier Lee, and we would wait for him? All of that. It's literally, that could be the trajectory that we're going on now. So, pretty much we might see a lot of back and forth. It did suck. It was good when you would hit it, but it would create these weird volatility moves. But whether you realize it or not, I think at this point, before there's a military war, it's kind of clear this is going to take the elements of a trade war, more or less, or we might get big reactions. It just depends now what the United States does, or does China do another retaliatory action, and then what happens from there. UPS and FedEx. Oh, that could be a good one too, actually, for China. And then actually, that's a very good one to consider. No, we haven't had PHILO. We were about to do it, but then, I mean, the market's a little bit heightened here, so I could probably still do it a little bit later. But let's wait to see if we could kind of cool down from this first little drop, because this drop is related to some news. Well, shipping plays could get affected. Again, if there's anything with trade and they ban how we move stuff, or they close their ports or whatever it may be, that could all be negative. So the news, the retaliatory news, is that China halted a battery plant in the United States from getting completed. That's pretty much their first real action beyond just putting out a statement. UVXY coming in as CPI. I'd rather play the dollar. I don't believe in the UVXY anymore. This whole year, last year and a half, it just really doesn't hit. I like the Qs a little bit better, but even then, I think the dollar and bonds have been more responsive, even though they have been a little bit more distorted. Will this affect earnings? Not necessarily, probably not this late. It may be next earnings. The real big issue is that if this turns into an economic problem before you know it, in the second paragraph of the FOMC, they're going to start talking about the issues, the trade war in China impacting inflation and supply. That's it. So, I mean, if anything, this isn't good for inflation. That's one thing and again, this is the only type of news that could have derailed this epic rally we were on. So, but think about it. It's bad for inflation. It could lead into a lot of stuff there, but overall this is more negative than not, and the more actions China takes, it is going to be more negative than not. But this is not good for inflation. This is actually the worst thing that could have probably happened. Actually, not the worst, but it's up there, just considering how unexpected and not foreseen this was. So LMT still going, Tesla on the downside. Oil, precious metal, chips. I agree. Commodities and even the impact with China and commodities, you will see it a lot. USEA, big squeeze. United Maritime Incorporation. Good call. And then SPY below VWAP, we chilled a little bit. Now, Fed futures are chilling. They're not really saying anything about 100. It's like they've been calm since the meeting. The thing is, the yield curve, that one has not been. I don't know why this 5-day chart looks like this. So ugly. Treasury's moving. Thanks for the heads up. Killed it on Tesla. Good work. Evergrande is still in motion. And again, China's economy is crashing. That's the craziest part about all of this. That's why I think it makes it that much more interesting. But China's clap. Energy's about to go negative here on our markets. Energy's up only 0.3. Communications, real estate, discretionaries, and financials all flip red. Healthcare's barely up. They were up 0.6, and then utilities are the leader at 0.35. But we might flip a little bit. Why the drop? There was China retaliation. They're halting a battery plant in North America because of our move with Nancy Pelosi. So pretty much Nancy Pelosi right now has costed they've costed a $5 billion chip plant so far. That in a harsh statement have been the quantifiable costs since she landed about an hour or two ago. A Pelosi put. We will see. I mean, again, in a weird way, though, it gave us some fuel in the morning once we rallied off of it. So, I mean, it definitely had an interesting effect. China #1 residential value. Yeah, total in the world. It's actually the most valuable asset ever. China real estate is like 40 trillion. Ours is like 28 or 30 trillion. But their shit is like collapsing. The guy you tweeted to told Xi Jinping to take action. Let's go. Stop talking. That's it. That guy talked too much. This Chinese editor guy, he just keep talking. He keep talking, man. He keep talking. That's why I was like, just do something. That's it. Just do something then. Let's go. I'm sick of this back and forth. Like, let's go. We could squash it right now. We could settle this. We could go 1v1 on what's it, Sandlot, or Sandstorm? You know what I'm talking about. We could let's go. That's it. APDN still going up. Yeah, on Sandbox, that's it. You know what it is. Yeah, on Rust. Now we're talking. You like the trade win and you think you could take him down 1v1 since you're short? Oh, yeah, easily. I'll take you down too, man. That's it. That's all. I don't know, man. I'll go make a couple of tweets. I'll put you on the list too. I'm just kidding. I love you. This guy just keep talking. I still have the TTD. They came back up. You're down like 5 to 8 cents on that one. We sold off. This last hour was China announcing that they're halting a battery plant in North America. Trade war is better than real war. Yeah. I want to see, though. It's, again, that's the whole point about all of this is, like we were saying, is that China has amped up the rhetoric. So I don't want them to, or like that's the problem with all of this is just like, China could easily end this tomorrow and just not bring it up if they really wanted to. That's it. But if they make a big deal about it and they keep saying, we're getting our troops, we're doing this, we're ready for war, we do not stand by this. War is never necessary, especially in this case, but it's just because of the rhetoric. It's like they're talking shit, then we're talking shit, and then it's not coming down. Like, that's all. The market hasn't really been volatile. It is, but it isn't, because in a weird way, the market shouldn't respond to global tensions this fast. Like, do you remember how long we ignored the Ukraine-Russia shit until it finally, like, popped off? It's kind of similar here. Usually, some of these global situations take time to develop, or it has to be so big you can't ignore it. But this one kind of just crept in there, and then all of a sudden started moving China stocks, and then bringing in some of this volatility and whatnot. LMT. So we're going up there. You still got nice profits. Pelosi, Taiwan means they're willing to kill supply chains and supply side to stop hiking. They won't kill demand any further. Good for the markets, bad for the economy. Good take. Good take. So SPY bounce in a little bit now. U.S. regulators advance on plan to cut bond reporting to 1 minute. Interesting. That might increase some good things for settlement. Time. I know it's already 11, so let's see if we can get a real bounce. I need to go to the bathroom, so I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
I'm Caroline Hyde.
I'm Taylor Riggs.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. And investors are on edge. Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan prompts China's announcement of missile tests and military drills encircling the island. We talk through the cross-asset reaction as stocks bounce off their lows. We've got you covered. Focus on Fed speak too. Regional Fed presidents signal they are nowhere near done in fighting the hottest inflation. Bonds, they sell off hard. Plus, even amid all the uncertainty, August U.S. company bond sales, they're already on track to beat dealer forecasts. We discuss the outlook for credit with Mark Jenkins, head of global credit at Carlyle. But first, let's get you up to speed with what's happening in the markets. Some breaking news for our credit friends. I'll dig into this with Katie and Taylor in a minute, of the U.S. regulators advancing on a plan to cut bond reporting to just 1 minute. Right now, S&P 500 still underwater by 0.3%, but bouncing off the lows as we see the Golden Dragon China Index, that's the Nasdaq Golden Dragon China, currently up 1.25%, as maybe some relief that not more has been done versus Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. Two-year yield, though, sells off hard. Originally, there'd been a rally into the havens, such as bonds, but we then sell off as we get more of the Fed speak and perhaps signaling, look, they're still going to be hiking. Bloomberg Dollar Index is currently higher to the tune of 0.6%. But Katie and Taylor are both here. One of you give me context on what these U.S. regulators are doing about bond reporting to just 1 minute.
Look, the current time, as we know from our great reporting, 15 minutes. And Katie, you'll know a lot more about this as well. Trying to maybe issue a proposal here to cut it to about 1 minute as we think about the time that it takes to report and trade and sort of solidify the trading of those securities, the bond securities. So indeed, we are hearing that financial regulators moving ahead with the plan that, again, slashing the time that traders have to report those bond transactions down to 1 minute from 15 minutes. So a little bit of a change, making bond markets maybe a little bit more quickly moving, shall I say.
That's Gary Gensler, SEC Chief Gary Gensler, would say this is going to help bring transparency to the market, but obviously it's very contentious within the sleepy world of bonds. They're pretty close to...
They ain't sleepy. Bond market hasn't been sleepy for about...
They're pretty used to the way things work. Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. So we'll see how this plays out. Definitely in the weeds of market structure, but some fireworks there.
Take a look at...
Interesting. We'll see. See if we get any abnormal bond movements following. Wow, the HK stock, anything related to it is just going crazy. SPY support, I mean, nothing really. I mean, you could go as low as 403, even below it, but I would just look at, I'd say above 400 to here, and then upside, I'm looking at 413, 415, and 417. And then we see... I really want to play booking, man. But it's so expensive. Bullard, yeah, I don't know if Bullard, they might touch on Taiwan. You might actually hear if any of the Fed speakers, that's actually a great question, because you may hear it come up. I would be on the lookout for them to maybe even start mentioning it. That would say a lot. Let me try 225 to 260. So far out of the money, though. I don't even think this will hit. Where'd it go? 225. No, it's 20 cents. Come on, 20 cents. Scammers. These guys scammers. You know that? This one has a higher bid. I think we get it for 50 cents. If any of you find a good debit spread on Booking, if you want to do it, let me know. Come on. 30, bro. 30. That's my max. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to hit it. Scammers. Absolute scammers. You could play continuation. Yeah, probably. Either way. I agree with that. Maybe Expedia, there might be some cheaper ones. Nah, but Booking is just great because if you actually like get a good move on Booking, like you could, it's like Tesla on steroids in a weird way, but it's a lot harder to trade. Oh, there's big Expedia puts. Because Expedia has a lot of money overseas. But again, even then, Expedia doesn't report today. The key is Airbnb affecting any of these. Again, Marriott had good travel demand too. Just wanting Josh to drum up more FUD. They probably timed you out because your assumption is that I'm putting out FUD, whether purposefully or not. But I think you're just missing the point. Honestly, I just go join a GameStop group. I think you'll fit in great. Ding, ding. I lag as I'm lagging. Oh, I feel. Apple supplier suspends production at 2 China factories. That's a rumor. Some chatter going on through a tweet. Apple's kind of reacting while we're a little bit bouncing here. Be on the lookout for that. Taiwan. Apple suspend production at 2 factories. Oh, that's a rumor. Apple's reacting to it now. We got a little bit of a boost, but there's a rumor going around. It looks like it's not hitting the wire, but people are talking about it. And you're actually watching a reaction on Apple. So again, some people are assuming this now may have factored into Apple and that they're slowing down a supply plant there as well. That was a weird one. Fitch rates Intel senior notes A+. Wow. Okay. Any great companies with zero exposure to China? There's a couple. I forgot who the biggest one is. I'm blanking off of it. It's an easy one. Amazon. What am I saying? Amazon doesn't really have too much China exposure. I mean, they get a lot of stuff from there, but in a weird way, it's not. I mean, all the money is coming from North America. Yeah, Airbnb pulled out completely, but Airbnb still gets affected by strong and weak dollar. That's the thing we don't know just yet. They have offices, yeah, but I think they're pulling back from it, but they just have not. I mean, they don't do any business in there. So like you can't book Airbnbs in China, and then I think they've pulled out like 70-80% of their offices and stuff. Forbes says company moved forward with formal sales process, and Citigroup was hired to manage the process. What's that one related to? And then the Apple stuff, it's not hitting anymore again. It's just a rumor, but it looks like it's not. That one's not really sticking there. Again, even Tesla's bouncing up. We're right at VWAP, but there's a lot of names that could still move. Again, a lot of big earnings here after hour. AMD, Starbucks, PayPal, all of that. Sava's on the high. What's the other one? LMT. We got to keep him up. He's looking great. We just need like one more week of like Nancy rally on LMT, and we're going to do good on that one. APDN halted. Airbnb is holding up great. Again, earnings here in 2 hours, so get ready. Get ready. The LMT, they're up 200%. So we put in $400 and you could net $925 right now. So pretty much it cost $400 yesterday. Today it would cost $1,200 if you want to get out of it or if you want to buy it. Beijing condemns Nancy's trip to Taiwan, calling it a serious violation. Yeah, those are from the statements in the early morning. Again, the biggest update was the plant being halted. If that Apple news comes out, that will be the next biggest one, and then we'll see from there. But otherwise, the earlier statements came out, and again, it just seemed like they issued a bunch of statements. Only John Cena can handle this now. They put out a bunch of statements, and then we finally got one thing. I like PayPal and AMD, but PayPal I think is, eventually they're going to do good. But the thing I don't like about PayPal, it's moved up about 50% in the last 4 to 5 weeks. So that's the problem that I have with it. But it's what's it called? The AMD. I think it could be bullish if they're able to show that they took demand from AMD or from Intel. If not, then they're going to have a problem. But I think AMD might still be limited in terms of how much it could run up there because it is a big outperformer, but we'll see. So SPY coming down again, right below VWAP. We're kind of chilling out. No, there's not real crazy velocity. NASDAQ is still up. SPY is down a quarter. Dow's down 0.8, but let's see if this escalates. I lag on the high, 94%. PayPal went up 25%, 75 to 90. I guess I just look at the 6 handle, 69 to 90. Is that not? That looked like 50% to me, man. I don't know. So 90 minus 69, 99, $20 divided by 69, 99, 28.5%. So I guess about 30 on equity though. That's big. That's big to me, man. Sava's running up there too. Needed to move up. I feel, but I'm just saying, coming into earnings, like, go look at any option on PayPal and just, I mean, tell me you're getting a good deal. It's just very expensive, you know? Like, even these out of the monies, like a week ago, they were going for 50 cents. You're going to pay $1.70 out the money. Anything near the money, I mean, they were going pretty expensive. They've doubled up, but it just doesn't seem, I guess some of the further out the monies could be decent, but it don't really seem that great. And again, that's just the 7-day chart, but some did better than not. Same thing with Airbnb too. That's what I'm worried about with Airbnb, because Airbnb had a similar run-up from the bottom, but it's just like, okay, you know, a lot of these calls are going for 30 cents. You're going to be spending $2 for it this morning. I mean, it's just not there. So I would go for the post earnings on some of these. Sava's still running. SPY bounced back up, but that's as far as my analysis goes. I don't have any plays on any of them. I think they sandbag will have a big beat. Well, that's what I thought. Remember, I've been saying that for 4 quarters. I thought PayPal sandbagged one of the last 4 quarters, but they didn't. So maybe now that, you know, we're latter, I would assume that you're probably going to see the big earnings beat sooner rather than later, but I don't know. Again, I'm just, even just looking at the option premium, though, even if they beat, will we be able to get paid off of it? That's the question. And then if we're wrong, you know, how much are we going to lose if we want to make the play? SEC charged 11 people with creating and promoting a fraudulent crypto platform that operated as a global Ponzi scheme. Are they renaming Robinhood? No. Between the run-ups in China, I'm right in the sidelines. I feel you. I'm slowing it down here. I mean, we hit all the big ones, which was great. I mean, we got to walk away with Google, Facebook Play, Netflix as well, even the Microsoft. So it's just kind of waiting on him now, I would say, at this point, and just letting some of it. But I do like the post earnings. I mean, I want to play the Airbnb. I only have the puts, but if I wish the calls are cheaper to go ahead and get them. I take my LT out of Robinhood. I mean, if it's not going to cost you anything and it's not going to be disruptive, but I have not really found a way. If you're like actively trading or you use your account a lot, it's very difficult to move out of Robinhood. But I mean, if you could go to Thinkorswim in E-Trade and the costs aren't really that much of a difference, I mean, I would prefer to have my money there. But I still have like 60 something thousand in Robinhood. But I did initiate my account transfer like a year and a half ago, and they still haven't done it. I grabbed an Airbnb put for yesterday. I grabbed a 90 put for August 19th, bought it for $1.10. It's worth 70 cents now. Yeah, Unity's still up near the high. BGFV, I have heard that name before. Yeah, Pelosi says visit shows unwavering U.S. commitment to Taiwan. So you say it doesn't contradict their policy. Well, look at the picture, bro. All right. That's not Raphael Bostic, because it low-key kind of looked like Raphael Bostic. And I like this guy's suit in the back. That's a nice suit, if y'all don't see. Honestly, Nancy's suit is hitting too. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Like, this outfit is dope. This outfit is dope. And then she stole this outfit from Jen Psaki's closet. So it's cool, though. You know, they saving on the budget because of inflationary pressures. But, nah, Nancy fresh all the time. This, like, baby blue suit in the back is good. Yeah, this is the Psaki special. She sold that from Psaki's closet. You know damn well Psaki left that on Air Force One. And then she was like, all right, I got to, you know. It's Ricardo Montalban in the back. Bro, he's looking fly, bro. I'm telling you, this guy has an AP on. Or he has a Richard Mill on. I could just tell. He just got it like that. So here it is. Here's a good one, though. As Pelosi arrived, China condemned the visit and announced it would stage series of military drills, including long-range live firing near Taiwan, starting as soon as Tuesday evening, as well as more drills encircling the island from August 4th. So are you guys ready for this? This is where they're doing all of the drills. So while Nancy Pelosi is there, you are going to have 5 drills of live firing on every single corner of the island. All around, yes. It does look like the Russia, when they were saying special military operation. This does look familiar. Bing bong. You said poor fish. I feel you, right? No one thinks about the fish. That's facts, man. God bless you. Stop eating sushi. What? Total coincidence. Nah, I think they announced it right when she landed. That's it. They said, oh, you gonna visit? We gonna surround the whole island. We have a drill. That is not a drill. That is a drill that we're calling something else. May the cult pray for peace. Amen. Again, at this point, I don't think we're going to have pretty much, if there's going to be anything military, it's probably going to occur right when Nancy leaves. But at this moment, it looks like the next level of escalation is going to just be economic, as we're already seeing. Hot dog. Nancy wearing the same pink suit as your Watchlist doll. Oh my gosh. Yo, facts. Okay, this is getting weird now. She's still in the Porsche sitting behind me. Like, she's still in the Porsche right now. But that is actually a fun fact. That is wild. I guess what a coincidence. Yeah, the U-calls are just under 100% right now. They're nice, again, but we'll see where it leads to. LMT hitting a new high. SPY getting pinned at VWAP. AMTD, wait for the YouTube videos to come out tonight. I'll make one for you. I got you, bro. I'm just kidding. It's going to be about minutes. I'm sure we'll bring that up, though. Honestly, I thought that was a very good video. If you didn't learn from it, I was surprised because I didn't know how good it was, but then a lot of you guys said you learned from it, so I was like, hell yeah. You were like, that's the best political observation I've seen or demonstration. I said, thank you. Thank you. Uber is 20, dude. $30 is a big level for Uber, man. Very straightforward lesson. It's weird. I still think it's weird how all of the drama even developed to this point. February was a lot higher. February 23rd, though, Uber was a lot higher, though. It did hold a little bit more of the 30 handle. Last time you summoned Yellen, she made 4 speeches. I know. Still, I don't. That's weird. The same outfit for Nancy. It's wild. Everybody in the LA. If anybody finds a booking debit spread, you know, let me know. Let me know if you get a cheap one. But I wouldn't go past like 2150 or 2200 because that's like a 10% move on them. No AMD place. I think I'll play that one after. Then even then, Airbnb, I'm actually quite limited. Again, I mean, we can make a lot on Airbnb considering our past positioning, but I really think we probably will be going for a lot of the post-earnings continuations, more or less. You break it out again. Yeah, contracts are now 80 or 100% on the ask, or a little bit below since I bought at 47. I'm just estimating. 89 on Airbnb. It could come back down to 90, but here's the thing about Airbnb right now, and this is what you got to realize: it's already up 5.5%. It's pricing in about 7 to 8, so you've already moved 7 or 8%. Like, so even if we come back down, it's like you might get support at 100 if it's a bad earnings, and then we go down. Like, literally, you got to think about it. If the earnings is bad and they come down to $100, that's a 17% move. That's a 10% move on the stock. A little bit more. So that would actually be a big one, but we would still be out of the money, and then we'll see where it continues from there. Unity, there he is. Good guy. I wonder. It still hasn't even broken out of the pin, though. That's the funny part. So we still got a little bit more time on that. Hindenburg tweet on HKD and AMTD. So HKD new IPO surge. The company is 88% owned by AMTD, a sketchy Hong Kong-based underwriter. Hindenburg have written about it previously. So it's just going to be a fun game. A lot of back and forth. Well, Tesla put was a next week put. Let's see where it's at. And I'm actually still up on it a little bit, but it came, I mean, it went up 20% during the drop, and then it came back down. I mean, Tesla bounced, what, $15? I did play Tesla downside. Plays are break even, slightly up. So they're still holding the premium, but it did move a lot. Why did Nancy go? Nobody knows. I can't answer that question when people ask me. It's like, I don't know why she insisted on it, and then I don't know why China insisted on making it a big deal. Like, China could have just downplayed it and not have done this, but they chose to go for the play the hardball card. AMD. Well, no, AMD is going to be interesting because AMD, if they do really good, that means they stole demand and market share from Intel. But if Intel did bad and AMD does bad, people are going to be worried about the global chip market. So that's the dilemma with AMD. AMD is like 50-50 because after watching bad chip makers, some people are assuming AMD was the winner, and rightfully so. They might have came out a winner, they might have not have done as bad, and they've literally taken market share from Intel. That's the good part. But if AMD does perform bad, and then Intel and then Texas Instruments and a couple of other did bad, then we're going to really have a problem. And then it could go the other way. CWH. Oh, getting clobbered, camping worldwide. 2 red candles on the downside. I don't see any news coming across. AMD lose to a strong dollar. I mean, if Qualcomm and some of the other ones didn't get too impacted by it, or they got impacted but it was priced in, I would expect a 5 to 7% difference, but I don't think it'll harm the companies unless it was like materially noticeable or bigger than that. AEMD, DLO on the high. SPY's kind of ticking up here. Apple even coming up. Yeah, DLO showed up on the high ticker. DLocal, XOM, AMDizzle. Again, you have PayPal too and Starbucks. And we have an hour and a half. Yeah, Intel is pretty big. They guided down a lot. There's been a lot of big guide downs. Earnings whisper as Airbnb EPS at 56 versus consensus. Yeah, bro, Airbnb is going to be ridiculous. So, again, they're expected to do good. I think the EBITDA number, the only risk for Airbnb is one if they miss because everybody thinks they're going to do good. Otherwise, the other risk will be currency translation and then how much it is. But now the real question is, can Airbnb, did they sandbag in the sense of if Airbnb, if they could have upside, like that one analyst says that it's limited, but a couple of other analysts are saying how pretty much they can go crazy here. So the estimates are somewhat low based on what people think Airbnb is going to report. So we're going to find out very, very soon. But that's where I think it does very good. But like I'm saying, I mean, we've seen the company do great and then sell off right away because Wall Street doesn't really reward it. But if they beat heavy on EBITDA or even net income, oh my gosh, that will change the multiples by a big margin. If they could raise the net income, but at a higher pace than expected, that means Airbnb's PE ratio is going to be a lot lower than anybody was expecting, and that right there will help out a ton. So do you see what I'm saying? Analysts are expecting a certain amount of net profit, but if they find a way to report more net profit than not, that means the premium on the stock isn't that high, and then that whole earnings compression, multiple compression, it would actually work in our favor, and you might even see Airbnb get a lot better off of it. But we'll see. Again, that only happens in the event of a surprise beat. Otherwise, I mean, the expectations are pretty high, but a lot of people are, in a weird way, expecting them to come in above those expectations. So we'll find out. Airbnb will have post earnings. We might, but every other post earnings they do pretty bad. So one day after they do good, but then I guess 2-3 days later they could sell off. Airbnb, the oldest son, but he usually should report later. That's why it's weird. Because he's supposed to, usually Airbnb comes after Expedia and some of those. Same thing with Uber. But this time they did good. And I think Uber doing good says something. I mean, how many of you thought Uber was going to go in the damn drain? That is another thing we could take from it. DLO is really popping now, 5% last two candles. But, Uber did good. I don't think they wanted to be behind Lyft with that good of earnings. But, again, I mean, I thought I didn't expect Uber to beat revenue by $500 million. You would have thought the travel demand and, how people were, again, none of the news sounded good, but they did good, which is surprising. You think they moved it first because they expected good earnings? Maybe. I mean, it looks like that's what Uber did, but hopefully Airbnb did the same, and then that way they won't suffer victim to any of the other companies reporting. But, I mean, it's still a little bit more difficult. Easier said than done, more or less. You never know. We'll cop 110 puts. I mean, I have one put too. So, I mean, again, just Airbnb, the earnings, if it really surprises, people can't ignore it. But again, this is one of the only companies, go look at their guidance even for this company in this quarter. They're one of the only companies in this last 3 quarters that have beaten and raised and are still down 20% when the S&P is only down 5 to 8% at this point. So, I mean, I like it, but I do understand that this is a very easy growth stock for Wall Street to turn against. So that being said, I'm leaving myself the flexibility where unless they do really, 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 really amazing and just kill the net income, then that's going to be the real factor. But again, I mean, Uber doing good does give me a little bit of confidence, because I said it earlier. I don't know if you remember me telling you, that Uber and Airbnb, similar industries to a degree, but there's a lot more variable costs with Uber than Airbnb. Airbnb's costs are somewhat fixed. They know exactly how much they're going to pay people, how much it costs to operate, all of that. So it's a little bit better than Uber. That's where, I mean, hopefully if that same demand and consumer trend feeds in, we should be good. And then, yeah, you're right. As long as the CEO didn't sell a lot of stock, and as long as they didn't increase spending or take some stupid charge-offs, they should be good. But, yeah, bank stocks are dropping right now. JP Morgan, XLF, Citi's on the low. Philip Morris, Coca-Cola, too. What's going on? Consumer staples are dropping right now. Oxy, I think they moved up a lot, but I think it could be a decent one. There are a lot of brands that operate in China. That's why I'm even looking at Nike right now. That's one that could get affected. If they want to do economic retaliation, I'd watch there. Add the Tesla? No, I'm not buying Tesla at $900. You're insane. No way. The Tesla put, maybe. But I'm cool with $200 exposure is enough, I think. TLT. Bonds are just got mangled today. Like, whatever happened with the... with Pelosi and all that, what it did to currencies and bonds, very, very weird. So TLT, I mean, I'm not even trying to really get anything from it today, except for the yield curve. That's all I could really see. TLT's weird. Again, the dollar too, though. Like, you have to realize today was external. Like, so the dollar and bonds just got impacted by something weird because, again, the Chinese currency started moving, the Japanese yen, the dollar, Taiwan dollar, Hong Kong dollar. They all moved in a very odd way, getting in preparation of the Nancy thing. So that could affect bonds and all that. And, I mean, we had a new bond rule today, but yesterday, if you don't know, that was part of the TLT weird stuff, is that Apple offering a big bond, it does factor into the yields, because an Apple bond for long duration is arguably very similar to a treasury, according to a lot of people. HSBC could be good for negative China news. It's just if you want to take it, but some of them have premium here. It's like anything with China exposure, the put premiums did go up, even if they didn't move too much. Like even Nike, your put premiums are actually up on that one still. LMT came down for a little bit. Yield curve is the difference between short-term interest rates and long-term interest rates. And when short-term interest rates become higher than longer-term, that is unusual, and it signals there's a problem in the economy or within funding markets. China sell lots of treasuries coming into this. Yeah, but I mean, if they sold a bunch of treasuries, I don't know if it would help us or hurt us at this point, considering with what it would do to bonds. I mean, it really wouldn't be too crazy. Airbnb director, 10% sold out, 725 to 729. I believe that was Mr. Gabia, Joseph Gabia, the co-founder. It's because he's still on the board, but he stepped down from his roles, and then they actually hired a head of Amazon to replace him. But I wonder how that'll factor into any, what's it called, dilution or cost, charge-offs, so on and so forth. No Airbnb dividend. I doubt it. I mean, they're making a lot of money, but I don't know if you want them to start paying back investors just yet. Because, I mean, I like how they're growing. That's it. Like, it's, again, although you're paying a lot of premium for the growth that you're receiving, I mean, they're one of very few that are still doubling up revenue that are going up a ridiculous amount, doubling up net income, doubling up EBITDA, all of that. So I like to see doubles on that, and I'm down with it. I did not play Uber. We have our shares, and we're just coming back on those. So we're down a little bit now. I think we're under 10%, but our latest, we bought Airbnb at like $24-25 this year, so we got a nice 18-20% gain on those for now. But let's see. HKD is just the IPO phenomena that's been going nuts. LTHM, lithium, I think they report after hours, Chad. So I think they actually, one of them do. Midday freestyle, go. Midday freestyle. Don't be senile. My name ain't Joe. You want me to rap, but all I know is the dough. All I know with enough long term, then that shit gonna grow. Oh, so people talking shit, but 10 years later, where did they go? Whoa. That's the best I could do without Uncle helping me. It sounded very dark. I should have just wrote a Dr. Seuss book, I think. You know? Like the put shouldn't put, but the put shouldn't. Or no, the put shouldn't put, but the put was put in place so that those that shouldn't should. So now the put could put the, you know, I don't know how much, I don't know. We'll see. I'm just saying. LTHM, leap calls, only good purchase. That's good. Do they report today? I'm pretty sure I saw that on the list. Where did they go? The Colt will never know. Probably got clapped by buying stocks. That was whack. Y'all carrying it. Okay, y'all going home. Y'all going with this. On August 2nd, Chinese Foreign Ministry summoned a U.S. ambassador. So are they about to expel our ambassadors now too? Bro, Uber's going up. It just sucks it's doing it so slow. The plays we got in the morning are up 1 penny. Scammers. Airbnb. Well, listen, if Airbnb beats and goes back to 140, all I'm going to do is play Airbnb on repeat. Okay? So that's it. Just get ready. I hope you're prepared for it. I know you're going to get annoyed by it, but I'm just saying I will have cause to celebrate. We'll follow all the earnings. There's going to be so many after hours. So, obviously Airbnb is going to be our favorite, but we will have all the earnings today after hours. We'll go over AMD. We'll go over PayPal, Starbucks, and anybody else in between. PayPal. So far, LT. Dude, we're still pinned at VWAP. That's the interesting part about all of this. And then LMT kind of coming down a little bit. What do you think the growth potential is? Airbnb, a lot. I mean, it's simple. I mean, go look at their balance sheet and tell me that company's not growing. Are you paying a premium for that growth? Yes. But like I'm saying, all it takes is one surprise today, and that whole price to earnings is going to change. So that's the advantage of it. But I think the growth potential is great. I mean, there's a reason I have over 50. I think I probably invested $50,000 to $60,000 in this thing total as of now, and I still plan to buy more. But it's going little by little here. But I do believe there's good growth potential. Again, I mean, I'm in a good position now, but I'm still down on it. Like that literally after, let's say Airbnb absolutely kills it today, we will be positive on our long term. And you'll be in a position now where Airbnb will be holding up a lot better than a lot of other names. But it just depends on what happens. So I'm just speaking, is the growth there? Hell yeah. My average is between 140 and 155. And that's not including leaps. I have 2 other leaps at like 120 and 125. And then that's about it. But it's good. It's good. It's very, very good to see. But it's like I'm saying, it's just like Wall Street has been acting a fool over it. And again, Airbnb is down 20% on the year when the S&P is down about 8% to 5%. And again, the performance out of Airbnb has been amazing. So we'll see. China Vice Foreign Minister says U.S. must pay for their mistakes. Bro, the rhetoric is not slowing down. Jeez. Yeah, they summoned the U.S. ambassador too. It's just Nancy. Like, it's not even us. It was just Nancy, bro. Like, why are you tripping? Where do you see all this news? We get a lot of news. I mean, we have a lot of ways to find it. We have a nice Twitter. We have Fast Stock News on Twitter with Troy, and a lot of people post stuff. So, I mean, we've been doing it for a long time here. We have different resources, but it's a mix of finding out the news when it hits, like, the actual wire and sources where it comes from, but then also you'd be surprised how much news we source just from people chatting, and then we just backtest and go look it up. We've gotten quite good at this. Kind of what we do. This is, we've gotten quite good at it. What's on your screen? These are just stocks in the high-low ticker. I have other screens that I'm looking at for it. That's why, I mean, listen, and you should be able to hear it. And then, again, even reading the chat, you could, again, there's actually been a lot of news dropped by the chat early on. So just keep on the lookout. Airbnb spending their cash on, that's keeping their earnings down. Not much. I mean, that's why they're still expected to do net profit, EBITDA, everything. It's like they could spend a little bit lower, but they're a big company. But that's the thing. It's not as if, I don't know, like Airbnb is just, they're capitalized pretty well too. I think every company could find areas to cut costs, but at the end of the day, they still have $9 billion in cash. So, like, they could not make a single dollar and still fund some high expense operations for a decent amount of time. Big pop here. So we were kind of coming down, but SPY and a couple of these earnings and growth names started popping. Troy is the go. Amen. Pelosi going to Taiwan. We don't know. We have no idea. Super efficient and entertaining. I appreciate not only Josh, all that contribute. Amen, man. That's why every day I got to say thank you to everybody making this place better, contributing, actually trying. And you see, man, if you could get into the mix, we vibe pretty well. And there's a lot of different things. So God bless you and thank all of you, my friends. Thank you, Nancy, for the volatility. Asshole. Reuters, Fed Daily. We already got through Fed. Again, Bullard is tonight. That will be the next thing that will move some stuff. So we'll find out. We love you. God bless you, Chad. God bless you. And get ready. We still got to make it till the end of the day. 10 minutes till power hour. We pinned that VWAP for like an hour after the first retaliation news. So where we go from here will be quite a doozy. It could get bought up real quick. I mean, if people are chill. APDN again. That's still going. Is HKD chilled out? I haven't heard of it. Nah, still 1800. Just looks a little more calm. Unity's still up there. Roblox kind of chilled out. I want the damn booking. I think AMD could be good, but I do think they have a more challenging outlook. Like everybody reporting, except for AMD, pretty much is already expected to do bad, right? Like PayPal, dog shit. It's coming up. You're like, okay, their guidance is already low. They may be able, like, they could benefit from it's not as bad as feared. Same thing with Starbucks. Same thing with Airbnb is the only one also that's like good there too, I would say. But even then, I think Airbnb should be good regardless, unless it just gets a bunch of downgrades. But the what's it called is AMD is the one with kind of, they're coming off of a good earnings, more or less. We've seen a lot with the chips, but it could go 50-50. SPY, that little pop is not lasting there. You kind of got a bigger red candle now. The last 5 minutes just back and forth. Yeah, some big sells just hit for some reason. Palantir trending. I don't see anything coming across just yet. I used to go to Starbucks all the time. I haven't been to Starbucks for months. I feel you. I've been a couple times, but I feel like I definitely don't go to Starbucks as much. But they've dropped a lot considerably. Remember, Starbucks' last earnings was dog shit. And again, they had to bring in Howard Schultz as temporary CEO, all of that. Amazon warehouses face extended probe in the safety hazard. Amazon probe on warehouses. So it's not reacting too crazy. It could just be the overall market. But Amazon probe in the warehouse safety. I used to be all about this. I know, bro. I don't live like in the city anymore. Like I used to live right like on top of a Starbucks. So I would just go downstairs and eat it every day. But then that's it. Then I was like, nah, I need to get back to the suburbs. I can't do this COVID city life. And then that's it. What's a good Starbucks drink? Pineapple matcha goes a long way. That's a good one. I got news fed to me by the hour. Cinema. Because cinema could affect some of the the infrastructure, other deal stuff that they're talking about. Vanilla sweet cream. Oh, you guys got pineapple matcha hits. You get that iced, you're good to go. I don't know what else. Oh, dirty chai. That's it. Chai tea with a shot of espresso. Stop playing with me. Semiconductor push by U.S. against China will have no winners. By U.S. against China or vice versa? Interesting. Hits is dropping that one. It's probably early. So see if we get anything related to that. What's the lesson behind all that's going on? I mean, one thing you got to really learn this week, we knew what to watch for, but you literally watched a global development kind of propel itself to the forefront of catalysts. So I think you could definitely learn the impact of global tensions this week and kind of how there's periods to respond to it. But other than that, I think this week went from looking for inflation and data and earnings to give us the story to turning into all about global tensions. Biden signs bill to boost China competition in U.S. chip production. Nothing's really moving, though. Everything's kind of staying pinned. I learned how Nancy is untouchable, literally. Chip stocks, yeah, it's not really causing anything, but keep a lookout for it. $33 in lizard ears. That's pretty young, pretty young. NASDAQ going to break down. I'd wait. And I think we're going to be data dependent in this case now, waiting on any updates from China. That could move the market. Bullard today could move the market. And then now, depending on these earnings, AMD, PayPal, Airbnb and a couple of others. I mean, that could give us a little bit more of a sentiment coming into this. But, I mean, right now, it's all day. The Pelosi stuff has been brewing, but if you haven't realized it, it went from, is she going to land? She landed. That was event number 1, and now we're starting to get clues of what the next consequence is going to be. So, really, if it's not going to be the Fed or any of the economic data that's going to move us, again, you have Bullard tonight. Yeah, he's aftermarket tonight, coming in at tomorrow. That's what we want to see. But then any sort of escalatory action will find a way to take over. Boom. Unity's still going. I thought Caterpillar already reported this morning. That's why they're down. So Caterpillar could get affected if it starts to look like another trade war, but that's about it. TLT, I want to put up the dollar. I wouldn't be too worried about that. I would pay attention to the yield curve more so than TLT for now. Yeah, APDN. Even the dollar's coming up because watch, last time dollar hit a high, it did correlate with some of the it did correlate with some of that China escalation stuff. Power hour, sour hour. Actually, let's see. Where's the poll at? You guys are 46% red, 45% green, 8% unchanged. So, yeah, nobody knows. Everybody's kind of in the middle. And China will go after solar. China could go after a lot of things. It just depends on what they're willing to bear, what sort of cost and what sort of punishment do they see as fitting this scenario. Again, what the real question is, what costs are you willing to bear? Just like we learned from sanctions, just because you sanction someone or ban them from something, it doesn't mean you're not going to get hurt. Like we had to pay for some of the sanctions we put on Russia. So it's the real question is, what are they willing to bear? Some people have brought it up already. They're saying, well, if China's economy is already crashing, they could bear a lot of pain if they really wanted to. So it really, really depends on what sort of action they decide to go from here. UWC on the high. That's good, especially with things coming down. I think Unity is up there too. What just happened? If you can't be lose, get out, baby. Amen. Template was good, especially if you held it, you hit it fat. That was a 500, 700%er. I cut out at 50% though, but that one was a good one. SoFi earnings, we'll cover it when it comes out, but I don't have any plays on it. Again, it could be a good upside play because it kind of looks pinned, but I don't know. I don't know if it's like a big mover. I feel like Unity could move a little better. But I like the Unity. Those are up 100% now from yesterday. So now those earnings plays are starting to kick in a little bit. Merc up. Power hour, 1201. If you don't know what you don't know, do you really not know? Well, you can't know if you don't know. I think a lot of people are like that. They don't even know what they don't know. That's why experience and exposure gets you there. And then once you learn something you didn't know in the past, it just keeps going from there. If you don't know, now you know. Olaplex on the high. Some shampoo. AMD killed it all day. You're right. 100%. They've been doing good comparatively. And then especially with some of them taking more of a beating, chip makers from some of the China stuff. What they have done good. And a lot recovered since Nancy landed. Again, China stocks were in the gutter. China was even down 2% today. So we'll see. 411 puts again at VWAP. Microsoft coming up a little bit. The big tech has stayed pinned, though. Tesla holding. Unity. Unity's doing great. And then Airbnb. Uber again, too. That's wild. The plays are up by 1 penny. So, I mean, we just need another one. But $30 is a big level for them. Again, if they get there, that was a real big breaking point for them. Uber. VWAP, volume weighted average price. That it's important because that's where in volatility in general it shows a lot, but a lot of like hedge fund managers and strategies, they will operate on VWAP. And if legitimately, if you wanted to buy like hundreds of million or billions of dollars or even sell out of that amount, you're going to use VWAP, because by using VWAP, you could avoid disrupting the price more or less to make sure you could get a good basis. Essentially, let's say you wanted to buy $500 million of stock. If you did it all at once in one order, you'd probably drive up the stock price and having to pay more. Ask Elon and buying a stake in Twitter and then, people finding out. Versus, if you buy at VWAP little by little, you could buy in big amounts and just wait till it hits VWAP, and then you can get your position and build it out without disrupting things too crazy. What does the little guy ride the backs of whales? Well, I mean, it just depends how you want to go about doing it. I mean, the way I look at it is by looking at the long term. Again, that's what I always say. It's like people don't want, like, trading is great and there's a lot of opportunities, but when it's all said and done, all these billionaires and these people in government with so much control, I mean, they have held some of these names for 40, 50 years. Like, imagine what percentage of Congress owns Johnson & Johnson and which percentage of them has owned it for the last 20 plus years. So, like, that's the one way I see it. But VWAP could get you an idea. You could see how big moves are happening. I mean, VWAP has showed us a lot throughout the really volatile days. You could look at it and you could see, like, okay, the big moves are happening on VWAP, whether it breaks it or not. Massive anti-American protests breaking out in Taiwan. And then the Max Payne stuff, we'll talk about it later because I think we'll probably bring it up Thursday, Friday when we could pull up the options. But it's just something people have been talking about, really showing the open interest and where a lot of the money on the option chain is lying for a certain expiration. AAW, we heard that yesterday, but I don't think we got any updates from that. And then Bloomberg editor says that the disappearing dovish pivot presents a risk to the market rally. So again, that's the Fed speakers talking about it, as well as, again, just kind of what we're dealing here with the China stuff. But I would say mainly the Fed speakers. Pelosi for a few hours, peaceful protest. Yeah. Bro, I showed that chart. I'll bring it up in a second. Bitcoin Big Red. Didn't it run up pretty big first? Baidu about to go positive. Arab or Uber BNB. Not Airbnb. Airbnb is still going. Bitcoin is negative on the day now. It's not like one big candle, but it has sold off 23.1 to 22.9 in a little bit here. And we're right below VWAP again. 50 minutes, 53 minutes remaining. It was up $400. It's big. Tankers, nuclear. Again, there was also that uranium news. Taiwanese energy supplier to supply batteries to Aptera is rumored to produce the SEVs in Taiwan. What's this? So this is the article that just came out. Nancy isn't the only American shaking things up. Aptera co-founder Chris Anthony is there with Taiwan energy company Formosa on the heels of a new agreement to supply batteries to Aptera's upcoming solar EVs. Jeez. That's a SUV. That's a SEV. I don't even know what that is. I have no idea what that was. My mom wants an Aptera. I've never heard of it. But that came up. That was a tweet from Electric. They brought that source up. Solar electric vehicle. There, SEV. That makes sense. I thought sports entertainment vehicle. Making no sense, you Americans. Hurry up and figure it out. So coming down a little, bro. This has been a very weird VWAP move. State Department approves potential sale of area defense and related equipment to UAE for $2.2 billion. APDN, they're unhalted. Again, PayPal after hours. I thought an Aptera was a kind of dinosaur. I said, those still exist? That's amazing. They got dinosaurs in Taiwan. I know. Who would have thought? Maybe that's why all the fuss. I think Nancy's going to stay for at least another day. She has a meeting with the president tomorrow. But again, all right, let me get it for you. Like, she's going to be there for at least a day, but literally starting today and tomorrow, these are where they're going to be doing live firing drills around Taiwan. So we're going to find out, but it is definitely going to be an interesting one. All airspace closed around the island. That's going to be interesting. Is that confirmed? I remember they said something about that, but I don't know if it got confirmed. Why do you think she's there? I don't know. I can't answer this question. Like, and even because you have to realize Nancy announced this in April and nobody said anything. Nobody complained. Nobody brought up the issue. Nobody said anything. Not even China. Joe Biden didn't say anything. Like, again, like Joe Biden could have protested to the contrary and made sure she didn't go, especially after talking to Xi Jinping for 2 hours a couple days before that. But it's like nobody really, I can't answer this question. I don't think anybody really knows. And then nobody knows why China is choosing to ramp up the rhetoric like they are. So it's pretty weird. I wish I could answer it. I wish I had a better answer for you. But you don't really know the motivations. She was supposed to go in April, then got COVID. But again, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like this has still been in the cards, though, for quite some time. That's why it was so odd to watch a market reaction yesterday and people start getting positioned when it was just like, wait a minute, how big of a deal will this be, when we already kind of knew it? And then China was talking crazy. Like, I don't, like, that is the other part. Like, as easy as it would be to say, oh, Nancy's starting problems, Nancy, it's like, at the end of the day, like, why is China talking so much like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, why did they come out so confident and so aggressive? Why did they choose that type of rhetoric? And then they're still trying to hammer that home. Yeah, banks have flipped. Again, that's an area of strength we were looking for. New York to suspend trading of warrants of Go Acquisition Corp. and commence delisting. Equifax sent lenders inaccurate credit scores for 3 weeks. Dow Jones. They sent letters, incorrect credit scores on millions of consumers. Apparently there's a consumer glitch with your credit score. Biden live. Is he signing the bill? I mean, we could listen to it. It'd be nice if he said something about Taiwan, but I don't know if he will. He's just chilling in his room.
Free press. It says semiconductor vote thrills automakers. I know it sure in hell thrilled me, and it thrilled everybody around this White House. And all of us, the way I see this bill in Michigan is it's about chips and it's about cars. The bill has supercharged our efforts to make semiconductors here in America. And these tiny little computer chips the size of a fingertip that are building the building blocks for a modern economy, they power everything from smartphones to dishwashers, automobiles, and so much more. In fact, the vehicles that the UAW makes in Michigan are used as many as 3,000 semiconductors per vehicle. And as electric vehicle sales continue to climb, there were double this year than there were last year. Automakers are going to need even more of these semiconductors. America invented the semiconductor, but over the years, we let manufacturing of these semiconductors get overseas. And as we saw during the pandemic, when the factories overseas that make these chips shut down, the global economy comes to a screeching halt, driving up costs for families and in a big way. A third of the core inflation last year in America was due to the high price of automobiles, which was driven by the shortage of semiconductors. For the sake of our economy and jobs and cost and our national security, we have to make these semiconductors in America once again. And for the folks at home, there's a broader supply chain that makes these semiconductors that connect to countless other small businesses and manufacturers. This bill funds the entire semiconductor supply chain, from research and development to key inputs in polysilicon manufactured in Hemlock. Look, I'm told that 1/3 of all the chips in the world use the polysilicon made right here in your factory. Imagine if we had more of these kinds of factories doing some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world, employing thousands of workers, including UA plumbers and pipe fitters, IBW electricians, sheet metal workers, iron workers. This is as analysts say, an investment in the CHIPS and Science Act is going to create more than 1 million construction jobs over the next 5 years. That's not even counting the jobs making the chips, just building the facilities, building the semiconductor factories. It's going to have 1 million construction jobs. And who knows what that's going to generate. This bill makes sure that as many of those jobs pay Davis-Bacon prevailing wage, which will ensure that tens of thousands of new construction jobs are good-paying union jobs here in America. And the bill is not handing out a blank check to companies. This bill has guardrails that are going to protect taxpayers' dollars in the interest of the American workers, small businesses, and the communities they're in. It means companies partnering with community colleges and technical schools that offer training and apprenticeship programs, and working with small and minority-owned businesses. My administration is we're going to make sure we take back investments if companies don't live up to their end of the bargain. We're not going to allow companies to use these funds for stock buybacks and issue dividends. And finally, too often entrepreneurs and startups, invent their technologies in America, only to go overseas to commercialize them, the items they invented. This bill makes it clear the world's leading innovation will happen in America. We will both invent in America and make it in America. We're going to make sure we include all of America, including rural and urban communities, right here in the industrial Midwest. Just as a lot of experts were wrong to think that we wouldn't rescue the auto industry more than a decade ago, a lot of experts today believe we wouldn't bring manufacturing jobs back to America and that they were forever gone. But they were wrong. We recovered all the manufacturing jobs we lost during the pandemic, 613,000 of them gained since I took office, more than any other president. Construction and new manufacturing facilities are up more than double this year. And the investments in the Inflation Reduction Act currently in the Senate are going to create even more manufacturing jobs. Jobs building out wind farms and solar panels, making electric vehicles here in Michigan while lowering energy costs and healthcare costs like the cost of prescription drugs. Folks, we have more work to do. But the progress we're making is proof that we're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. And that's what we're doing because of the elected officials on that factory floor. We're working together. And I think the one thing the American people began to lose faith in was our ability to work together to get things done. There's nothing, and I mean it sincerely, there's nothing beyond the capacity of the United States to get done, nothing, when we decide to do it together. And that's what happened this time around. So I'm going to turn this back to Governor Whitmer and thank her again for all her incredible leadership. But I also want to say one more time, what my dad said, a job's a lot more than about a paycheck. It's about your dignity, it's about respect, it's about being able to have a little bit of breathing room. That's what all these jobs are going to do. They're going to put America in a position to be the leader in the world economically for a long time to come.
And give them Hummers, okay? Because everybody needs a Hummer. Shout out Mary Baba. Okay. I just had to go to the bathroom. He's finishing it up. They did not say anything about Taiwan. So we will see. We will see. But get ready. You only got about 40 minutes left. Again, a lot of earnings are going to be coming up here. Will Airbnb affect Meta? Probably not. Airbnb is more likely to affect Uber, Marriott, Expedia, Booking, and any travel play or anything kind of related to rideshare, anything like that. Abivai coming down. Okay. So if Airbnb does good, we want Abivai to drop. Very simple. Very, very simple. So let's see, Chattadonia. Let's see. And then earnings right after the bell. It's going to be a big one. Again, you got PayPal and a bunch of other names. AMD, Airbnb, Starbucks. I think those are the big ones. And then there's one more name. Honestly, there's like 20 or 30, but you got a lot of them. Cat dropping. Remember, Cat reported in the morning, and they did bad, but now they're actually hitting a new low there. Uber's coming down. LMT is still holding up. I think Tesla could get affected. I mean, that news itself, but I don't think they want to hurt Tesla, but unfortunately, Tesla is a very good way to hurt America in the sense that, I mean, if you could even hurt the stock itself, that really wouldn't be good, but it really just depends what China is going to do here. Now, that really is the next step that we're waiting for, is to see what other escalations do they do, and then what sort of way do we respond, and does it pretty much turn us into another trade war beyond, before leading into military conflict? We'll see. But, it seems like trade war is there. The Tesla news, this is why we started dropping. It's affected on Tesla and Ford. I forgot, it's like CATL, China battery maker. China paused the development of a $5 billion battery factory in the United States. So that would affect them. But, I mean, not too big, but it seems like that's the direction they're taking. I grabbed the Tesla put we grabbed it right around here. I think it's still up a little bit. I spent like $200. Yeah, it's up like 10% right now. Airbnb has to miss horrifically. Or, I mean, even if they beat, Airbnb could stay the same because it's already moved up 10% in the last couple of days. That's what happened on one of the other earnings, and it made it very, very subdued. I think it was right around here. Remember, they had the earnings run up. Their earnings was good, but then like 2 days later, they sold off with the market. So, unfortunately, that's what we have to worry about. But if they give a blockbuster report and it's just like so good and they increase their net income and then that changes the PE ratio and all of that, it could end up being something amazing. But I mean, my hopes, as much as I love Airbnb and I think it could be a good one, my hopes are pretty low just considering how Wall Street has acted lately. So I'm just more worried about the broader market. You got to realize, even if Airbnb does good, it's clear that they could still be a victim of the market, and that is what I'm worried about. I don't have any AMD calls, no AMD plays. I have Micron as a sympathy, and that's about it. Yeah, AMD might be able to stay the same, but AMD, if they could show that they took market share from Intel, very bullish. But if AMD does bad and they do just as bad as Intel, people will get really worried. Yellen spoke with German Finance Minister Christian Lindner. So we're coming back down. This was like when Nancy's plane was approaching. This was the Nancy run-up as she was coming in. So now we have unwound all of that, and we're getting back there to those levels. PayPal. Well, again, PayPal's moved up a lot, and you have Starbucks too. Keep that in mind. Starbucks will be a good bellwether even for some of the consumer, more or less. Added more JPM. Well, that's why I'm waiting now. After Airbnb, we're going to have all of our deposits. We know Uber is up. And then we're going to see where Airbnb is at. And then that's it. We're going to have everything. We're going to have everything. I'm looking at JP Morgan or Abivai. Abivai has a little bit more premium. JP Morgan, we don't lose. So, like, that's the thing. If, like, by buying more JP Morgan, we're just getting it cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. So I wouldn't have a problem with that. But Abivai, I mean, I like the safety, but we're getting it a little bit cheaper from the top. So it kind of depends. I could lose more on Airbnb or on Abivai than JP Morgan. So, but let's see. But then if Airbnb comes back to $90, $80, and then the fundamentals on it are still increasing, I'm buying Airbnb. That's the thing. So at the same time, if Airbnb does good and Wall Street just freaks out, downgrades it, does what they did in the last 3 earnings, I'm just going to buy the shit out of Airbnb because now I'll have fundamentals just backing up what I want. So that's kind of how I'm going to operate there. Otherwise, then it's going to look like JP Morgan or Abivai will be the play, more or less. It sucks. I know I'm going to miss out on the JP Morgan dip, but we're going to be getting some money back, to say the least, just by getting it at a little bit of a discount. Airbnb, it's big and doesn't get cucked by it. Can, though. That's just again, unless Airbnb beats expectations by like 50% and then crazy increases their net income, Airbnb could be a victim of the market. That's what happened last earnings. So last earnings, Airbnb hit 100, then it ran up to 120, then leading into the days before earnings, it was at like 120-ish, and then it had a pop, went up a lot, like 7% overall, then it came up, and then the market dropped, and then everything went down with it. Again, here it is overlaid. It follows too much with the SPY, so it needs to break out of it with a killer earnings. That's again, they've been doing good. That's what sucks, because it's like, we're asking the company that has not been cutting anything to just do amazing, but we need it to break out of this trend. Otherwise, it's liable to be a victim and just follow overall correlation with the market. Looks like the same thing is going to happen. Well, that is the risk. I mean, and now, observing it, we could be a little bit more prepared. But that's why I like our strategy. We have a lot of it. I have a lot of cash ready to put on it, and then that's it. So either way, but just don't. Pretty much what I'm telling you is like you could rightfully be bullish about Airbnb. But I'm telling you now also to just be aware of the risk that it's not, even if they hit, unless it's a grand slam, a home run isn't even going to keep us safe. That's it. You need a grand slam. The bases are loaded. If Airbnb comes in and they just change that net income and they kill it, that's it. We could break the trend. But other than that, you have to understand the risk that it's just responding to the market. I think it can go to 150, I think quite easily, but you need the data to kind of put it in there. Did you put money at Airbnb at 88? No, because I wanted to wait for the earnings. I was going to buy it once it went below 90. I said, I'll take 88. It lasted for like 30 minutes, and then it started to rip, and then the market started to rip, so I only had one shot. So I figured I'll just wait till the earnings. But I do have leaps at 120 and a leap at 125, and then a whole nother 20, 30 grand of leaps at way higher strikes. But yeah, I do think it could do good. Think it would be viable to buy with a 25% cash balance? Yeah, but not before earnings. Like, why? I mean, that's the whole point, is that if you already have a big position on Airbnb, you can afford to not buy before earnings, because now if it does good, you're going to go positive and make gains. But if it goes negative now, then we could use our balance a lot more strategically. And then if, after this earnings, if it drops and we average down at the lower prices, this is going to soon become our break even, which is great. We're moving down with this stock, which I like, but we just got to wait for it. So we'll find out. Airbnb trades at 10 times revenue. Are you sure that's valued? Well, that's based on current numbers. That's what I'm telling you. After today's earnings, that might change. You might not be able to tell me that. What I'm trying to say is that the multiples, if they beat expectations, which most people are expecting them to do, but the bigger the margin they beat expectations, you start running in the territory of them changing all of their multiples and making literally more growth. So I think there is something there. Name me another company this year that has beaten every earnings, has raised guidance, and is still doing 100% of their revenue compared to last year. If you could give me a good company, and I would love to consider it as better growth or better value. But that's what I like about Airbnb, amongst many other things, is just like right here, right now. They are doing great this year. Unfortunately, that's what I'm saying. They had to pay the price, though, with the correlation of the market and being kind of attached to that, because although they've done good, they haven't broken out and broken the trend yet of just, again, just messing up the growth expectations by outperforming by a massive margin. Their TAM is in the trillions. I wonder if it's accurate or realistic. It is. How much of a total market they could access is let me get the number up for you just when we went over it. But you got to realize they make good revenue and profit, but they're doing big money in bookings. So it's like, let's see. So pretty much last quarter, they did $16.9 billion of booking. So they only made like $500 million or like $200 million net profit off of that, but they did $16.9 billion. So even this quarter, they're expected to do about $15.8 billion just in overall. That's gross booking value. So their total addressable market is huge. If you any client booking Marriott, Expedia has, Airbnb potentially can do it. Obviously, they're built out a little different. One big thing about Airbnb as of recently is that, they have alternative rentals. That is something that Airbnb is just gobbling up the market share, where if it's alternative, if it's not a hotel and it's a little bit weird, Airbnb is increasing that market, and they are taking it literally percentage points every quarter. So that's the difference, and maybe that could affect their addressable market because it's a little bit different than than a hotel or something like that, where again that's part of the market. But them having alternative bookings is actually very, very well. But the point is, Airbnb does a lot. Let me see the yearly. So, I mean, gross bookings on the year is about 64 billion, and that's money just coming in. Obviously, they look to profit 2 billion off of that, which is smaller, but again, it's just that as travel, who knows where the future goes with travel, population, all of that, but I mean, they're right there in the mix of it. The best part is they get travel as well as kind of the tech, more or less. Joseph Gabia, yes. He's sold off. That's their annual income. But he's leaving or he's backing out, and then they got somebody else from Amazon. But I agree with you. Some of that in early companies, starting out, that is a big part about it. When these guys sell off, I mean, that's what killed Snapchat. And, if Snapchat didn't dilute or they didn't do all of those share-based compensations, they probably would have been a lot better off. Also, if they didn't fucking talk so much with their guidance. But it's about it. Drop the PHILO. I want to, but we only got 30 minutes left. We might have to push it till tomorrow, unfortunately. Nancy Lee, either tomorrow or the next day. But I know she has a meeting tomorrow with the president. Beyond Every Put Flows came in an hour ago. Beyond could be a good one. A lot of people brought that one up, but that could be one that could either get a Grim Reaper or it could rock it up. I think it's kind of pinned. Actually, they've kind of looked more like Roblox, where they've came up a little higher. But yeah, Beyond is one that could do it. MTC's on the high. You guys are calling that out. Making another run on the high ticker. Up 154%. Again, any of these plays, the word is risk tolerance. That's all you got to know. Like, really know it. Really understand it. Be one with it. July inflation reports on trading for euro. They went up. Yeah, that'll be a bad sign. Again, a lot of the economic data yesterday out of Europe, that contributed to some of the weirdness we were getting. But Beyond is wild, though. Didn't Beyond sell like 600 million and then only made like 200 grand of net profit? That's the scary. Their margin is razor thin. Like, legitimately, like, I think Daniel in the cult is going to make more on his house flip than Beyond netted off of 600 million of fake burger sales, which is wild to me. That it's one of the most ridiculous like stats I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's actually wild. He said, "Hello, hello." The product tastes like, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I like some of those fake meat burgers. Like, I could eat the Impossible one. I could eat the Beyond one. I don't mind the taste. I'm honestly get more concerned that my man boobs are gonna look like Bill Gates's, and that's the only thing that scares me. But otherwise, I love the taste. I think they taste them. I'm just worried about the Bill Gates effect, not how you expected. But I'm just saying, though, it's just that is very scary for me. You've never tried it? Go to Burger King and try the Impossible one. I like the Beyond one too, but the other one's good. Nah, the Impossible Whopper slaps. Y'all put me onto that, Chad. The Chad put me onto that, and I tried it, and I was like, yo, this is good. Like, it was actually good. I'd rather have an actual veggie burger. This is still confusing. It's still just not even an actual burger still. This is why it gets so confusing. Nobody talks about HKD. Why did you wake up so late, bro? We were taught, bro, it was like 10 in the morning, and we were just like, HKD, HKD. Everyone's like, oh, my God, 1,800, 2,000, 2,200, 2,500. It's halted now. AMTD. You just woke up late, man. Don't try to put that on us, man. It's 12:30. You got 23 minutes left in the stock market, man. Come on. Yeah, all we talked about was Pelosi and HKD all day today. That's it. Mixed in with Airbnb earnings and then a couple of other ones. And then waiting for retaliation. We're live, 6 a.m., baby. 6 a.m. Amen. We'll see you there. See you there. Uber's still going, man. Good for you. Good for you, little guy. The play's up 2 cents now. That's technically 20%. The Tesla plays are holding to. AMD earnings has a lot baked into it. Again, it's one, how they perform, general health of the chip market, and then how did they perform relative to Intel, because that will definitely sway how analysts view the comments. Watchlist dope if you missed this stream. I know. I'm glad, and we got to talk about the Unity play. That one, again, I don't know if I'm not down with it at 80. That's $80 anymore, but at 70 or at like 40, $50, I love that play. Oh yeah, there's no more options on the chain anymore either. So this is the furthest down. So again, we bought this one at like 40. But I brought this one up yesterday. That's the one we're waiting on. But definitely check out the watch list if you guys ever miss anything. And even as of late, it's kind of been a good start to the morning. So even if you check it out in the morning, you should be good. Yeah, the highest 60 on the whole chain. Oh yeah, huh? Except for November. If you go to November, there's cheap ones. But not again. Even if you want the November for 60, it costs $200. That's what I'm saying. That one at $40 was just fire. I'm a morning watch list, man. I feel you. IPO rules, MGAM was good. The criteria very simple. Just know how much they're offering. Watch the price and the premium after trading half of the float, and then once it trades 100% of the float, you have a better idea of the relative pricing, and then go from there. They will be, again, we have the chart. Here is the chart of where they will be doing live fire drills in Taiwan starting today. So right after Nancy landed, they announced that they're doing a live firing drill here, 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 and here. So yeah, they are starting. That's like stage one of their retaliation, and then we've already got reports about them stopping suppliers or building operations in America already. So we'll find out. No, we're going to stick around for earnings. Airbnb is going to be a good one. We'll also have PayPal, Starbucks, AMD, and anything else. We even got SoFi on there as well, too. So we will have all of the earnings data for you here shortly. And you got 20 minutes. Airbnb is today, yes. It's for my family. Thank you, Josh. God bless you. Let's get it, baby. Working on something bigger than you. Amen. Earnings, AMD, PayPal, SoFi, Airbnb, Starbucks, Oxy, Guild, EA, Match, Sky, Caesars, MSTR, Paycom, SEDG, Texas, A10, Ring, and Denny's. I'm sticking around for the earnings, my friend. No one knows what MSTR does. Nobody knows. Unity, LMT still rocking. Hydrogen stocks. I have that in that one article. I just said I'm not a big fan of them, and I think you got to be careful of any failures in ESG when you're investing early on. But I do think you have a lot of upside in the long term. But I would just go for a ETF with hydrogen. I think HYDR is the one that I said. But I have no money in that one, and I'm not playing any hydrogen plays. MTC still popping. My target for you is earnings. That's it. It's either earnings is going to hit, and we're going to hit a nice 1,000%er, or we're going to lose $50. That's all. That's all I see with Unity. Straight gamble, but it's just a good price with good time. I like it. It's either earnings is going to take off, or it's going to get clapped, and that's it. That's the only way. There's nothing else. I don't see any in between for Unity. Maybe 500%, but I think it's either going to rip like a monster or die. And then that's it. $50. I know. $47 for September on a stock that we've seen double and triple. Oh, man, with earnings and then it's pinned down. I love it. I love it. Only at that price, though. If you said pay me $100, I'd say, nah, that's a lot, man. That's expensive. Inflation, economics, the yield curve. You know, I bring up, I say supply chain, gas prices, Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan. What about what's going on with Ukraine? $100 is a lot, but $47? Are you kidding me? That's cheaper than a game of Madden. You can't even buy a recycled sports game for that low of a price. Stop playing with me. Strike, you got to watch the watch list because at this point you're late. Honestly, though, that's the thing. The Unity play's over because I wouldn't buy it at the price it's at now. So we had a little window yesterday, put it on the watch list. You could have played it this morning, but now it's kind of over. I mean, you could still go for it, but I don't feel the same way about it. Again, it's the difference between Snapchat at $10 versus $20 or $30. I like it at the low price. I'm not begging to buy it at a high price. I don't know. Weed plays were going crazy. That's 60 for 51. Yeah, that's a better price. Like if you had to pay anything above, like if you're paying for $80 on it now, even $70, it's just, I mean, it's 50, 60, 70% more. So just be careful. With 200, as long as you're close to the money, amen. And again, remember risk management. Like I'm saying, this play, I think we could get lucky on it, or you're going to lose everything. So you got to just go with an amount you're comfortable with. I was cool with $50. Anything else, you know, if you went more, I'm happy for you, but just make sure you know that is exactly where your risk tolerance is at. EA hit or miss? Maybe because EA's moved a lot, right? And I think they're outperforming S&P, I want to say. Maybe. Ooh, EA's a hard one, and they may not move too much. I really don't know. 10-minute rigged, almost. Got 16 minutes. We were talking about the Unity play. So go on the watch list. Second link. I talked about it yesterday. I had the same enthusiasm about it, and I brought it up, and I just showed the chart with how it's pinned. But, again, the play has changed since the stock went up 6-7%. But this right here, this pinning, I like it. But that's why I'm like, it's just going to be an earnings gamble. Earnings will get them out of this, or earnings will get them below it. HKD back at 2K. AMD implied move. I'm not too familiar, actually. About 690 to 790, which is just about 6%. So I'd say 6 to 8% relatively. Kind of depends. And you have to factor it in. Same thing goes with Airbnb. They're pricing in 6%, but 6 to 8, but they've already moved 2.5. So just keep that in mind as you're looking at it. Unity worse than business, software behind. Amen. Again, we don't care about any of that. That's the whole point with this play. That's why I'm saying your confidence shouldn't be too high or too low. But like, we don't give a shit about, like, I don't care who their CEO is. I don't care. It's just like, it's going to be a lucky earnings play or not. That's it. But the price was good. Again, like I'm saying, to see an earnings play for September just that cheap, that's what I liked about it. But we have no other implications beyond just like get lucky or not. AMD, I think AMD is just it's going to be tricky. I honestly think maybe even post earnings, but they have a lot. I think AMD if they do really good, just like Airbnb, they could have an epic run. But then also, they're going to be exposed to some other risks, which are the problem. PayPal, I think PayPal could do good, but I think PayPal just ran up too much leading into it. And I think Starbucks will do good unless they just absolutely fail. Like, I think Starbucks could do bad and still go up as long as it's not worse than feared. Can dollar headwinds hurt PayPal? It might, but for the most part, what we've seen this quarter, even though we saw a little bit of early impact from it, most companies have been positioned well, or analysts are just ignoring it and going straight to constant currency. So it kind of just depends. But I think mostly they should be accounted, and the dollar has dropped a couple percentage points. Yeah, Expedia for VRBO and Airbnb, I like it. I want the bookings. I could even go with the Expedia. There is a lot of Expedia puts, so we'll see. Wow, is Kirby, U.S. anticipated China's announcement about military drills? Oh, so they already knew. Kirby, other steps by China could include economic coercion. So I guess we already picked up on that. I think they already know what's up, honestly. They already might know what's popping. What time is it? 48, 10-minute rig coming in soon. Oh, shit. Bro, tonight there's a Pelosi and Taiwan president joint briefing. Oh, no. I forgot about that. I don't know if that was on the schedule earlier, but I just didn't realize that's going to be another thing with whatever they say. What will be used against you in the court of China. Yeah, there's a joint briefing tonight. So you get Fed Bullard tonight. Then around like midnight, coming into the early morning, there is going to be a Pelosi Taiwan president joint briefing that will be aired. Go live. I'm going to go to bed, bro. What are you saying? I'm going to sleep, man. I'm going to sleep. Yeah, so Kirby's talking. We should actually listen to this.
Shows how serious we are.
I think this could give us a little bit more insight. 10-minute rig coming in. I'll give this up for 5 minutes.
About defending our interests. And we're going to maintain, as I said at the outset, we're going to maintain this over-the-horizon capability. In fact, I'd go so far as to say we're going to continue to try to improve that capability going forward. And number two, we've communicated very directly with Taliban leaders.
What? He said we're going to do more.
Our views of their willingness at some level, of course, to harbor Zawahiri and his family. And we have made it clear that not we believe, not we think, not we suppose, but we know that that's a violation of the Doha Agreement.
So obviously, John, just to follow up on that, clearly this shows accountability for Zawahiri and for al-Qaeda, wherever they are, as you got him in Afghanistan, but it doesn't show accountability for what the Secretary of State described as a gross violation of the Doha Agreement. So can you commit that there will be some act to demonstrate that they will be held accountable in some way? And how do you do that without it looking like, yep, we'll just take out one by one, you can keep allowing more in?
Well, again, I'm not going to telegraph punches that haven't been thrown yet, or decisions that haven't been made yet. We're going to stay vigilant to the threat. We've made it clear to the Taliban that we know what they did, and we know who they harbored, and we know some of the steps they tried to take after the strike to cover up the evidence of it. So we're mindful of it. But I'm not going to get ahead of policy decisions that haven't been made. I mean, it's not that we take the Taliban at their word, but just indulge me for a second. They claim they want a relationship with the United States and with the West. They claim they want to open up and be part of the international community. They claim they want financing. That's exactly right.
Habibi, we could have told you this a year ago.
If that's true, if that's what they really want, then it would behoove them to pay close attention to what we just did over the weekend and to meet their agreements under the Doha Agreement.
Without identifying them, how many other al-Qaeda individuals or leaders do you assess are presently living in Afghanistan?
I'm not going to get into intelligence matters, Peter. We said even before we left Afghanistan last August that we knew al-Qaeda was present.
Bro, they really fell for the
small numbers.
Damn al-Qaeda tweets.
We know that there are still some al-Qaeda fighters.
Or that's our, who was it? The Taliban. That's what it was. The Taliban tweets. They're like, oh, they're friendly now.
Here, I would say the number's not very large, and that's core al-Qaeda. There are also offshoots like ISIS-K, which we know are very active in Afghanistan and right now. The other thing that I want to say, and I know rightly we're focused on Afghanistan, but again, I want you to take you back.
Talk about China. Come on.
To about a year.
I'm gonna give him a couple more minutes. You only got 8 minutes left, Chad.
And then our departure from Afghanistan. We know that al-Qaeda has metastasized, both in terms of character. Now they've got different offshoot groups, al-Shabaab, ISIS, and ISIS has got splinter groups of its own. But they've also metastasized geographically. They're not focused as much in a presence in Afghanistan. They're in North Africa. They're in the Sahel. They're throughout the Middle East. They're in Yemen.
Let's get the earnings up here.
I mean, there are other counterterrorism threats in other parts of the world. We're going to stay focused on them all. I get that we're focused on Afghanistan right now, but we're not taking our eye off the rest of the world either.
John, something you just said is not consistent with what we were told last year. You're saying that you've always known there was a small number of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. President Biden said, what interest do we have in Afghanistan at this point with al-Qaeda gone?
Yeah, I mean, in a major way, al-Qaeda was not playing no, wait, let me finish.
MDJH on watch.
In operations.
Starbucks selling off coming into this.
In Afghanistan.
I want to say that's one of the only bigger post-earnings selling off.
Specifically, because I was at a
Starbucks selling off pretty hard.
And we talked about the fact that al-Qaeda had a presence in Afghanistan, but small and not incredibly powerful or potent. And I think, again, without getting into numbers, we would still assess that to be the case.
So we know that the Taliban was harboring the world's most wanted terrorist. You guys gave a whole country to a bunch of people that are on the FBI most wanted list. What did you think was going to happen?
I take issue with the premise that we gave a whole country to terrorist groups. I mean, again,
they were driving our tanks.
The world's #1
what do you mean?
Giving a country to a terrorist
sympathizing
group.
I didn't give it to them. They were driving our AC-130s in helicopters. They didn't even know how to put gas in them.
Peter, the way you asked that, it makes it sound like we owned Afghanistan a year ago. It wasn't our country. It was an independent sovereign state. And the president made a bold decision to end a war that had been going on for 20 years because he believed then
they took our gyms
now that our national security interests are best met by meeting the threats of today, not the threats of 2001. And I don't want to relitigate the whole war here, but obviously no one anticipated the Ghani government to fall as fast as it did. But we said at the time that as we depart Afghanistan,
Signify Health explores strategic alternatives, including a sale. SGFY. SGFY exploring sale. SGFY. We're getting that early.
But so now that you know that the Taliban is not living up to the part of the deal that they made with the U.S. to not let Afghanistan be a place that terrorists feel like they can be safe, what are you going to do about it?
Well, that gets to Peter's question. I'm not going to telegraph decisions that haven't been made or policy initiatives one way or the other.
Oh, it's popping a little. SGFY.
Or terrorist attack in the U.S. to then say, oh, well, there's terrorists.
If we were, Peter,
in Afghanistan, now we can go get them.
If we were, Peter, then we wouldn't have taken the hit on Saturday, the strike that we took on Mr. Zawahiri. If we were just waiting. This isn't about waiting. It's about watching.
Oh, there it is. It's
gone.
Very
closely.
I tried to scam the options. They didn't hit.
And I would go so far as
bro,
to say
somebody just scammed that. Look at this, bro. They bought 1,000 options at 20 cents, went straight to $1.
Does that mean that the threat from al-Qaeda
Scammers.
is over? No.
That one's hidden. SGFY.
Now, they'll have to make some decisions here, and we'll watch that too.
SGFY. Really, I was not able to scam the option chain. Oh, I should have took it. That one's a good one. I guess it's only up, $1, but you could go for shares, maybe even puts if you'd like. Again, they're strategic alternatives, including a sale. Peter, that's insane. So they're moving. That guy won the casino. I know, bro, 1,000 options came in right when that dropped. I said we had it early, I could tell, but then it was a big pop. Let's see where it goes. But the premiums already went crazy. Yeah, Starbucks does have China exposure that could hurt them. It is almost Airbnb time. 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 4 minutes. Hot dog. Oh, man. Let's go. SGFY, again, great call out. It's doing its thing. Airbnb, 800,000 sweep. It's going to be a big one. Put sweep on Airbnb coming in. Big put sweep. Again, we've seen this a couple of times, so keep that in mind. Amazon coming down. SGFY. Everything kind of is. Again, Starbucks, they have earnings after hours. They're selling off into it. Airbnb's kind of holding up. AMD's is holding up nice. LMT starting to drop now a little bit here. PayPal, watch out for that one too. And get ready. Get ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4:30 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 5 or 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 82 degrees and sunny. It was looking like a good day till Nancy Pelosi decided to take a trip, but hopefully you're able to enjoy the rest of the week here and get a couple of earnings plays out there. But we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for earnings. You got even more tomorrow. You got to respond to the Pelosi and anything else in press briefing. We got a little bit more economic data tomorrow, but you got to finalize it and decide if you're playing the earnings, baby. 1 minute. Go, 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 go. AMD, PayPal, Starbucks, Airbnb. Finalize if you're playing. There's a couple of other ones. You could play MSTR. You could go after sympathies, or you could just wait until the morning, but you got to finalize it. Remember, risk tolerance. Stop playing with yourself. Stop lying to yourself about it. Just know what you got to play. Know what you're going to bet, but make your decision right now. 10 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go, Airbnb. Let's go, Rolly. I just need to play that. I'm going to play it 1,000 times. I'm going to play it 1,000 times if it hits. There it is. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, let's go, baby. Ha ha. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 hours in the books. The earnings are along the way. We are going to get all of them there for you. So hold on. Let's go. Before it gets crazy, I need my GGs. Let's go. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. At least you learned something, baby. All my laggers, all my lurkers, all my lovers. It don't matter, baby. Let's go. I need my GG. If you're really in the game with real money, actually working on your craft, not this fake BS. You know what I'm saying? Stop faking. Stop playing with me. Let's go. I need my GG. Let's go, baby. Let's get it. Amen. Amen. God bless you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Amen. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, Twitch. GG, baby. GG. Good game. No, you did good. Good game. For real. For real. I see you, baby. Yeah, no. You play good. You play good. It's real money. A lot of stress. I know. Not everybody knows that risk tolerance. Good game, baby. Let's go. We in there. Airbnb. Take it home. Uh-oh. EA. A lot of earnings coming in now. Hold on. I got to cut it. We going to have to cut it. Oh, crap. I hit the wrong button. Oh, my gosh. GG, baby. God bless you. Let's go. So, Chad, I love you. Thank you for being here. I'm sure I'm going to have a little bit of time to tell you this, but let's see. Airbnb is not out yet. EA has already came out. They are responding. I could get you those numbers in a little bit. EA is going down. And then Starbucks, we're waiting on that one. Oh, man, we did it. We made. God bless you, Chad. GG. GG, baby. Let's get it. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. You ready and willing? Let's go. Amen. Starbucks, EA. Oh, BA's down a lot now. Let's find out what happened. Okay, I got to get all this off my way. Do you feel it? Are you ready? Are you ready? Starbucks is today. Starbucks is today. MSTR is going to have earnings as well, too. SoFi, are they starting to move? Pretty much I'll get the numbers on anything that moves big, but I just want AMD and the rest of the gang. So let's see. AMD numbers have not came in yet. Starbucks pop. Airbnb dropping. Airbnb earnings came out. Adjusted EBITDA $711 million. Estimate was $591. Nights booked was a little bit below, but they killed it on EBITDA. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why it had a fucking red candle. They just beat EBITDA by almost 50%, at least like 20%. So it's there. But nights and experiences, that one came in below 103 million versus 106. That was expected to go down. But then they beat EBITDA 711 million. Estimate was 591. Let's wait till we get some more. Is that BQ? What the hell is that? SQ or BQ? No, that's BQ. EA, where is it? AMD has not came out yet. Airbnb to buy back $2 billion in Class A common stock. They guided up by another 0.10. So third quarter revenue 2.7 to 2.8. Estimate was 2.78. Revenue 2.10 billion. Estimate was 2.10. And then that's it for now. Gross bookings value 16.98. Estimate was 16.92. So they either met or beat on everything. The amount of nights booked in it. But again, I mean, you see the stock. Like I was saying, it's very bullish, but you got to get the stock jumping off of it, man. Again, and a $2 billion buyback. So that's actually really, really good. That should account for some of the sales there. But wait till the actual, I need more. I'll go through the numbers in a little bit. They did good, but I think it's the tensions in Taiwan. I mean, literally, Airbnb guided up. They met on the highest guidance for revenue. They beat on overall gross booking values, and they beat EBITDA by 30%, and they're still going. Again, this is the fourth best earnings in a row, but you need the market to support it here. And again, I don't think that EBITDA, even though they beat by a lot, it wasn't enough to change the multiples for the most part. Yeah, they do this every year, and it might come back up a little bit, but give it some time. We're going to get a couple more. Again, $2 billion in buybacks is pretty good. MSTR leaving. AMD starting to move. Let me check MSTR. But this is good. I mean, this is exactly why we waited. EPS number, I don't know if that is. EPS was 56 cents versus a loss of 11 cents year over year. But I do believe that was expected. Sales 2.1, miss 2.11. My thing said 2.1, so you could say it was a miss on one end, but the Bloomberg said it was a beat. That's weird. Starbucks popping again. I think Starbucks just didn't do as bad. EPS beats of estimate of 0.44. Sales 2.1 versus 2.11. Booking, let's check. Booking might do good. Nah, Booking didn't do anything. Starbucks is killing it. And then Airbnb giving up all the gains of the day right now, back down to 1-1. Starbucks is up. It recovered all of those losses. So here it is. More numbers on Airbnb. Gross booking, 17 billion, 103 nights. They expect nights and experiences booked year over year growth stable with growth in second quarter. They have over 6 million active listings. Third quarter ADR is slightly higher than third quarter of 2021. Adjusted EBITDA 711. Continues to forecast adjusted EBITDA margin expansion for full year 2022 relative to 2021. Announces $2 billion buyback. They have $9 billion of cash, 9.9 in marketable securities. They had 7.5 of funds held on behalf of guests. All mainland China bookings have been taken down in July. And then Airbnb record profit. And that's it. They're down now. 5.8, baby. 5.8. AMD is out, is it? AMD dropping lock. I don't know. Are the numbers out? Let me double check. Again, Starbucks is killing. Yeah, AMD numbers are out. I would just wait, but honestly, I mean, as someone waiting with my long term, I'm kind of down for this one. AMD revenue, they guided lower, 6.5 to 6.9. So AMD widened the range. Revenue 6.55, estimate 6.53. Adjusted EPS 105, estimate 105. CapEx was 132, estimate was 79. So they spent more. Margin went up 30%, estimate was 29.8. And then they netted on devices 447 million, but it looks like they were kind of in line, but then guidance was lower. Airbnb's getting nuked on a very good earnings, but I mean, I'm chill with it. Honestly, like, let's see if we could get lucky off of it, because if it could sell off a little bit more, we could pick it up and then it does its thing. But I mean, I like it as an investor. I'm not too. I've after 3 quarters of this, I've kind of, this is what I was telling you this whole time, where I said it's just like it doesn't matter even if they do good. The market, like, I'm not looking at what the market's saying about it when clearly it's reacting and it's in a very different way, more or less. Picking it up for the long term. Again, AMD came in pretty bad for now. They said full year revenue 26 billion to 26.8. They saw 26.3. So they just widened their range. So they didn't necessarily lower guidance, but they lowered the bottom end. They said adjusted EPS 105 beats 103. Estimate 6.5. They beat the 653 estimate. So there's a little bit of the first report said miss, second one saying beat. Robinhood slides 3% after announcing plans to cut headcount. Yeah, that's dropping right now too. What's the other one? Then Starbucks doing good. MSTR down. Starbucks did very, very good, it looks like. So AMD... they still said there's some guidance. I just clicked out of it, though. Please hold. Starbucks comp sales were 3%. Estimate was 4.26. Revenue was 8.15 billion. Estimate was 8.14. EPS was 79 cents. Adjusted was 84. But they beat on EPS, and then they just met revenue. And then I don't think they guided down lower. That's it. Starbucks was just not as worse as feared. That's about it. Did SoFi come out? AMD was a beat, but they guided lower. They lowered their guidance range, and then CapEx went up. So costs came up on AMD, and then they lowered the low end of their guidance. SoFi net revenues 356 million. Estimate was 339, so they beat. Adjusted EBITDA was 20 million. Estimate was 10, so they doubled that. So far it looks good. I don't have EPS numbers on SoFi, but they did decent. Are they up? Yeah, they did. It looks like they did decent based on the reviews of it. The low end, you idiot. Well, listen, man. People talking down, but in a bad situation. Oh, I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want to hear it. I love you. But I'm just saying, people talking bad when they in bad situations. Oh, they don't feel me. They guide up. Airbnb's coming back up. A little pop and lock. PayPal, please. I got you. So SoFi did good. SoFi looks like they did good. Starbucks just didn't do as bad. AMD just lowered the low end of their guidance. And then that's about it. And then Airbnb killed it, but Airbnb might have to melt up from here. But initial reaction was, we've talked about this so much. I just think Airbnb they're getting beaten down for no reason. They need to hang out with better friends. They guide down on the most. Listen, man, people talking down, but in a bad situation. That's it. I'm going to repeat that every time I see your name now. That's it. Thank you. I've been waiting because I didn't clap the other people today, and then I might have clapped someone a little too aggressively, but I said that's the most perfect response. So I'm glad now that we got that situated. So come with positivity. Otherwise, you're going to fall into that category. People talking down, but in a bad situation. Oh, man. They don't feel me. The news end phase, I don't know. I do not know. But so far, AMD, they were in line is a better way to put it, and then they missed on guidance. Airbnb beat on pretty much everything, or in line and guided up. Starbucks, they did good, and they beat on EPS, and then they met with revenue. And I think there was one more. Did PayPal come out yet? AMD still falling, or at least the low ticker looks crazy. No, I don't think an MDIA, nothing else coming in right now. Let me check Airbnb. Wait for now even analysts, but I mean, considering what we saw, a lot of these earnings are kind of just like they're not really doing much to the market. MDIA is running up. I don't know if that's a drug or a company, but MDIA. So Airbnb swings to profit as rentals remain strong. They have shareholder letter, $2 billion buyback. Again, now people are saying they missed on revenue or sales, not revenue, but sales. So that means they made an extra 100,000 somewhere. And that's it. No other updates just yet. Airbnb increased their liabilities. Maybe. Again, it could be something there. Something might have done it that's causing it, but this has also been the theme. I mean, the EBITDA beat above expectations was nice, but if it was in the billions, it would have been even better, but still, I'll take it. Yeah, Q2 revenue, $2.1 billion, grew 58% year over year. It significantly exceeded second quarter 2019 revenue by 73%. Strong revenue, again, literally, they increased 2019 revenue by 73%. Net income, $379, was their most profitable second quarter ever. It improved by $676 million compared to second quarter 2019. They said due to revenue growth and expense discipline, adjusted EBITDA was more than triple third quarter 2021. I'm trying to see the reasons why. They're saying strength of business and discipline in managing cost structures. Are returning, guess demand. I'm trying to see if there are any expenses. LTMH at AMD. So I don't know. Is PayPal reported? Because PayPal doesn't look like it's doing much. Again, AMD is kind of chilling out. Airbnb is now negative on the day. Starbucks is even negative. So literally, none of these like bigger earnings we were looking for have turned or kept green. This is SPY after hours. We're not moving much. Everything's kind of in the middle. I want to see if Airbnb updated on the financials. Airbnb. No news. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Oxy's going to come out, right? And then we're waiting on PayPal. So I'm going to take off Starbucks because I think AMD is interesting. Let me know if you see that. I'm trying to see if I get these numbers. Moon landing over. Tune in until next time. EA's up. Oxy and CTRA. Is this it? Yeah, I think I have all the numbers. It looks like, again, this was the highest net income for Airbnb, or the second highest. They made a lot in Q3. And they had a really big reaction to that one. And then gross margin, 81%. Pre-tax income, 383. EBITDA, 368. It's saying earnings per share was 50. What is that? Oh, PayPal. There it is, PayPal. Oh, PayPal. Let's see what we got. So PayPal net revenue 6.81, estimate 6.7. EPS was 93 cents. Estimate was 86. They named Blake Jorgensen CFO. So they beat, but I think this was it was a small beat for the most part. I don't see guidance yet. They said full year expected EPS 152 to 162. They raised expected non-GAAP EPS to 387. So now they're raising guidance again. So that's good. I think now that could have been the bottom of the PayPal death spiral. And again, they're naming a couple of new executives here. Yeah, Blake Jorgensen, total payment volume, 339 billion. Estimate was 344. So they missed on that. Then they authorized new $15 billion share buyback plan. It seems like they made a good thing. Michael Saylor stepping down as CEO? No way. If that's the case, it's over. No way. Who's going to take over that company? PayPal, $15 billion buyback. Airbnb reported they killed it, but I mean, I don't think you're not used to this anymore. They are down now after the response. Michael Saylor, is that true? Saylor to focus more on Bitcoin. Yeah, he will assume executive chair role. He's not leaving the company, just the CEO. Yeah, that's confirmed. Michael Saylor stepping down, and he said he's going to focus more on Bitcoin acquisition and take on role of executive chair. In Occidental, 10.6 billion net sales, estimate 9.6. So Oxy coming out too now. They're not really reacting, but Oxy beat by 10%. Robinhood assets under custody, 64 billion. Airbnb is down right now. Yes, following it. PayPal's still killing out. Any more numbers on that? PayPal looks great, but it just seems like they barely beat. And then they see third quarter revenue 6.8, estimate was 7. Third quarter revenue, excluding eBay, about 12%. Adjusted EPS 94 to 96, so they just widened their range. But I mean, PayPal's wasn't that good, but this was the first time in like 4 to 5 quarters they didn't guide lower. So it was good. How much would you be down now on Airbnb? Well, I'm down on it now. I mean, throughout my other plays, I think we're down about 26% total, just pretty much what it was holding all year. I mean, this has been a price point that the stock has been at for 3 months, a whole quarter. So we'll see as it comes into tomorrow, but that hasn't changed much. I want to see if it turns good, but even if it sells off, I'm kind of down with it. Revenue 6.8. Yeah, that's what they just didn't do as bad. So they said revenue at current spot rates plus 10. They saw plus 10 to a 13. So more numbers are coming in for guidance. It just doesn't look too hot. But I think people are liking the buyback and then the fact that it just didn't get even worse. Yeah, isn't Bruce Jorgensen that too? But it's weird. They see full year adjusted EPS. They guided that to a higher range, or they raised the low end and they raised the high end. But it's still a little bit weird here. Yeah, this is rough. You're literally watching PayPal announce a $15 billion buyback, barely beat on some areas, and then guide lower, and they're up 10%, and then Airbnb is down now about 6-7% from the top off of raising guidance and then beating. Elliott has a $2 billion investment in PayPal. That's coming out too. Remember, they said something about that with Pinterest and went crazy. PayPal and Venmo too. Anything else? And then Starbucks, they did good for a little bit. Starbucks was another one that just wasn't as bad as feared. Airbnb going to shine soon. If you heard our whole Airbnb talk this morning, all throughout the day, I mean, this shouldn't be. They did exactly what we expected. I mean, they killed it. They even raised guidance. They got net income profitability. They got EBITDA of just beating. Again, they're doubling, tripling 2019 numbers, even showing 50, 60% growth of 2021. And they're down. I mean, this isn't. We knew what to expect with it. So, I mean, it's just now, I mean, I'm taking this as a blessing because now, however the market plays out, I mean, I'm definitely adding Airbnb with those numbers, more or less. PayPal jumps 9% as Elliott confirms stake. They name EA executive as new CFO amid earnings beat. No, Starbucks reported they did good. They just didn't do as bad, and that was taken remotely positive. 6 straight quarters of positive free cash flow for Airbnb. I know. I mean, I need to see if this adjusts, but right now the EP, like, I don't know why this is saying this, but like right now on my financials thing, it's telling me after this quarter, Airbnb's EPS for this quarter was 50. So you can't see it. I got to save it. So we'll see. But again, I mean, let this wash out. I'm totally chill with these reports. So where is it? Is it EPS? There, look, it's saying 50 for GAAP actual, but I don't know if that's really accurate. But all these other numbers are great. PayPal hitting another high. Elliott's stake is driving them up a little bit. But I was more confused last time with Airbnb when they did really good and didn't get rewarded. So I'm not really like, I mean, honestly, I would take this as a blessing and see where we go from here and just watch for the follow-up on it. But, I mean, this one is doing its thing. It's still even upholding that earnings premium. Again, the valuation is still somewhat high. I mean, after this earnings growth and them continuing it, I mean, I think I would change my expectations on that future valuation because I think it's better than what the current valuation is saying. But I would just give it some time here. I don't have a problem with it. If I could scoop up 100, sub 100, I'm taking it. I have their trailing 12 months at 202, which would put their PE in the 50s. Yeah, that's insane. I guess just the other valuation, but again, this is a high growth company, so if they're able to keep performing that, they'll get back up there. That's what I'm saying. They'll get disruptive very soon with these numbers. It's not as if these numbers aren't increasing, and then just like Tesla, if you could tell me you are still on track and raising guidance, and we're talking 50, 60% growth, I'll love it. So we'll take it. EXP, I don't know. I don't think they reported. PayPal's still going, and I think that's it for the big ones. Nothing about the last 2 weeks saying sensible. It's crazy. PayPal gonna move. PayPal, just people have been waiting for that one to pop off. Again, this was finally their first quarter that was not as bad as feared and where they didn't guide too crazy. So, and then again, Elliott Management going around all these companies saying we own 5%, 10%. Oh, yeah, I forgot. SoFi did very good. Yeah, they doubled up their EBITDA, which I think is good. They're up 7%. I think they were pricing in a little bit more, but it's decent. Almost in the money on PayPal. Good work. Affirm even popping. Yeah, Affirm is even up off of this. That was the one from close. Yeah, Square got some as a sympathy. Airbnb can get upgraded in the morning. I mean, I think let this one sit, but it's not. It doesn't even matter. Like, this is what we expected. It's going to let it move its thing. That earnings will give you cushion, but now I'm very happy with Airbnb. It's very hard to describe, but it's like, we'll just let them. Just don't. I wouldn't even monitor it that close. Like, what I'm just saying is, like, go look at the numbers that they just put on, and that right there. If you were buying Airbnb before, I mean, again, go look at just some of the performance here in the last eight quarters. I mean, it's looking amazing. So if I liked it at 150, I'm really actually into it a lot at this level. What number? Everything. There's nothing. I mean, there's a lot to be excited about on Airbnb. That's why just write it down. Well, now, because I mean, even if I plan to accumulate a lot more now, but if I get more at a lower price, it's going to raise our break even or lower it to somewhere around here. But I'm into it. But everything about Airbnb, again, it looks like the last 24 months, their current EPS on this quarter is 50. But I like the revenue. I like guidance increasing. I like EBITDA, and I like net income. That's it. I mean, it's not like I'm saying, it's not like I'm trying to justify Snapchat and saying, like this, they're at least making money. I mean, they're walking away with pre-tax income. They're walking away with net income. They are tripling their EBITDA from a couple of quarters ago, or even 2019. They are doubling revenue from 2019. So I'm happy with all of it. It's just let Wall Street run its course. Let everybody do their thing. But at least I know I see something good, and I still like it. That's all. But this would have been a lot more shocking if I didn't see the last couple quarters. And this whole day, all I've been talking to you about was, hey, Airbnb is probably going to do very well, go above expectations, and the stock will still get clapped probably. That's exactly what we talked about all day. So that's why I'm like, this is expected. So now we just keep riding with it, and then hopefully we could find a way to work this into the long term with everything else. PayPal again. Bro, PayPal's up 14 now. That one's killing it. It makes you wonder what the street wants. Yeah, but then it makes you see that it doesn't even fucking matter. Like, I wouldn't even listen to the street at this point. Like, again, if you listen to The Economist, it went one way, but it's still like, this isn't about like, there's something not matching up for sure. And again, people still are a little worried about the longer duration and value, but the last 8 reports do not, like, if anything, it's showing Airbnb is kind of picking up the pace. But you got to realize Airbnb is still up 50-60% from IPO. So you have to factor that in. Was Kramer like Airbnb? I don't know. Global unrest is hurting Airbnb. That's the whole point. Nothing is hurting Airbnb. That's it. It's just when it's all said and done, if you look at the numbers, nothing is hurting it. That's why I'm saying you don't get lost in the sauce. I would just if we could get a discount after watching it go from $80 to $120, I'm gonna take it at a cheaper price. It's just there's not. Whether it's been China, whether it's been Russia or anything, none of those earnings have actually affected it. That's the whole point, and they're guiding upwards in this environment. I'm a big fan of that. It's 95 PE. I don't think it's at 95 anymore. Again, and that's the future, but what it's priced on. But I think it should be. That's what I was looking for. Let me check if I could get it. August 2nd. Yeah, I guess no. The PE is still it's still in the 50s. That is probably the only thing killing it right there. But again, I mean that is just the long duration. That is probably one of the highest PEs that is staying up. But no, that is still up. I mean, everything else dropped. I mean, price to book, price to cash flow, that actually increased. Enterprise value to sales dropped. EV to EBITDA dropped a lot lower. But for the most part, PE is still up there. But even in again, from 2021, though, The PE is about 10 times lower. It's just still elevated. Airbnb call started. Oh, we could listen? I'd be down to listen for a little bit. Where's Airbnb at? SoFi did very good. They did actually very, very good. From 90, no, go look at 2021 PE on Airbnb. Go look at the full year 2021 Airbnb. Tell me what you get. If you have the same number I have, then that's what I'm saying. It's just like we have nothing to talk about here. Because I'm like, dude, it's growing. It's doing great. The shares, I'll have to check if we'll check after this quarter how many shares if they've increased the amount. APDN, we still have that one. That thing's doing it. Where is I'm trying to get the conference call. Got the money pack. What's that? Chesky. So let's see. I mean, depending on what they say, it could go up there, up or down. Airbnb slumps after bookings, miss estimates. I can't believe they're even putting that on the headline. It's on Robinhood. I was trying to see if I could get it. Friendly UAV online. We'll get him again next time. Let's see. I'm trying to get. They're making me like register some shit.
% if you exclude foreign exchange. Now, both revenue and GBV were 73% higher than Q2 2019, significantly outperforming the travel industry. Now, from a profitability perspective, we had our most profitable Q2 ever. Net income of $379 million was a nearly $700 million improvement from Q2 2019. Adjusted EBITDA was $711 million. Now, this represents a 34% adjusted EBITDA margin, which is significantly up from the 16% margin in Q2 2021 and negative 4% in Q2 2019. Finally, we generated $795 million of free cash flow. Now, this is a $1.1 billion improvement from the nearly $300 million cash burn 2 years ago at the depth of the pandemic. Over the last 12 months, Airbnb generated $3 billion in free cash flow, nearly $3 billion, and ended the quarter with nearly $10 billion in cash. So what explains this transformation in our business? Well, first, our business model is adaptable. We have nearly every type of space in nearly every location, so however travel changes, we can adapt. And regardless of the economic environment, our guests come to Airbnb because they can find great value, and our hosts can earn extra income. Second, we've relentlessly innovated while all still staying focused and disciplined. When the pandemic began in 2020, we made some incredibly difficult decisions.
Chill, Chesky.
We significantly reduced spending, making us a leaner and more focused company. And we've kept this discipline ever since, allowing us to keep the hiring and investment plans made in the beginning of the year. And Airbnb is well positioned for whatever lies ahead. In fact, we're so confident in our long-term growth and profitability that today we're announcing a $2 billion share repurchase program. And this is coming only a year and a half after our IPO. Now, returning to our Q2 results, our strong financial performance is driven by a number of positive business trends. First, guest demand on Airbnb is as high as ever. In Q2, we surpassed 103 million nights and experiences booked, marking our highest quarterly number ever. Now, despite broader macroeconomic concerns, we still saw a 25% increase in nights and experiences booked compared to the quarter of 2021. Now, early in Q2, strong guest demand exceeded our expectations. This was because guests in Europe and North America booked earlier than they have historically. Now, given this earlier booking, growth rates compared to last year decelerated in May and June. And since the end of Q2, what we've seen is growth in nights booked reaccelerate from June to July as we enter peak travel season. Second, guests continue to return to cities and cross borders. In previous quarters, we've talked about how we saw significant growth driven by surges in domestic travel, as well as travel to rural destinations. Now, these trends continue, but we're also seeing guests returning to cities and crossing borders above pre-pandemic levels. Third, guests continue to stay longer in Airbnb. They're not just traveling Airbnb, they're now living on Airbnb. We saw long-term stays of 28 days or more remain our fastest growing category by trip length compared to 2019. And long-term stays has increased nearly 25% from a year ago. And actually, long-term stays have increased almost 90% since Q2 2019. Fourth, guest demand is driving growth of our host community. We continue to see the strongest supply increases in areas of greatest demand, with non-urban active listings up 50% compared to Q2 2019. But as demand is returning to cities, we're also seeing an increase in total urban supply. And we believe the upgrades we introduced last year, including our new host onboarding flow and air cover, are supporting this growth. But we're not stopping there. So you're going to see some exciting new product features to recruit the next generation of hosts later this year. Finally, I'd like to share a few highlights from the 2022 summer release. In May, we introduced Airbnb categories. Since launch, listings in Airbnb categories have been viewed more than 180 million times. Through categories, we are distributing guest discovery across more destinations and dates. Now, we also introduced air cover for guests. Since launch, the Net Promoter Score for guests that had an issue with their stay has already improved. In the rare instance where a host cancels, air cover has led to 10% more rebookings. So, to recap, we achieved significant milestones this quarter with our results. Nights and experiences booked were our highest ever. Revenue and adjusted EBITDA were records for Q2, and free cash flow was $795 million. In the last 12 months, we generated nearly $3 billion in free cash flow. Now, before I go to questions, I want to talk about an update on my co-founder, Joe Gebbia. Last month, Joe announced that he'll be stepping back from his full-time operating role. Joe will continue to serve on the board of directors of both Airbnb and Airbnb.org. Airbnb is a founder-led company, so he's going to continue to take a role at Airbnb, and this will be as an advisor to Nate and me on future concepts and creative culture. You know, since the beginning, Joe has always been focused on big ideas to help others. He's our uncompromising true north. So it will be fun to be able to spend more time with him on dreaming up new ideas, just like the early days. And as I reflect back on the last 14 years together, I just can't believe how lucky Joe, Nate, and I have been. You know, if anything had just gone a few degrees in a different direction, I wouldn't be doing this call with you right now. That's how fragile ideas are. And it's what gives me gratitude to know Joe and Nate. And what I'm most thankful for is that we're still together, still meeting every Sunday, 14 years after we started. We built a dream together, and now,
I don't know what's happening.
After all these years, we still continue to dream.
I don't know if we're supposed to hear this.
So thank you, Joe.
Oh, okay.
And with that, Dave and I look forward to answering your questions.
All right, this is going to be good, because then we could hear all the analysts. So
one on your
be on the lookout.
Keypad. Our first question is from Lloyd Walmsley with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. Two questions, if I can. First, just, you know, it looks like room nights and experiences booked grew a little bit sequentially less in 2Q this year than it did in 19, and similarly, the guidance looks like it's calling for a little bit slower sequential growth. Just wondering if there's anything you'd call out that's behind that. And then secondly, Can you give us an update on what you're seeing around just how people are using the platform post some of the new search and discovery innovations this summer? Are you seeing demand move into a wider dispersion of areas or any changes in conversion rates? What are early learnings from some of those innovations this past summer? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dave, why don't you take the first question about Q2, Q3 growth, and I can talk a little bit about how the launch of Airbnb categories has affected how people use Airbnb.
Yeah, as far our Q2 gross nights, before the cancellations, they came in actually above our internal expectations. We did see some elevated cancellations in the back of the quarter relative to our forecast. We believe that some of the elevated cancellations related to flight cancellations around the world, but it was mostly in North America towards the end of Q2 22. We were just seeing strong overall, nights in growth. The 25%, year-over-year growth in nights and experiences, we feel very confident in, and having the same results for Q3, we also feel quite good about it. We're just seeing strong demand for guest travel all around the world.
And just to answer the second question, just to give a little bit of background, for decades, travel searches work the same way. There's a search box, and you are asked to enter a location. And the problem with that is that Airbnb is in 100,000 locations all over the world. And so people can't think to type in 100,000 destinations into a search box. And so people miss millions of unique Airbnbs they would have never known to search for. And the reason this is important, as you asked, is because we think that Airbnb categories can allow us to point demand to where we have supply. This, I think, is one of the really big opportunities. So as I said, since release, listings in Airbnb categories have been viewed over 180 million times. We've also seen that guests are now showing more flexibility with their dates and their destinations than before. So for example, a typical search, properties are 30 miles further apart than they would have been before. So we are seeing search radiuses increase. And additionally, we are seeing more people continue to use the flexible dates feature. So we believe our theory is working. Airbnb categories allows us to highlight what makes us unique. It allows us to point demand where we have supply. And I also think it helps us be in the inspiration business where people can start to travel on Airbnb.
Okay, thank you.
Our next question is from Mario Lu with Barclays. Your line is open.
Great, thanks for taking questions. So the first one's on new initiatives. So if we look at the third quarter guidance, seems like bookings is expected to contract by more than 10 points in 3Q versus 2019 versus the second quarter. So does that change the timing or focus on these other new initiatives, such as experiences, or are more resources now being focused back on the core business?
No, I mean, we have a very consistent strategy, and our strategy is, number one, we want to unlock the next generation of hosts. We have 4 million hosts on Airbnb, and I think that millions more could turn to hosting, especially during these economic times. So that, I think, is really priority number one. As we add more hosts, we continue to grow. We want Airbnb to be the ultimate host to our guests and hosts. That's why we offered AirCover. We're going to continue to provide better service all over the world.
They're hinting at the recession play.
And,
like Airbnb will help you pay your rent.
They're now living on Airbnb, and so we want to continue to offer more opportunities for them to travel and live on Airbnb. So we are still focused on our core business. That is the priority for us. We are also continuing to invest in long-term stays and other initiatives, and most importantly, providing an incredible service that people love. And I would also just say, again, we're feeling really, really solid and good about Q3.
Yeah, I'll just double click on Brian's comment. Yeah, I mean, we do really feel good about the stable bookings in Q3. I mean, in particular, given we have long lead times that we're seeing some pull forward for summer travel here in Q2, and just the broader economic conditions overall. If you look at our gross booking value growth versus 2019, Q1 was 73%, Q2 was 73%. We're just seeing, strong gross booking value growth relative to 2019. And to see further kind of quarter-over-quarter acceleration, we just need to see continued recovery in Europe and APAC, which remains significantly depressed. So,
Great. And just to follow up, speaking of APAC, you guys mentioned that, the domestic business is shutting down in China, which I believe you guys said was around 1% of your business. Is there any other color you could provide in terms of the P&L impacts from shutting that down, and any color on how large the outbound bookings for China is? Thanks.
Dave?
Yeah, I mean, the China business has been a small part of our business overall. I mean, it's had less than a 1% impact on our revenue. One of the things that has been important in us getting out of the domestic business in China is maintaining a focus on what we think is the most valuable and important part of China, which is the outbound business. So really what we've done is we've shifted all of the resources that we're applying and splitting between both domestic and outbound travel. We focused all that on outbound, which we think is the greater prize and the most important part for the long term. So until China has their COVID policy kind of in place and allowing people to kind of travel outbound from China, it will kind of remain to be depressed. But as that evolves and Chinese travelers travel again, we think that will be a nice unlock for our Asia Pacific business. It's not going to have a material impact on our P&L.
Great. Thanks, Dave.
Our next question is from Bernie McTernan with Needham & Company. Your line is open.
Great. Thanks for taking the questions. ADRs are hanging in there better than feared, I believe. Still expecting them to be up year over year. Can you just talk through some of the puts and takes, demand-driven pricing versus mix shift?
Dave?
Yeah, if you kind of rewind to what we've seen with ADRs back at the beginning of the pandemic, all of the increase was driven by mix. The initial resurgence of the travel for North America, whole home, non-urban. And then over time, we've seen mix become less and less a part of the increase in the ADR. Here in both Q1 and Q2, what we've seen is that ADRs were up 40% year over 3 years back to 2019, and about 2/3 of that increase has been price appreciation, and about 1/3 due to mix. And so we do anticipate that over time, as more people return to travel to urban, more cross-border, ADRs may moderate. But yes, as you see, 2/3 of that has actually been price appreciation, and so it's been stickier than even what we anticipated, maybe 6 months ago.
Got it. And then the dip in May and June from the earlier booking windows and then re-acceleration in July, is that re-acceleration for near-term bookings in terms of late summer, or is that kind of early bookings for the fall and winter period?
Well, it's a bit of both. I mean, really, we have on the books for Q4 of this year, we have more nights on the books in Q4 than relative to the same kind of period a year ago. It's very strong. We're seeing really strong demand in the back half of the year, so we're seeing a bit of both.
Got it. Thank you.
Our next question is from Justin Patterson with KeyBanc Capital Markets. Your line is open.
Great. Thank you. So if I can. Brian, when you look at hosts right now and just the friction to onboarding, what are you looking to really solve with this upcoming release? And then secondly, perhaps for both you and Dave, you've clearly shown a lot of margin progress, free cash flow progress over the next few years. How should we think about just the puts and takes between overall growth and showing more margin, more free cash flow generation ahead? Thank you.
And just to confirm, you're talking about with this upcoming
Good
release,
question,
right?
Vincent. We got a new vote. Y'all can vote. Let's see.
I mean, it can be
I wonder who's still here who doesn't own Airbnb.
Where the friction
I'm only
point
listening to a couple
onboarding
more
is.
questions, and I got a dip.
Yeah, so that's a great question. Let me. Why don't I answer the first question, and then Dave, you can talk about margin improvement, and then I can potentially elaborate on that answer as well. We have, as you said, we have 4 million hosts on Airbnb, but we think there are millions more people that could turn to hosting. I mean, honestly, hosting is one of the easiest ways to be able to make money with an asset that you already have. For most people, they don't even have a startup cost, and the majority of people get a booking within the first week. And so there are a number of things that we're going to be doing this fall, this winter, and beyond. But one of the most important things we want to do is continue to make it easier to host. And one of the things I want to highlight that we launched last year was Ask a Superhost. Ask a Superhost pairs our very best Superhost with prospective hosts. And this is really cool because basically what it does is it allows our community to help train new community members, new hosts to come on the platform. That's made a big difference. And we're going to continue to double down on that product. But we're looking at some other opportunities to continue to reduce friction. So you're going to see some really cool products to just continue to make it even easier to host. And so that's probably the primary thing that we're going to be focused on this fall. We're also looking at some additional protections for hosts and just ways to really try to get everyday people with their primary homes that want to host occasionally to host on Airbnb. You know, a lot of people don't realize that the top professions for a host in the United States, for example, are school teachers, they're healthcare workers, they're students. These are the top three kind of professions of vacations in Airbnb. And so what we really think the big opportunity is to continue to attract regular people to become hosts. And we think one of the biggest sources of new hosts are prior guests on Airbnb. 36% of new hosts last quarter were prior guests. So this is what we're going to be focused on. It's a really big opportunity for us. And I think, again, Airbnb was founded during a recession, 2008 financial crisis. People were worried about being able to pay their bills, pay for their homes and their income. And so they turned to hosting. And we think a lot of people may turn to hosting once again. So this is a big opportunity for us. Dave, if you want to talk about the margin improvement.
Yeah, thanks. You know, we're really proud of the progress we made to reduce our fixed costs and make improvements in our variable costs. You know, we've really exercised discipline on our spending here in 2022, and we're going to continue to do so. But, you know, while we're thrilled with this margin expansion, we're heavily in growth mode. We are not in profit maximization mode. You know, we really want to balance profitability with growth. One of the things we're very proud of in Q2 is that we are showing both growth and profitability at scale. But we'll continue to invest in growth. We're going to prioritize things. We'll grow the business over the long haul. So
that's something people aren't going to like.
Thank you.
Again, that just means they could be running up the value if they want to, but they're going to be reinvesting and then add that with the buyback. It's a little interesting.
Questions. Just hoping you could talk a little bit about just kind of macro environment and just what you're seeing in terms of consumer activity or types of trips being booked, and also just to get your view on long-term stays. I think you talked about 25% growth year over year, but just the trends there going forward. Thanks.
Dave?
Sure. Well, if you start with the macro environment, again, we are, you know, very pleased with our results despite any kind of macroeconomic. You know, we're seeing strong demand here in Q3. As I said, the Q2 nights experiences grew 25% year over year, seeing similar growth for Q3, you know, and our demand in Q4 reservations is really strong, as I mentioned kind of earlier. You know, what we've seen so far is North America and Europe have been our strengths. You know, we are seeing an uptick in more cross-border and more urban. So those are historic strength areas for us, and we're starting to see those parts of the businesses come back. But ultimately, if you just kind of step back, you just see the resilience of our business overall, right? You know, that because we have so much different kinds of supply in so many places around the world, we have any kind of place for anyone that wants to travel. And there's just so much pent-up demand for travel and just so much demand for travel in general that people would like to spend money on the experience of travel and getting out of their home more than on, you know, things that, you know, we're just continue to see that great strength in our business. And then in terms of long-term stays, you know, it continues to be the fastest growing business by tripling. So if you look at nights of 28 days or longer, that part of the business is growing faster since 2019 than any other, you know, segment of stays. And actually, if you kind of sub-segment it, you know, nearly 50% of our nights are 7 days or longer, and which I think, again, you start to stay any place 7 days or more, and Airbnb is the best way to kind of experience that stay. So the long-term stay trend continues to be very solid, you know, growing faster than any other part of the business.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
The next question is from Nick Jones with JMP Securities. Your line is open.
Great, thanks for taking the questions. Two, I guess first, can you just kind of give us an update on the I'm Flexible option and, you know, how that's kind of playing out and what kind of experiences you're able to provide in those markets that maybe are less dense? And then a follow-up.
Yeah. So, Nick,
So we'll end it there, but they didn't like the conference call too much. I mean, we'll see at the end of it, but you probably notice right when they start talking about spending on growth, that's a very interesting one. Again, that's what Wall Street doesn't like right now. They don't want anybody to say, I'm investing with growth, even if you have profitability. That's the weird part about it right now, because Airbnb is showing profitability like they said, but some people are a little concerned. They're like, hey, you guys are going to keep spending for growth? Like, are you sure? Because that may not be good. But I still like it. I think we're going to get a lot of moves on it tomorrow. So, but overall, I think it's a solid earnings. I think we'll see what Wall Street and analysts say tomorrow. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it might take a couple of quarters. But, I mean, I honestly think Airbnb is a home run after watching I'm surprised. Remember last earnings? The guidance was so high, and then they beat it, and then they ended up doing pretty decent. But the fact, like, bro, you should look at what the guidance was. So it's increasing. I'm liking it, and we're going to see how this plays. But I think we'll watch with everything else because, again, remember, Airbnb could just follow the market. So we have the long-term deposit. I'm going to be looking at that coming. I was thinking about it this whole time, but I'm like, let's give it some more time and see. I mean, we're not in any big rush, but they guided up. They guided up revenue about 10%. They are still guided for about 50 to 60% year-over-year growth. I mean, they're doing almost $1 billion more net profit than they are doing than last July of last year of 2021. So that's it. Am I biased? No, I don't think so. Those numbers aren't bad. The only negative argument that can be made for Airbnb is that their price to earnings is too high, and then that's it. Everything else goes out the window after these quarters. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything anybody could say. Again, no one's answered my question. If you've noticed how many times I've asked it today, I've not gotten one answer. What company this year is doing $1 billion more of free cash flow than last year, growing, still holding 40 to 60 plus % growth that is down 30%? No one's answered that question for me. It's just simple as that. I just don't think there's too many. No, Tesla's still up. Tesla would be one. That would be one of the only other companies there that you could apply on that level. Palantir, are you sure? I don't know if they did. I'll double check. Let's see. Earnings. We can't come up with an answer. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's still up. Palantir, they've increased year over year so far. Yeah, but not really. Palantir doesn't look like this. It just doesn't look like Airbnb. Like, the amounts are small, but pretty much, I mean, they were making $200 million in 2020, and then now they're doing $440. But again, they're still losing net income. So again, it's just, and that, like, literally, like, Airbnb is profitable on it. AMD, did it come back? Oh. Home is where the Airbnb is. Yeah, so I'm very sold on this one now. I think we're going to probably make a purchase here in the next coming days, but let's just see how the broader market reacts to everything, and then we'll just go from there, baby. And then we'll just go from there. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. I hope you enjoyed it. Did I tell you to check out the links? I don't think I did. So we've been here for almost an extra hour. I love you. Thank you guys again for being here. Big shout out to all the members, non-members, stream alerts for real, man. If you come in every day, even if you come in for a little bit, not even every day, but you make this a better place, I appreciate the contributions. Again, even questions. I want to see. You got 53 don't own Airbnb. So like I said, I even love counter arguments and everything, but if you come in here, provide good content, good news, everything, and make it a better place, baby. God bless you and thank you. Stream alerts, we love you too, and we looking out for you. We're going to make sure you don't miss it, baby. Watch that yield curve. Don't worry. Even if you're at work, we will watch the yield curve for you. Oh, yes. That's how it goes down, baby. But, Chattadonia, I love you. You have a wonderful evening, and just don't forget why we're here, okay? Why we're here. Why we keep going, why we don't quit, man. We don't quit for a reason. Why we keep looking ahead for the future, but not like a Wall Street future, because that oftentimes is fluctuating. I'm talking a real future, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, yeah, come on. Hold on. What? You stop playing me. You think I'm bad? I know I got into that. I just want... You know how we gonna end it, baby. Stop playing with me. That was a solid earnings. Fuck you, Wall Street. That was amazing earnings. Just find me a Oh, they don't feel me. Yeah, we ain't leaving without it, baby. I'm gonna play this 100 times tomorrow. That earnings was still good to me. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel me, baby. I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Peasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah. I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a mountain. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put us some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a screaming athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah, same old J, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was sick of shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month, spread it evenly. And shout out to the people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully. And same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah. Woo! And back to the reality, baby. There it is. Oh, you're going to hear it a lot tomorrow. I love it. Great earnings. I'm still taking it as very, very positive. But, Chad, that is the day. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for the press conferences today after hours. You're going to get a lot of them, but it should be an exciting middle of the week as we get into the close. But, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you on the watch list tonight, and I will see you in the morning, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait. Wall Street, I want an Airbnb party. Okay, I love you. Bye. I tell you, hold on. No, stop it. I'm telling you, Airbnb, it's good. You should call it Truth B&B. I'm telling you, one of the best companies. I don't get it. Wall Street, you give them bad guidance, they make the stock go up. You give them good earnings and increased guidance, it goes down. That's what's going on. There's a problem right now. You're taxing them. Corporate taxes, all of this stuff, a lot of things around here. You know, I sit down with these guys. I say, listen, you got to bring this stock up. That's what the investors love. Investors love me. Ask anybody, you like your 401k when I was in office? Of course you did. Huh? Come on. It's a joke. I tell you what's a joke. Come on. What's a joke is that they need to have clean-powered solar EV Airbnbs. They don't have that. You know what Mary Ibarra's doing? She's reinventing the house. You can live in the Hummer. You can sleep in the Hummer. You could shit in it. I'm not joking. Hey, come on. I'm not joking. I really mean it. Hey, come on. Sure, you can live in the Hummer. You could rent the Hummer. Everything, and it's clean. Energy transition, huh? What's the problem? Okay, listen, repeat line. Listen, I love you. You have a wonderful day. And happy Tenement Square. No, you can't say. I told her not to go. I don't know. I forgot to tell her. I had a dream and I said, Nancy, don't go. And I thought I responded to the text message, but I didn't. And then she went. So my bad. I'm sorry. Okay. Happy Kwanzaa. Good night. Morning.